A novel concept, a death a day, MC will live anyway. By Priam. Can you get used to dying? Not really. When a particular universe was born, its 7 primordial concepts acquired an ego. Omniscient and omnipotent, they seek synths to enrich their home. To do so, they plunder other universes, capture young civilizations, and plagiarize ideas. Many monsters, gods, civilizations, and races are competing for the 8th throne. Eons later, it is Earth's turn to be torn away from its sun. Humanity begins its integration by participating in a tutorial. Priam has the luck and the misfortune to finish the tutorial first. Luck, because his reward is a form of pseudo-immortality. Misfortune, because as the champion of his civilization, he is transported to Elysium, the most dangerous world created by the concepts. 9 out of 10 champions lose their lives there on their first day. Fortunately for Priam, he has many lives. Under 3 suns of different colors, an ocean stretched as far as the eye could see. The curvature of the horizon did not seem to exist. This world was too vast. Floating islands dotted the sky. A few trees, titans on top of these wandering forests, sometimes pierce the rock of these islands to come and absorb the water and allow an ecosystem to be created. A traveler could have ascended by climbing along the routes connecting seas to lands. Various creatures used these vegetal bridges to navigate in these archipelagos. In this paradisiacal setting, life was abundant but also fragile. The 7 concepts had named this world Elysium. Image: welcome to Elysium. You have been deemed worthy of entertaining the inhabitants of the world most blessed by the ether. Surviving long enough may make you a powerful force in the 7 concepts universe. Shape your destiny. Main quest: survival. Survive 3 days. Rewards: titles, skills, or information. Difficulty: epic. First quest: invasion. The inhabitants of Elysium are often immensely powerful due to the colossal density of ether and the extreme conditions of this world. But most seek to escape, even if only briefly, to use their power, dominate the weak, and find new resources. Explore other worlds. Depending on the method, the laws of Elysium will give you some time off before they send you back. Reward: variable. Difficulty: variable. World quest: apogee. Become the master of Elysium. Reward: unknown. Difficulty: impossible. Priam first noticed the heat. He had always enjoyed the warmth and preferred summer to winter. Long live the soft rays of sunshine. Here, the sunlight was too harsh. Maybe because there were 3 suns? Whatever the reason, the temperature was too high for a human. Unsuitable for the survival of complex biological organisms. Priam wasn't suffering, he was cooking. In addition to the intense heat, there was also a high gravity. Priam struggled to stand, the weight on his shoulders being quite literal. Yet around him lay a clearing covered with knee-high grass. Blue grass, of course, but grass. Photosynthesis had to work differently here. Right now, that wasn't Priam's first concern either. My new home, and this heat. Global warming spares no world, Priam commented. Well, I have to hurry, my eyes are starting to sting, and it will probably be better under the shade. Priam, the first survivor of the tutorial, had always proudly claimed to be pragmatic, Cartesian, intelligent, and not very modest. Since he was a young boy, he had always dreamed about being confronted with magic, but he had never seriously considered being involved in a fantastic event. Fortunately, the people in charge of all this, concepts, gods, or fate, had given little importance to his opinion. Priam stood in the center of a clearing about 100 meters in radius, set in a forest setting. Beside him was a portal made of blue and gold threads winding around each other. A portal that was currently levitating a meter above the ground. Magic or futuristic science, he had not yet decided. However, he understood the essential: it was a one-way ticket to a new universe. Attempting to cross the portal for a return trip would send you directly to the afterlife. In many pieces. The last part was a deal-breaker for most men, but Priam was interested. He was no longer an ordinary man and death was good for him. As he trotted painfully toward the undergrowth, Priam was still careful of the tall grass. If the tutorial had taught him anything, it was that a mistake could be fatal. Snakes, insects, goblins, beasts, or even a trap, there could be many hidden dangers. Priam had many lives, but each one was precious. Crossing the edge of the woods without having encountered any particular problem except for the heat, Priam observed his surroundings, his mouth dry. With tears in his eyes, leaning against a tree, he still wondered if he had made the right choice. Exhausted, hardly sure that he was not hallucinating, he encouraged himself to continue. He took advantage of the shadows to decide on a plan. The immediate danger was his thirst. Without water and with this heat, he risked having a headache. After that came delirium and then death. Given the heat, he didn't have much time ahead of him. You have gained the skill, heat resistance. Heat resistance, some people spend their day at the foundry, others at the stove. Some like their baths very hot. Either way, slight resistance to temperatures above your body's internal heat can't hurt. For each level in this skill, your biochemical reaction system and your cells will be able to adapt to a higher internal temperature. The thermometer indicates 52 degrees Celsius. Go to work, you lazy bastard. Bit +1. My life has become a real game. With no save, Priam quipped. He began walking through a forest of unfamiliar trees, looking for water. From the clearing, he had seen some huge conifers and hardwoods, reminiscent of the majestic American redwoods. But up close, the forest was mostly made up of colorful trees at least 5 meters tall, with a canopy of vegetation about 15 meters above the ground. Every trunk, every broad leaf, every branch could hide a predator. Here, he was the prey. Priam tried to keep the same direction, so as not to get lost and be able to retrace his steps. He soon realized that the task was a daunting one. It was difficult to get your bearings with the movement of 3 suns, which were hidden by the canopy anyway. Briefly, he tried to check whether the moss growing on the tree trunks indicated a direction, to no avail. Lucid, Priam realized he'd soon get lost, but decided to keep going. He had a water problem he had to solve or risk dying of thirst. After about 20 minutes of laborious progress in the thickets, taking care to push back each low branch and to avoid the scratches of the brambles, soaked by sweat, he had to give up. He had noticed a few animal tracks, but they were huge. Maybe they led to a waterhole, but they could just as well have led to a den. In view of the traces dug by the claws, Priam had no desire to meet these beasts. Priam was beginning to despair. The heat was starting to give him a headache, and he was afraid he would hallucinate soon. Thirst was starting to give him stupid ideas. While he was pondering, looking at the flowers at his feet, he had an idea. Most flowers were 80% to 95% water. By consuming enough, they could meet his water needs. If I have to turn into a herbivore to survive, so be it. The only problem was that they could be toxic. Priam had passed hundreds of flowers since the beginning of his journey. He stopped in the middle of a carpet of a dozen identical flowers. He bent down to examine a pretty one, white on the outside and yellow on the inside. Poisonous flowers could be dangerous even without eating them. Skin reactions, redness, itching. He knew he had to be careful. Priam leaned over to the flower and smelled it. The flower didn't smell good, and his dry nose didn't help. Then he picked it, rolled it between his fingers, then on his tongue. Most poisons taste bitter, and the flower was rather sweet. Finally, he threw it into his mouth. Swallowing with difficulty without chewing to vomit if needed, he waited. You have gained the skill, identification. Identification, LVL1, one of the natural skills of natives. Using your senses to identify a substance, a material, an object, or a living being can be handy. But be careful, young seeker, touching poison or swallowing molten metal is not a good idea without some solid skills. In the meantime, this should help you in the future. If you survive. MEM +1. Ethereal wood daffodil, a daffodil that colonizes the undergrowth. Its trumpet-like flower signals the arrival of spring. It is delicious to the taste and contains much ether. Priam grinned. This skill could become an extremely useful tool to survive in this new world. Sitting down on a reclining log, Priam began to breathe calmly. The ether had partly modified him, and he was no longer a mere human. The ether, the original fluid, the carrier of fundamental forces, was a miracle creator. This new universe was governed by different laws than the one in which Priam was born. Its first law was that of the ether, and this fluid made the impossible possible. According to the tutorial, the more ether there was, the more magic there was. But to compare the density of the ambient ether of the tutorial, and that of Elysium, was to compare water to mercury. If one followed that logic, Between the very high temperature, the intense gravity, and the feeling of being underwater that had accompanied him since he had set foot on the blue grass, his body was not prepared to easily handle the amount of ether he had ingested in the form of a single flower. Staring into the greenery, thirsty like he'd never thought possible and hot like he was being slowly cooked, Priam wondered for the 100th time in 20 minutes if he'd been too greedy. LVL up, heat resistance, LVL 2. VIT +1. Priam didn't even have the strength to breathe. He had no energy left, not even to shake his hand or sigh with fatigue. He couldn't get the strength to give up, to let go. The only thing that kept him conscious, that occupied his mind, was sweating. His body was shivering terribly. He was sweating like he had never sweated before, and in the back of his mind, Priam wondered if he had a single drop of water left. The effect of the flour, combined with the ambient heat, the lack of water, and the intense gravity, gave him a terrible headache. After an uncertain time and in a final spasm, he collapsed. Image major changes in constitution detected due to the sudden increase in the concentration of ether in the body. The subject has begun to adapt to the ether. You have gained the skill, Osmosis Epic. Osmosis Epic, a rare skill, unique to natives of non-etheric regions. For complex reasons, your system used to refuse the passage of ambient ether through your skin. Only specific mucous membranes could allow the ether to diffuse into your body. With this skill, your body can capture ambient ether and circulate it passively. At high levels, this skill can be critical to your survival. PHY +1. Meta, AFFI, +4. Congratulations, you have unlocked a new meta attribute, Affinity. You've earned a talent, Touched by Ether. Touched by ether, your body has begun to adapt to the ether. This primordial fluid will change you. Adaptation time, 1 month. As Priam struggled to open his eyes, plagued by notifications, a clear thought flashed through his mind. I'm going to die. His body was getting stronger, but it came at a cost. Priam felt both fever, thirst, and weakness. He knew he would no longer be able to walk to a water source. He was terrified, but he clung to a miracle. During the tutorial, he had gained a talent. If it still worked, then he had hope. In the meantime, he had to put all the chances on his side. Kneeling, Priam painfully began to pick up the few remaining flowers, including the roots. Once there were none left in sight, his body too weak for anything else, he put them in his mouth and swallowed. Lying on the ground, his body tired and his mind terrified, Priam closed his eyes. A tear rolled down his cheek. Congratulations, you are dead. Your talent, He Who Eludes Death, brings you back to life once a day. Number of deaths, 2. Synergy detected with your talent, Humanity Adapts, Silver. Your body is rebuilt and will be more resistant to what killed it. STR +1. VIT +3. Touched by Ether, adaptation time, 27 days, previously 1 month. Status, after resurrection, average value for a male Homo sapiens before integration, PHY 10/Men 10/Meta 0. Physical. Strength 19. Constitution 22. Agility 23. Vitality 23. Perception 14. Mental. Vivacity 30. Dexterity 15. Memory 28. Will 27. Charisma 26. Meta. Meta Affinity 4. He Who Eludes Death, Charge, 0, recharge in 6 hours at 0h. Cooldown before forced resurrection, 29 minutes, 46 seconds. Image A few birds chirping indicated the presence of life in this new place. Priam opened his eyes for the 3rd time since the beginning of the day. Just like the last time he had come to life, he was in Olympic form. Jesus Christ 1, Priam 2. And a new attribute. To be analyzed when I'm more secure. He had waited almost 30 minutes to resurrect and use his advantage to the maximum. He wanted to get as close as possible to the night. He still had 3 hours before being pseudo-immortal again, his talent giving him a resurrection at midnight each day. 3 hours as a weak mortal in a new world billed as a paradise for mysterious creatures and nightmares incarnate did not bode well. For now, Priam intended to keep a low profile. The temperature would certainly drop with nightfall, and he could then find other flowers to eat. Looking at the trees, part of his brain wondered why they weren't dying. The heat should have evaporated the water faster. Maybe the lack of evaporation could be explained by the increase in atmospheric pressure and gravity. On the other hand, he was now in a fantasy world, and some of his scientific knowledge was bound to be wrong. Priam shook his head. These considerations would surely be useful one day, but not today. He had to learn how to make fire before trying to build a rocket. Shaking his head to clear his mind, Priam began to think about short-term survival strategies. When he thought about survival, his first ideas came from movies or games. Minecraft had taught him to bury himself to escape enemies. The marks on the trunks and the ground showed that the forest was inhabited, and Priam had no intention of introducing himself. Currently, he was prey with no extra life, and he was well aware of it. He couldn't hide his scent, but burying himself would certainly discourage the laziest beasts. He who eludes death, charge, 1. LVL up, heat resistance, LVL 3. Vit +1. Spending the night in a jungle is not necessarily fun. Especially when the jungle was full of predators that could shake the ground with their howling. Priam thought it best to remain silent to avoid attracting a predator. He also heard wings whirring. The insects must have been the size of a fist. He was holed up under a tree whose roots pulsed with a faintly glowing sap. Faintly glowing through the wood. A possible source of light in the future. When the deafening cacophony of nocturnal predators faded for a few hours, Priam's sense of thirst finally overcame his fears. He had thought of cutting the roots and drinking the sap directly. With his teeth if he had to. But the sight of the fluorescent blue-green color, and the recent memory of eating a particular flower, told him this might not be a good idea. It might even be his last. The fact that his instincts were screaming at him that there were easier ways to commit suicide only confirmed this decision. Priam emerged from his den. He had been thinking during the night about what to do next in this strange new world. The environment was extremely hostile. His most crucial current quest was to survive, which was epically tricky. For 3 days. Considering the difficulty of the quests offered in the tutorial, the hardest of which was epic, and that he had barely completed it despite sacrifices and absurd luck, his ability to survive in this new world would be severely tested. Of course, his perk, He Who Eludes Death, allowed him to revive once a day. A fantastic perk every day of the week and wonderful in his grave situation. He would have to use and abuse the synergy between He Who Eludes Death and Humanity Adapts Silver to stay alive and strive in this fucked up new land. Immediate priorities would have to be survive, explore the surroundings, and collect food. Find ways to become stronger. One way to solve priorities 1 and 3 would be to consume the sap from these trees. It seemed powerful, much more so than the flowers, and could surely push, through his death, the new limits of his body. Since the tutorial, he had noticed that his body, though human in appearance, could now quickly become stronger. Much faster. A few push-ups and stretches at the beginning of the tutorial improved his physical condition by at least 20%. All that in a few hours. If his ability to progress had then begun to decline, he was sure he had not yet pushed his body to its new limits. If there were any. For now, I might as well eat these flowers. Thanks to osmosis, my body should be able to handle them, which would nourish me. With a few hundred flowers, I shouldn't be so thirsty anymore. Priam walked over to the nearest flowers and began to pluck one. He cautiously began to lick it, then to taste a petal, and seeing that there seemed to be no dangerous effects, he swallowed it in one go. Except for a hot-cold sensation in the back of his throat, nothing strange happened. Const +1. Satisfied, Priam began to swallow the flowers one by one, ensuring they were all the same. He had previously dealt with mushrooms on Earth that could look alike and grow in the same places. One was delicious, the other poisonous. Before the reset of He Who Eludes Death, he would pay much attention to his meal. Suddenly, Priam had an inkling. The portal. Without knowing why, he knew someone was coming. He began to pluck the few surviving flowers and gobbled them up as he made his way as quickly as possible to the clearing. He had not gone too far, but the forest was virgin and therefore full of brush, tall grass, and brambles. It was challenging to move quickly without leaving an obvious trail. 4 minutes later, Priam arrived at the edge of the clearing. The portal in the center of the clearing was pulsing. The light was bright enough to be visible. I would have alerted half the forest if I had arrived at night. He stopped at the edge to observe and reflect. It can be anyone. ally, enemy, or neutral individual. I need resources to survive. At the moment, there is no sign of civilization, so the laws are obsolete. Only morality prevents us from fighting, and we don't necessarily have the same values. If I can think of that and be afraid of this unknown, he can feel the same. It's the dark forest theory, but applied to two individuals instead of two civilizations. Better to observe the situation and stay hidden before making a decision. Only a minute after he arrived, the portal expelled a body. Wide-eyed, Priam tried to survey the scene. A human? No, the proportions of his body looked strange. Something was wrong. Priam wondered if he should come closer, but he was afraid. Going through the portal meant being a survivor of the tutorial. But he knew that other civilizations had passed the tutorial. There was no indication that the lying individual was a friend. For all Priam knew, it might even be a trap. Even if it wasn't one, communication options were also limited. The probability that the stranger spoke English or a Romance language was abysmal. Last but not least, Priam had passed the tutorial faster than any other, but he had been very lucky. He knew he was not as powerful as someone who passed the tutorial the hard way. If only I could tie him up for questioning. But what if he wakes up at the wrong time? I will die. His only advantage was that the individual was unaware of its existence. Priam hid and waited. Image 2 hours. Priam had waited 2 long hours, hidden behind the dense vegetation, and sweating profusely, for the stranger to wake up. The pseudo-man stood up, stretching his limbs. He looked like a cat waking up. 2 hours of exposure to the heat, almost enough to kill Priam, didn't seem to have bothered him. He was now observing his surroundings. A few seconds passed before he took an obvious direction, that of Priam's footprints. Shit. He's coming in my direction, and if he follows my tracks, he'll eventually spot me. He's fast and doesn't seem to be tired from the heat. Above all, he's impossibly agile. He looks like a feline stalking his prey. If he's that fast now, I have no chance of escaping him if he detects me. Should I climb a tree to cover my tracks, move forward to greet him and play nice, or ambush him? Only a few seconds to decide before the stranger was there. Now that he was closer, Priam could see what was wrong with the individual. First, he was not wearing any clothing on his chest. His skin was bluish, his muscles, bones, and tendons, taut as springs. He was too strange to be human, but had enough similarity to make Priam uncomfortable. This is how I would imagine a homunculus. An artificial being. Suddenly, the homunculus accelerated towards Priam. The latter, aware of his obvious disadvantage, started to move out of his hiding place. He might as well pass for an honest stranger instead of a secretive one. Hello, my name is Priam. Do you speak English? Tu parles français? Habla español? Priam asked with the best smile he could muster. A few meters from Priam, the homunculus stopped. He began to look him up and down, like a cook wondering if the turkey on the display was good enough for his meal. I have a bad feeling about this. But I could be wrong, he may look like a Terminator, but a silicon heart may be beating underneath. Image Arnold's POV. The environment was saturated with ether. The density was at least 1,000 times greater than Elijah's. Arnold couldn't move while his system was synchronizing with the density. Upon arriving in this new place after passing the tutorial with flying colors, Arnold was already thinking about taking over territories to facilitate the arrival of the next Var Eligus. He had been built, trained, optimized, and armed to be the best. The resources spent on his creation were staggering, but he was not alone. Unfortunately, the other Var Eligus in his tutorial had to sacrifice themselves to ensure his top spot in this universal struggle, but that was irrelevant. They should have killed themselves at the end of the tutorial, as only one individual per tutorial could claim the Elysium. But other Var Eligus from other tutorials would come. Maybe not as fast, as he had been lucky and his attacks exploited the natural weaknesses of his opponents. But they would come. An alert came and Arnold concentrated. The tutorial was just that, a tutorial. The real game was starting, and it had to be lively. Ether analysis shows a disturbance. Presence of animal tracks on the ground. Infrared scan. Presence of a bipedal entity. Synchronization of the system is finished. Protocol 1 was chosen, find new information on the unknown element. After a few seconds of brisk walking, Arnold found himself in front of the human? A pale, totally biological imitation of the var elegis it seemed. Was it some kind of mimic? A biological analysis of the individual indicated that his body was not yet on the decline. Pathetic protections covered him from his feet to his neck. Black hair, not very muscular, considering the biological potential of the body, and obviously trying to communicate with Arnold. "Hello, my name is Priam. Do you speak English? Vous parlez français? Habla español?" Given the low speed of sound propagation, a sound signal was necessarily the sign of a young and not very advanced civilization. Yet, the individual had arrived before him and had therefore finished his tutorial very quickly. The two pieces of information seemed incompatible. "But I don't feel any danger and his measured attributes are very low. He must have found a loophole and exploited it. Protocol 1 calls for careful handling of encounters, diplomatic if necessary, and decisive annihilation if the opportunity arises." Suddenly, even as Arnold was considering a massacre more and more seriously, he froze. Reading the stranger's body, it seems like he was not yet adapted to the ether. He is barely metamorphosed. Not enough to have any active skills. How could he finish the tutorial without it? No weapon was detected either, and no trap. Continuation of Protocol 1. Without missing a beat, Arnold accelerated towards the individual. The latter started a quick backward movement to dodge the attack. Too slow. Arnold's left index finger followed a straight path to pierce the enemy's brain through his eye. His right hand flattened out to pierce the beating heart, passing between two ribs. Both objectives were accomplished simultaneously within a second of Arnold's acceleration. Withdrawing his finger from the opponent's body and seeing him collapse, Arnold smiled. A potential problem is solved. Definitely. Congratulations, you are dead. Your talent, He Who Eludes Death, brings you back to life once a day. Number of deaths, 3. Synergy detected with your talent, Humanity adapts. Your body is rebuilt and will be more resistant to what killed it. VIT +5. Const +5. Touched by ether, adjustment time, 23 days, previously 26 days. Titles 1. Heartless Bronze, you have survived after losing your heart, one of the vital organs of your species. In the future, you will be able to stay alive for a while without this vital organ. But a word of advice, try to keep it anyway. VIT +10%. Brainless Bronze, you have survived after losing your brain. Your mind gradually becomes more than a few neural connections. This is the first step to unlocking your domain. Try to use this organ more. It will help you lose it less. Will +10%. He Who Eludes Death, charge, 0, recharge in 13 hours at 0h. Cooldown before forced resurrection, 28 minutes, 38 seconds. Image the resurrection erased his traumas. An ordinary person pierced by a Terminator could not be well, despite a miraculous recovery. Priam had felt his body being destroyed. He had felt the arms of var elegis working their way through his skin, muscles, bones, and organs. He thought he heard the sound of his flesh being torn apart by a monstrous force just before he lost consciousness. Priam should have vomited in terror when he woke up, yet he felt fine. He knew he should have felt bad but didn't feel that way. The system had anesthetized his consciousness and forced him to move on. Despite being in a daze, he felt good because the concepts were manipulating his thoughts. He hated the feeling but couldn't get horrified at his death. This contradiction disturbed his brain. His mind struggled against the chaos of the system and soon, he was seized with spasms. A few seconds later, Priam forced himself to stop thinking about it. He was too weak to fight the system. He would have a chance to find a solution to this problem later. For now, he and the system had the same goal, he had to survive. As the fog of death slowly left his mind, he thought back to the var elegi. He had just had time to identify him, perhaps by reflex, before he died. Arnold var elegi, a paragon of the var elegi. With intelligence that is half personal, half hive, they are dangerous enemies, difficult to befriend. This species has a considerable advantage in its reproduction, cloning, and biological procreation. The var elegi are an invasive and numerous species. As a siliconized form of life, they have wiped out all carbonaceous life forms on their home planet. One of your main rivals in this new world. Arnold was stronger than he was at the moment. But that fact was not set in stone. With his perk, He Who Eludes Death, Priam could become stronger. Much stronger. He looked at the portal and then decided to walk away from it. If champions like Arnold were coming, it was getting too dangerous for him. He had to find a safe place. Priam wanted to wait until midnight to get another life. Currently, he was too weak to take any chances. The boost in vitality and constitution made it easier for him to stand the heat. He ventured into the undergrowth and took a path perpendicular to Arnold's, visible by footprints. He walked for a long time. First, because he didn't know where to stop yet. How many kilometers would he have to walk to be safe from Arnold or others? The Var Eligi had detected him almost 100 meters away. Second, these other survivors of the tutorial were ultimately not the biggest problem. He was in an unknown forest where every plant could be covered with contact poison, where every creeper could seek to strangle him. Every sound, every silence, could hide the approach of a predator. So Priam moved forward with caution. He moved each branch away with a torn piece of cloth and took care to walk carefully without leaving a trace. He had lost his shoes in the tutorial and had to be careful not to hurt himself. A layer of hard skin was already starting to form under his feet. The ether really speeds up the growth of everything. Arnold would come back and notice the absence of a body. It was only a matter of time. He had to abandon his jacket and t-shirt. The holes were not problematic, but they were stained with his blood. The smell of blood could have been a problem. You have gained the skill, Stealth. Stealth, LVL1, years of slowly walking down the stairs to get a snack in the middle of the night have taught you to calculate your every step carefully. You pay attention to where you put your feet. You control your breathing. Flexed on your feet, your movement is deliberately silent. Entities in your environment have a harder time detecting you. You manage to outdo yourself when a cupcake is at stake. AGI +1. Right now, I'm hiding by necessity. But one day, I will be back. Wait for me, Arnold. LVL up, Stealth, LVL2. AGI +1. LVL up, Heat Resistance, LVL4. VIT +1. After about an hour, Priam froze. There, in front of him, a few meters away, was a mound. The kind of landmark for a colony of ants. On Earth, Priam would have taken a picture and continued on his way. But here, he was going to turn around very quickly. Only several seconds after his discovery, Priam was still petrified. His brain was torn between his survival instincts and an overwhelming attraction to the tree that stood only 2 or 3 meters from the anthill. It looked like a milky white, almost luminescent birch with 3 bluish-colored fruit. These fruit were unbelievably hypnotic. Only the synergy between the traumatic experience of his recent death and his new title, Brainless, could keep Priam from foolishly rushing to try to devour one of the fruit. The increase in his willpower allowed Priam to control himself better, to detach himself from his emotions if he wished. He was beginning to tame his cravings. Once Priam thought for a few seconds, the scary effect of the fruit began to fade. I've got to get out of here. The fruit must be a trap to attract prey and sacrifice it to the ant colony. Despite his growing hunger, Priam began to back away, slowly. Ahead of him, he saw an ant enter the mound, bringing back food to expand the colony. New quest, a lovely fruit. Steal and consume at least 1 Passiflora. Reward, system help when consuming Passiflora. Potential +10. Difficulty, low. Maximum time, 2 days. Shit. Priam whispered. The system wanted to see him fight. Since the tutorial, the concepts had never hidden the fact that they wanted to sort the wheat from the chaff. Priam had no desire to play the concepts game. He was not a pawn and cherished few things more than his freedom. But he also knew that as long as he was weak, he would have no say in the matter. Gritting his teeth, the young man analyzed the fruit. Identification. Passiflora ether, a passion fruit loaded with ether. Its intense appeal often makes it the lure of crude traps set by underdeveloped species. Only a fool would fall for it. However, since prey often has powerful instincts, this fruit is not just a lure. Its consumption causes a significant increase in mental and physical attributes. Priam froze, hidden by the branches, and thought about the situation. He had no extra life. He had to wait until at least midnight to recharge his perk. Should he really try to steal these fruit? Deep down, he knew the answer was yes. Priam was almost immortal, but his mind was not. He needed these mental attributes to protect himself. With his decision made, Priam slowly circled the area he considered dangerous and continued on his way. His plan was relatively simple. Stretch 2 vines between the Passiflora tree and another tree. He would only need to throw a vine with a noose at the end to hang on to the tree without going near it. A descending vine to reach the fruit quickly without touching the ground and thus not attract the attention of ants with vibrations in the ground. Another liana, a type of vine, would allow him to leave again. With these 2 makeshift zip lines, Priam expected to be gone before the ants even noticed a problem. Of course, eating the fruit on the spot was out of the question. The smell might alert the ants. That was the basis of the plan. But all plans fall apart in the face of reality. So Priam began to plan his escape route. Image: you have gained the skill, climbing. Climbing, LVL1, excellent sport activity using the whole human body to move. The sedentary lifestyle has forced most men to move only with 2 legs. You have begun to question this axiom. Monkeys aren't your cousins, but your skill level puts them to shame all the same. AGI +1. A few hours later, Priam moved slowly but surely from tree to tree along a chosen path. The branches he stepped on were wide and sturdy. Near the trunk, the branches were thicker, harder, and less flexible, making it easier for him to move. He had placed lianas in different places to ensure his progress on this vegetal path, even when the branches were too thin, so as not to lose his balance. A few dozen meters long, the path had been rubbed with very fragrant flowers that he had found in abundance near here. He had made sure to identify them, and his skill did not mention poison. Identification was not yet very well developed, but it was better than nothing. Before the end of the path, a decoy path had been rubbed with the same flower. Meanwhile, the real path had been impregnated with another false odor, that of a fern species. He hoped most ants would follow the decoy path until the smell disappeared. The sole purpose of this whole operation was to disrupt the ants' sense of smell. It might be a waste, but I would have tried. The only thing left to do, besides waiting for the next morning, was to prepare a shelter for the night and start a fire for the next day. Priam reached the end of his exit path. He gathered some dry dead branches, some tall grass that would surely smoke a lot, and a large bundle of dead leaves. The idea was to light the fire before stealing the fruit and then return to this spot when the fire was strong enough to obscure the sight and smell of the pursuers. If I rub a stick against a piece of dry wood, I should be able to start a fire by friction. Let's try it. After a constant effort and several hours, Priam finally found the technique to start a fire. Despite his strength, dexterity, and the heat, some sticks refused to ignite. Priam had finally lit some twigs after several unsuccessful attempts. Far from being saddened by the fact that he was less efficient than some Neolithic men, he would have shouted with joy if he had not been afraid of drawing attention to himself. Let's get those Passiflora. Image: LVL up, stealth, LVL 3. AGI +1. LVL up, heat resistance, LVL 5. VIT +1. The next morning, Priam was thirsty. This seemed to be becoming a habit. He had spent a horrible night holed up in a rabbit hole that would have made a rabbit feel bad. Controlling his breathing, trying to control the rhythm of his body and therefore his sweating, and other factors that could have made him noticeable had not been in vain. You have gained the skill, meditation. Meditation, LVL1, a mental practice that focuses on a certain state of thought, emotions, and the body. You seek mental calm, relaxation, and ultimately physical control of your body. The art of meditation is ancient, and yet there are still secrets that humans have not discovered. The road is long, but this skill could be instrumental if practiced diligently. Possible synergy with a title detected. Stop thinking you are a Buddhist monk. Your distracting thoughts do not help with meditation. Will +3. Meditation promised to be an incredible skill, especially with his title, Brainless. However, Priam didn't have time to think about that now. That would have to wait until after the operation. Without wasting any more time thinking, Priam got out of his hole and headed for the anthill. He didn't detect any particular change except for a few ants entering the colony through some tunnels. It seemed logical, as they are mostly active at night. Sorry girls, the following will certainly wake you up. The majority of the members of an ant colony are female, with the males used primarily to impregnate the queen. Priam had no intention of approaching the colony or the queen. Priam slowly made his way back to the fire preparation area. He noticed that he was now unconsciously walking more stealthily. The effect of the skill, stealth, seemed to remind his body every moment that he could use the techniques he had learned. The skill integrated his thoughts and knowledge directly into his muscle memory. Its role was to synthesize months of effort. Priam felt he could still make mistakes if he didn't concentrate properly, but this reassured him. If the skill was not absolute, his enemies could also make errors. This made a fight against a superior opponent possible by exploiting loopholes. Once he reached the fire, Priam began to check his preparations. Once satisfied with the setup, he lit the fire in just a few minutes. The next moment, Priam darted toward the colony as he made his way up his exit path. He moved almost effortlessly from tree to tree. His skill was still weak, but the effects were already impressive. Arriving at the descending zipline, he checked the terrain one last time before taking a deep breath. He had few illusions about escaping alive. Despite his preparations, he had a good chance of dying. If he created too much of a ruckus, it was even possible that he would die permanently. This quest was impossible. Priam wanted to live. Not just survive, but live freely. Proudly. To do that, he needed power. In this new world, that was a very literal concept. Hence, his determination to succeed in this quest and all others that would follow. Without further questioning, he took off. In near free fall, his heart sped up for one exhilarating second, and he smiled. Priam loved risk, speed, and adrenaline. Before the tutorial, he skied, surfed, and enjoyed thrill rides. In spite of the danger, Priam was having fun. He put his foot softly on a branch of the passiflora and cushioned his landing. With a smile on his face, he briefly observed his surroundings. The anthill was positioned on the other side of the tree. Without waiting for a reaction from the ants, he easily climbed the tree and plucked the 3 fruit. They were about the size of a tangerine and barely fit in his pants pockets. The last fruit Priam put in his mouth. If he couldn't store it in his pockets, he might as well swallow it right away. He had barely had time to pick the 3 fruit and calculate the best way to reach the exit zipline when his new senses screamed. He felt a blast on his right shoulder. Priam didn't try to figure out what was happening, and trusting his instincts, he jumped from branch to branch, forgetting to secure his descent. It was no longer the time to be careful. Priam reached for the zipline, but in his haste, he dropped the piece of vine that he was using as a handle. He grabbed the zipline connecting him to his way out with his bare hand and slipped down it, skinning his hands. With his flesh raw, he caught himself and fled without looking back. Within the first few feet of his green path, Priam's head began to spin. The adrenaline momentarily blocked out the pain, but looking briefly at his right shoulder, he already knew he was doomed. The attack contained a powerful acid that was already beginning to eat away at his shoulder. Only adrenaline kept Priam going. Meanwhile, the anthill seemed to have exploded. Hundreds of baby-sized white ants were scurrying about in the open. The royal soldiers had sounded the alarm and fired off a few jets of acid, but they mostly missed. Most of the insects, specialized in close combat and quantity-based tactics, would not be able to catch the intruder but would be busy securing the area for the champions. A few winged ants streaked with gold were tasked with catching the intruder. They flew toward the human while the soldiers ran. Priam was doing parkour in the trees. He only had a few dozen meters to go, but every step was dangerous. A mistake or a fall would cost him precious seconds, not to mention a possible injury. Those seconds would allow the ants to catch up with him. It would be game over. Priam focused on his every step, on each support, and on his breath. He was trying to efficiently cross the natural obstacles in his way. The path was memorized from the day before, but the forest was always changing. Priam was changing with it. Where he had decided the day before to jump, today he was leaning. Where he had pushed off a thin branch, he was dodging a trunk. Aware of his surroundings, senses alert, muscles finely controlled, Priam felt more alive than ever. He hadn't forgotten the ants, but they didn't matter anymore. Maybe he would die, but not before he finished his race. At that very moment, he was unstoppable. You have gained the skill, Art of Movement Rare. AGI +1. Perk +1. DXT +1. He had already reached the end of the path. The ants had not caught up with him, slowed down by the foliage. But surely they weren't getting tired as fast as he was. Priam hadn't thought ants could fly that fast, but he had thought to create a smoke screen. Up ahead, the fire had already started. The small fire of a few minutes ago had even turned into a full-blown inferno. But how? With the green wood, there shouldn't be so much flame. Not in such a short time. Are the trees here more flammable? The ants were gaining ground. Without wasting any more time, Priam accelerated by jumping through the smoke curtain. His blind landing was tricky, and he landed at a wrong angle. Feeling pain shoot through his ankle, he hobbled on. Flames licked the trees on either side of the fire he had started. The smoke stayed close to the ground, trapped by the green roof. Without being able to rise, it moved parallel to the ground in all directions, obscuring sight and smell. Priam kept moving forward. Despite the terrible heat, his skills, attributes, and adrenaline kept him going. He was careful, however, to take a few breaths every 10 seconds near the ground. Most people who died in a fire did not die from the heat but rather from smoke asphyxiation. With his eyes closed because of the smoke, he walked blindly. After about 30 seconds, the only sounds reaching him were the reports of bark cracking under the heat of the blaze. I must get out of this furnace quickly. I can't open my eyes, but if I keep going straight ahead, it should do the trick. The fruit he had swallowed also seemed to have a refreshing effect. It was as if a cool liquid was pouring into his veins. Remembering the other 2 fruit in his pockets, he swallowed them quickly. Quest completed, a lovely fruit. Reward, concepts help when eating the 3 Passiflora. Potential +10. Congratulations. Title received, Quester Bronze, you completed a concepts quest successfully. All given quests have a solution. Potentially more. It's up to you to find them and come out stronger. Imagine, some will entrust you with a vital quest. Poor souls. Perk +10%. Priam opened his eyes, feeling fresh air, before freezing. In front of him, dozens of ants surrounded the smoke-filled area. The entire perimeter must have been under surveillance. They had bypassed the burned area, and some were still coming out of tunnels hidden by the vegetation. 3 flying ants were positioned in the trees in front of him. He had no way out. Well. Game over I guess, Priam commented. I wasted too much time with the smoke and fire, and despite that, they easily located me. If I can get skills, why not them? Vibration detection I guess? I underestimated the flying ants too. At least I passed the quest. In one movement, the ants began to move towards Priam, snapping their mandibles. He couldn't even bring himself to hate the ants. They weren't brilliant, and Priam wasn't stupid enough to hate a rock or a blade of grass. He hadn't been up to the task. With any luck, the concepts would give him another chance. In front of him was an army of omnivorous ants. Behind him, an inferno. Priam grimaced. One more day in hell. But I'll survive. I will be back, Priam promised. Until then, I hope you like your meat well done. With that, Priam turned and, limping painfully, entered the Ashgrey realm again. Death terrified him. He still wasn't sure he would ever wake up. Perhaps the flames would still be there when he resurfaced, burning him again. But between the torment of fire and ants, he would choose the fire. Maybe he could get a few more levels for his resistances. As the flames began to consume him, Priam screamed. The pain was horrible. His thoughts disappeared and were replaced by absolute pain. Soon, his lungs became empty of air, and he finally became silent. Image status, average value for a male Homo sapiens before integration, PHY 10/men 10/meta 0. Physical. Strength 19. Constitution 28. Agility 28. Vitality 34. Perception 17. Mental. Vivacity 30. Dexterity 16. Memory 28. Will 33. Charisma 26. Meta. Meta affinity 4. A soft, refreshing rain fell on the forest. The drops fell first on the high tops of the trees, before sliding down leaves and branches. Some of these drops penetrated the ground. Others flowed along a rocky outcrop before beating on a sharp angle. From time to time, yielding to gravity rather than capillarity, they would fall and end up in the open mouth of a naked young man leaning against the rock face. Priam was drinking for the first time in 3 days, and this simple happiness brought a tired smile to his face. He wasn't physically exhausted because resurrection relieved him of that inconvenience by returning him to the world in top form. For the same reasons, he was not mentally exhausted either. Resurrection seemed to give him the benefit of an excellent night's sleep. Priam was alert and sound in body and mind, but emotionally worn out. He hadn't talked to anyone in almost 5 days, but he had always had a solitary side. Loneliness was not weighing on him yet. But he finally had time to breathe while waiting for the rain to stop under his rock. Time to think. He didn't know when he could talk to a man again. Or to a woman. Coming to Elysium was supposed to be hard, but Priam didn't think it would be this hard. Without he who eludes death, I would have died every day I was here. Without this talent, I wouldn't have been able to feed or water myself. Of the winners of the tutorial, how many humans will choose to come here? How many of them will be able to survive even a few hours? This world is huge, bigger even than Earth. What are the chances that I will meet this tiny fraction of humans? Priam asked himself. Despite his defeatist words, the young man did not allow himself to be overcome by pessimism. If he could believe the tutorial, the beings at the top of the food chain in this new universe were pseudo-omnipotent or omniscient. Sometimes both. If he stayed alive, he too would eventually become powerful. And if very few humans were to be transported to this particular world, he would escape from Elysium to find the other survivors of the tutorial. Almost comfortably seated on the stone floor, Priam thought about his progress. Congratulations, you are dead. Your talent, he who eludes death, brings you back to life once a day. Number of deaths, 4. Synergy detected with your talent, humanity adapts. Your body is rebuilt and will be more resistant to what killed it. Vit +8. Const +2. Perk +5. Touched by ether, adaptation time, 18 days, previously 21 days. LVL up, frowny face heat resistance, LVL 7, 8, 9. Vit +3. You have gained the skill, thermal resistance. Thermal resistance, LVL 1, thermal energy is the kinetic energy of agitation of the molecules and atoms of a body. From now on, your body is more resistant to heat energy transfers by conduction, convection, or radiation. However, it was a bit extreme to immolate yourself to gain this skill. Const +1. LVL up, thermal resistance, LVL 2, 3, 4. Const +3. 3, Passiflora's ether, consumed. Viva +30. Will +10. Char +10. LVL up, osmosis, LVL 2. PHY +1. Meta, AFFI, +4. Touched by ether, adaptation time, 15 days, ether passifloras accelerate the adaptation of your body. Title 1. Pseudophoenix, bronze, you have been burned to death. Your entire body turned to ashes. Impossibly, you survived. You follow the path of the phoenix and learn from your failures. Be careful that they do not cost you your last life. Or worse. Flames that don't hurt you heal you. Honestly, most flames still burn you. Maybe not the ones from the matches? Vit +10%. He who eludes death, charge, 0, recharge in 15 hours at 0h. Image. While analyzing his progress, the young man noticed that the cause of his death influenced the attributes he received. Vitality was undoubtedly the attribute that benefited the most from the synergy of his talents. One could easily deduce that it governed his resilience and therefore, his resistance to death. Being in shape, recovering quickly from injuries or illnesses, and perhaps extending his life expectancy. However, depending on the cause of his death, other attributes, physical ones for the moment, enjoyed an improvement. Priam suspected that the smoke that had clouded his senses just before his death was the cause of his increased perception. Thinking back to his death the day before, he shuddered. He was proud that he had chosen his death and knew he had no other choice. He had mainly died of asphyxiation, but he had still felt the flames burning his body as his mind evaporated. The sensation of being burned alive haunted him, brief as it was. How many more deaths would he endure before feeling safe in this new world? At least it wasn't useless. The attributes boost is insane. The equivalent of 50 skill levels. But the smell. During his resurrection, he smelled an excellent odor of grilled meat. It took him several minutes to realize that his own corpse had made him hungry. The thought still disgusted him. Distracted by his thoughts, and as he took advantage of the relative calm to better understand his new powers, Priam rolled a seed between the fingers of his right hand. At first glance, it looked like a peach pit. But unlike an ordinary peach pit, this one was enveloped in a milky aura. This was his reward for surviving 3 days. Unfortunately, in the future, other rewards would consider his unique talent for dodging death. The system seemed responsive and would not allow a bug to be exploited, no matter how small. It's not like I'm trying to kill myself. It's this world that wants me dead. He remembered the notification he had received. Congratulations, you have survived 3 days. You are now more familiar with Elysium. Reward, one of your choice. Habitat seed. Bastion foundation. Underwater bubble. Elementary core. Important, in the future, activating a means of resurrection during the survival period will reset the quest counter. The list of rewards was very long, but all these items had one thing in common: they were supposed to create a treehouse, a cave bastion, or an underwater base. In short, a place to live. Priam had chosen the habitat seed. He had nothing against an underground stronghold but had seen many more trees since the beginning of his adventure than massive rocks. A tree would therefore be more inconspicuous. At least, he hoped so. The other rewards were not necessarily intended for humans used to living on land and in quiet environments. Right now, Priam was thinking about where to base his future home. According to the information automatically communicated when he selected the seed, his tree could grow and evolve. This first reward could become a protected base in the future. He didn't want to sacrifice the future by choosing a remote location in the present. Right now, the only point of interest he knew was the portal. Basing myself near the gate is dangerous, Priam thought aloud. Not everyone who goes through it is a pacifist vegetarian. Arnold made that clear to me. But if I can communicate or trade with them, I could learn more about this world and others. That would be a huge step forward. Not to mention another equally important benefit: I could monitor the arrivals. The rain was still falling, and the ground remained hard and uncomfortable. Priam was as naked as the day he was born. His clothes had all burned off in the previous day's fire. He was lucky that the fuel had run out before he was resurrected. But the young man now had a goal. He began to straighten up. According to the seed's information, I should be relatively safe by initially directing the tree's growth toward camouflage. I don't have to position myself too close to the portal. I could feel its activation from more than a kilometer away. I might as well be halfway between the portal and another point of interest. I'd have to explore the area around the arrival zone for that. Priam decided while stretching. The best-case scenario would be to position his base between the portal and a resource such as the Passiflora. If he could trade that resource for others, he would rise quickly. Priam had played enough management games to know that a few resources at the beginning of the game could create huge cumulative interests over time. Compared to Arnold, Priam knew he lacked personal power. He could bet that his other rivals would all be stronger than him. If he had managed to finish the tutorial in record time, it was almost the fault of a bug. His luck had been incredible, but the other champions would have passed the tutorial honestly. Against them, I don't stand a chance at the moment. But the important thing is not the present. The important thing is to progress and become the best. I need resources for that. With his decision made, Priam decided to begin his exploration directly. He preferred walking in the rain to sleeping in the rain. The night before, he couldn't sleep a wink between his fear, the discomfort of his position, and the water coming down his burrow. Using his sense of direction, he began to walk along an imaginary circle with the gate at its center. He was far enough away from the portal that he didn't have to worry about running into a future arrival. And if the Passiflora tree was close, then other interesting and potentially permanent resources should be available. Let's hunt. Image as Priam began to get used to his new home and tried to act rather than react, a portal activated in the center of a particular clearing. Within seconds of activation, a humanoid stepped through the portal. The creature seemed to be a cross between a tree and a human. Its color ranged from olive green to emerald green. If Priam had been able to analyze it, the system would have told him he was looking at a Dryas. These asexual creatures were usually peaceful and wise, and their guardian was no exception. Only their absolute mastery of the ether and their asexual reproduction had saved them from extinction. Opening his eyes to this new world, the Dryas smiled. A world so rich, vast, and full of ether would allow his people to grow. But the keeper knew they would have to earn their place. Even as the grass whispered its secrets to him, the keeper walked away, stroking the blades. The wind whispered to him that a natural enemy had arrived recently. The Dryas was serene. It would take him only a short time to prepare for his opponent. His lips parted, and a shamanic whisper flew out to blend naturally into the order of things. Communion. As the keeper disappeared into the forest, the blades of grass lying under him straightened. The wind carried his scent away. Nature was protecting one of her own. Under the Elysian suns, on top of a hill, stood a young woman. Eyes too bright, skin too golden, and curves too perfect, betrayed an inhuman origin. She was undoubtedly exotic and even attractive, but something was terrifying about seeing such a beautiful woman. Few men or women would have hit on this creature. With her hair tied in an intricate bun and dressed for a ball, Esme looked out of place in this new world. Coming in second even before Arnold, she was the only one with a clear purpose. Better yet, she knew what she was doing. Why run around chasing monsters and collecting resources at random? Esme left no room for serendipity. Of noble birth, her father was the king of a solar system. This did not necessarily give her an advantage until she was 20. Dragged into a forced marriage, the arrival of the concepts saved her. There wasn't enough ether on her home planet to deploy her talents. Just enough to inform her of the approach of the tutorial. The princess had prepared herself. All her life she had worked to increase the quality of her art, to better understand the spells that had made her family so powerful. She had taken a back seat when her siblings had continued the Game of Thrones. Today, they were lost in a ruthless tutorial. She knew them well. They were arrogant and would try to pass the tutorial on the highest difficulty. They would die trying. In the end, she would be the sole heir of her father. Esme manipulated information and probabilities. She gathered, deciphered, integrated, and then modified her plans. She preferred to call it a story. With a steady hand, she adjusted just what was needed, a simple touch here and there, to bring the chessboard into its optimal configuration. Why foolishly confront a 5-meter-tall mutant bear when you could send it to kill your enemies? Her power was quite literal. As the quill wrote on the ancient grimoire, the bear's story changed. It no longer finished eating every berry in the bush. Instead, it turned because of a leaf that had fallen into a fold in its ear. Normally, it would only have a 1 in 10 chance of turning around. But Esme selected this possibility. The movement caused a fearful bird to fly away a few meters away. The bear's gaze lingered on a scratch on the trunk of a venerable tree. A tree located in its territory. Another monster had ventured into its territory, and the bear was enraged. If it weren't for Esme, it would certainly have eaten some berries before taking a nap. But because of the young woman, the furious bear followed the trail of an enemy. A bloody fight was coming. She had hardly had to do anything. A little nudge to drop a leaf and a lot of ether to select a possibility. Surely there was a parallel universe where everything would have happened without her, but she had helped things along in this universe. Her power required large reserves of ether, but here the ether density was phenomenal. The young princess would arrive only at the end, when her adversaries were defeated, and strike them the coup de grace. Satisfied, she put down her quill and looked away. From her hillside, she watched the newcomers. Her, Author, eyes could see for miles. The Dryas would be complicated to handle. Its sensitivity to the ether protected it from grotesque manipulation. If a leaf fell off, he would feel her trail. But even if she couldn't manipulate him quickly, other rivals weren't so well protected. She had even managed to modify a probability using her tutorial reward. As a result, the first hadn't felt her coming. Perhaps he was asleep at the time, or perhaps something had diverted his attention. Her anonymity was her best protection. You didn't kill an opponent you didn't know. Unfortunately, the first had an annoying talent. If she manipulated a possibility again, he would develop a resistance to it. For now, she preferred to go after the other rivals. Esme took up her pen and opened a new page. Author, Prophecy. The pen began to trace words on the blank page. Arnold felt the portal activate. He interrupted his exploration. Should he go and see? Yes, his orders called for it. Image status, average value for a male Homo sapiens before integration, PHY 10/men 10/meta 0. Physical. Strength 20. Constitution 35. Agility 29. Vitality 51. Perception 23. Mental. Vivacity 60. Dexterity 16. Memory 28. Willpower 44. Charisma 36. Meta. Meta affinity 8. Priam walked through the forest as quietly as possible, thinking how beautiful this world was. For the first time since he arrived, he was really looking around, identifying trees, plants, insects, and birds. The colors around him were vibrant. Almost alive. It was partly due to his superhuman perception but primarily to the ether. Everything, from the living to the inert, from matter to energy, was impregnated with ether, giving them a touch of magic. The young man felt that his body was also adapting. He was increasingly touched by the ether and gradually felt accepted by this world. Something in the atmosphere he breathed or in the light that bathed him seemed to envelop him tenderly and reassure him. It was an unforgiving world, yes, but a beautiful one. As Priam smiled while moving forward carefully, he felt something. Like a new sense that was trying to tell him something. A whisper. An instinct. Nearby, perhaps a little to his left, was a higher concentration of ether. Priam began to move towards the source he sensed. As he went along, his vague feeling became clearer. After 100 meters, there was no doubt, something was here. He advanced another 100 meters before stopping, hidden awkwardly behind a tree. He held a sharpened stick in his right hand, the remnant of a dead tree, which he had painstakingly made sharp by rubbing it against a rock. The makeshift weapon wouldn't kill a bear, but it was better than fighting with his hands. Currently, he was using it to push aside the vegetation and observe what must have intrigued his instincts. There, only a few meters away, was an abandoned tower. The dilapidated-looking stone building appeared to have been a military installation. Narrow openings, reminiscent of the loopholes or arrow slits in castles, were present in the walls. The ruins of a massive wooden doorway could be seen at ground level. The height of the door must have been no more than 1.5 meters. The builders were small. Or maybe they didn't walk upright. The stone, gray with black flecks, looked like nothing he had ever seen before. The roughness of the material told Priam that it was not metal. Besides, does this new world have the same metals as on Earth? The same periodic table? I'll think about that later. Priam had always been curious, but he knew his curiosity sometimes played tricks on him. It reminds me of when I put laxatives in my cousin's food. I was 5, she was 8, and she kept telling me that girls don't poop. She was lying. Sorry Jade, I never got to look you in the face again. Shaking his head to clear his thoughts, Priam refocused on the tower. I shouldn't forget that I'm in mortal danger. Maybe that's more important than stirring up old, horrible memories. Although the original occupants seemed to have disappeared, the ruined tower was still inhabited. Scarlet webs covered part of the outer walls, blocking holes and windows. On closer inspection, silk threads were strung between the trees closest to the tower and would undoubtedly raise the alarm at the slightest touch. Priam hadn't gotten close enough to disturb them, but he was now in a cold sweat. The spiders, or their monstrous cousins, must not have settled here for long, or the alarm system would have been perfected by now. Okay, let's back up calmly and without haste. The little spiders of Europe don't scare me, but their exotic cousins are repulsive. I have a feeling that giant spider monsters will not be my cup of tea. And that they will want me for a snack. New quest, Hunter. Being a prey is a tiring condition. But even prey can sometimes become the hunters. Exterminate the 34 Trichonephila ether clavipes. Reward, a scarlet silk ball. Potential plus 50. Difficulty, medium. Maximum time, 7 days. Is this a joke? Priam paused. The system was not wrong. Being prey was not a condition he enjoyed. But he was not yet a hunter, and he knew it. He thought about the problem. The tower is full of spiders, and they have recently settled in. There are 34 of them at the moment, and each one could kill me quickly. Then eat me. But if I decide to do this quest, I have several advantages. First of all, the preparation time, I can become stronger, develop new skills, think of a plan of action, etc. Priam looked coldly at the situation, assessing his possibilities. The spiders are inside a building, which seems to be filled with web. If the web is flammable, it can be elementary to win. But I would rather not have to burn the web. If the reward is a silk reel, that silk must be valuable and useful. I mean, they don't know I exist. I should be able to lure them individually with their own alarm. One of the silk-sealed openings began to shake and then to stir. Holding his breath, Priam pressed closer to the tree to observe. A spider slid out of the silk trap. It was about 40 centimeters high, which was quite frightening to see. To think I always laughed at Ron Weasley. He was courageous to take on giant spiders for his mate. He deserves to marry Hermione. Identification. Trichonephila ether clavipes, a spider easily recognized by its golden color and the feathery enlargements on the segments of each of its legs. Low in venom, it is not very aggressive. Its silk is exceptionally durable and resistant to physical forces. Taking a slow breath and mentally noting the ruin's location, Priam turned and continued on his way. He had made his decision. A week of preparation? If the quest exists, it is possible. I can do it. But not now. Other points of interest must exist. Weaving along the tower as if to insulate the interior from the weather, the spider did not detect the visitor. Unfortunately, it was not smart enough to access the system quests. So it would not receive a defensive quest. This one might have warned it of the coming tragedy. Stretching its legs, the mindless beast continued its monotonous work. Image Priam threw himself to the side. A spider out of a nightmare had leapt at him from the foliage. As he quickly got to his feet, the monster began to move painfully in his direction. Bringing the stick back in front of him to protect himself from the creature's mandibles, Priam saw that it was sick. Or it was injured. Probably both. Blue blood oozed from its fur, and while the color was standard for a spider, the blood indicated a critical condition. 3 of its legs were blown off, and Priam would bet that most of its eyes were blind. It moves slowly, and would rather jump on me than lure prey into its traps. It looks strange. I'm no expert on spider psychology, but it's got some sleep to catch up on. Priam sat up straight. This new world quickly made the young man understand his place. He knew he was no match for the smaller predators in this forest. But he was twice as strong as the average man and 3 times as fast. Armed with a sharp stick and against a spider at death's door, he wanted to take his chances. Priam wasn't a defeatist by nature, but getting run over and mocked continuously since the tutorial was eroding his confidence. He needed a win to build momentum and stop a losing streak. Even if it was a win against a spider in a bad way. The fact that I hate spiders has nothing to do with my overwhelming desire to kill you. Well, it does a little. But mostly, I want to win at least one fight. As the spider reached his level, Priam began waving his improvised spear, hoping to blind the creature further. His staff penetrated an eye with a sickening sound. Priam shuddered in disgust, and before he could withdraw his weapon, his opponent's mandibles snapped. Part of his staff remained in his hand and part in the creature's head. Priam noticed that his staff had been beveled. I can still hurt it, but I've lost my reach. I have to avoid being caught by those mandibles. He turned around and began to run erratically in the opposite direction. On his heels, the spider followed, the end of the stick still stuck in its head. As it hit the foliage, it shook, aggravating the wound. Priam was fast. With 3 times the agility of an average human, he moved at the speed of a regional sprint champion. An exceptional performance considering he was running in a forest full of obstacles and not on a road. It's crazy how complicated a natural forest is to run through. The counterpart of this speed was that he could no longer count the number of branches that had scratched his face or other parts of his body. Despite his constitution, he was starting to bleed. A medieval monk adept at flogging would have appreciated the effort. He hoped that the smell would not attract a predator. Running without caution was nevertheless necessary to not end up in the stomach of a sick spider. This one seemed slow enough, but the slightest injury could maim him and potentially poison him. That would be the end for Priam. If my perk, he who eludes death, makes me appear in its stomach, it will indeed be the end. His favorite video games inspired Priam's strategy for the next few minutes. He would run away, increase the distance between himself and the creature that had escaped from a Harry Potter movie, then turn around and attack the creature's eyes. This one was obviously at the end of its life, and the system seemed to agree. Aha, long life hit and run. Identification. Trichonephila infected, an infected creature closer to death than life. In the early stages of infection, the hosts are the most vulnerable. Those that survive the first few hours of weakness mutate and grow stronger until they become problematic. Beware of contamination. From what Priam understood, the spider was not sick but infected. It must have overeaten fast food. What kept his attention was that he had to get rid of it as soon as possible before it became dangerous. He was also careful not to let himself get infected. He had read enough horror novels to know that mutations were not the best way to find a pretty girlfriend. Except maybe to eat her. About 10 minutes after his encounter with the infected creature, Priam stopped. The creature was now totally blind and could only follow him by the vibrations of his footsteps. It had lost a lot of blood and was struggling to stand. Priam moved closer again, his spear ready to strike. The spider turned toward him. Bending down, he grabbed a pebble and threw it behind the creature. The creature turned, exposing its body. Priam prepared his move. He had only one pointed stick and wanted to exploit it to the fullest. The young man consciously imagined all the muscles of his body, from his feet to his arms, through his chest. The muscles of his chest contracted like springs. In a burst of power, using his dexterity to the maximum, Priam delivered a mighty blow. The makeshift spear penetrated the opisthosoma, the large part of the spider's body, behind its head, finding an easy way through thanks to the ongoing mutation. The weapon penetrated the heart first, which was at the top, and continued into the creature's gut. It collapsed. Priam was breathing heavily. The fight had been extended but not surprising. He had not encountered any other forest dwellers. He had not been hit or infected. Despite all this, Priam had only gained a few skill levels for his trouble. Being close to death, with no extra life, terrified him. LVL up, Art of Movement, LVL 3. AGI +1. Perk +1. DXT +1. LVL up, Athletics, LVL 2, 3, 4. AGI +3. You have unlocked a new skill, Strike. Strike, not all conflicts can be settled with words, you understand that. Your ancestors spent millennia resolving their disagreements by penetrating their enemies with foreign bodies. If they could see you today, they would be proud of you. Now get dressed and stop showing off your spear. LVL up, Strike, LVL 2, 3. STR +3. Wonderful idea. But where am I supposed to find clothes here, oh mighty system? No answer? I thought so. With his heart pounding, Priam moved away from the corpse. He didn't want to risk infection by looting it. He didn't even know where to start. Maybe some wire in its abdomen? As he walked around the corpse, he did see the wire holes. Behind them were glands hanging in the open because of a previous wound. Silk glands? The silk glands contained a liquid that produced silk in contact with the air. Priam was torn. These glands were potentially contaminated, but he could create some silk if they weren't. A lot of silk, even, given the size of the glands. And in his situation, it might one day be the difference between life and death. It's greedy, but if I start to lose my courage even when the reward is at hand, I won't survive long in this new world. Acting cautiously is good, but it shouldn't be an excuse to be cowardly. After motivating himself, Priam quickly picked up a stick and a stone. Pulling the glands towards him with the stick to get them out of the carcass, he crushed the tissue connecting them to the spider's body. This one must have had a high constitution because it was difficult for him to damage the spider. I was lucky that it was infected. If it was in shape, it would not have missed its first leap, would have caught up with me quickly, and I would have been digested. After several minutes of catastrophic effort, he finally managed to separate the glands from the corpse. They did not appear contaminated as far as he could tell visually, but he wrapped them in the rest of his burnt clothes. Maybe there were other exciting things, but Priam stepped back. He might as well be out of the way when a predator or scavenger came to pick up on the smell of blood. I'll get a chance to see that later. I still have the quest to slaughter your kin, right? Besides, there are still 34 spiders to take out. Once infected, it's not part of their family anymore. Deciding that talking to the corpses of his enemies was not an excellent way to keep his sanity, Priam walked away. I'm going to need a new stick. Image. LVL up, Stealth, LVL 4. AGI +1. A few hours later, as the light was fading, Priam stopped. He remained hidden, standing at the edge of the forest. He had continued on his way, following an imaginary circle with a radius of about 2 kilometers around the gate. A few minutes earlier, he had smelled lavender. His new perception, like all his attributes, made him superhuman, which he appreciated. He had approached, half intrigued and half nostalgic. As a child, his parents would hide a small bag filled with dried lavender under his pillow to keep certain insects away. A few meters away from him, the forest was replaced by a burnt-out field. There were no more brambles, vines, or ferns on an area the size of a tennis court, only dirt mixed with ash. If there had been a crater, Priam could have sworn a meteorite had hit here. On the other side of the field, a river following a loop approached him before flowing away again. In the center of the area, a shape could be seen. Like the remains of a tree, a stump that had survived longer than the others. Perhaps out of nostalgia, Priam let his guard down and approached. Identification. Talquarchus dead. The Talquarchus is a scarce tree. It was born from the sacrifice of a royal elf. At the end of his life, unable to return to his native land, a member of the elven royalty transformed here to continue his journey. After centuries of growth, the Talquarchus chooses a path, to become a legendary tree and move towards Yggdrasil or to transform into a new royal elf. Each road is blocked by a tribulation. This noble Talquarchus did not survive it. LVL up, identification, LVL2. MEM+1. Priam took a deep breath. A tribulation. He felt the word had a certain gravity. Every user of the system, if they wished to reach the zenith, would one day face this test. The tree is dead, but even so, just standing a few feet away from it, I feel some pressure. Quercus is in the oak family, known for their tough wood, Priam remembered. If I plant my habitat seed here, there may be some synergy. There's a river next door, I'm pretty close to the gate, and from the lack of insects and birds, I think the tribulation has scared off the wildlife. Which is fine with me for now. The night was approaching, and Priam had only a faint desire to sleep under the stars. According to the seed's explanations, it should germinate quickly and grow to its initial size in a few minutes. All he had to do was pour some of his DNA on the seed, put it on the ground, and choose a tree feature. Priam spat on the seed. He didn't see the point of putting his blood on it, except to create a dramatic effect, then leaned over the burnt carcass and put the seed in a crack that seemed to cut the tree in two. This could have been caused by lightning if a particularly titanic bolt of lightning had fallen there. Before he could even consider whether he should place the seed on the ground directly rather than inside the trunk, he felt a change in the ether. A siphon had opened in space, sucking in all the surrounding ether. Within seconds, green and golden veins seeped into the trunk, branches, roots, and soil from the seed. The crack closed as if time was going back. The trunk, lying down a few moments before, stood upright. A giant, invisible, mystical hand grabbed the dead tree and repaired it, stretching it towards the sky again, its branches towards the horizon and painting its leaves with golden colors. Where a charred stump had stood a few minutes earlier, a tree some 20 meters tall now seemed to breathe. Massive at the trunk, 5 men would have had to hold hands to encircle it. Priam was stunned. A synergy between the tree and the seed had indeed taken place. Despite the incredible spectacle that had just taken place before his eyes, he was not afraid. He felt it in the back of his mind like a new member that he could manipulate. The tree was his. If it could potentially accommodate a spirit, it was currently more an algorithm that controlled it. My new home. Fantastic. I feel like I'm back in childhood with a treehouse, Priam smiled. Select the initial theme of the hut. Abundance, life 2. Abundance, ether 2. Protection 3. Camouflage. Attraction. Underground. Comfort. Volume. Secret. Priam laughed. He had always loved strategy games. Image status, average value for a Homo sapiens male before integration, PHY 10/men 10/meta 0. Physical. Strength 23. Constitution 35. Agility 34. Vitality 51. Perception 24. Mental. Vivacity 60. Dexterity 17. Memory 29. Willpower 44. Charisma 36. Meta. Meta affinity 8. As the 3 suns seemed to disappear as if gradually melting into the night sky, Priam was thinking. He didn't want to make a hasty decision but wasn't planning to sleep another night outside the hut. Select the initial theme of the hut. Abundance, Life 2. Abundance, Ether 2. Protection 3. Tribulation, Resistance 2. Camouflage. Attraction. Underground. Comfort. Volume. Secret passage. Water control. Priam concentrated. If two neurons were to connect, it was now or never. A wrong choice could lead to his death. Most of the themes are pretty obvious. The shack already benefits from Abundance, Life I, Abundance, Ether I, and Protection 2 due to the synergy with the original tree. Tribulation, Resistance 2. I guess the tree doesn't want to die again against a tribulation. I wanted a tree that doesn't attract attention, so camouflage or secret passage are good ideas. But if I can boost the fruit production or protection offered by the tree, it may be more interesting if the increase is exponential rather than linear. If the tree could produce resources like Passiflora, Priam could become extremely powerful while being safe in his home. He could already see himself sipping Passiflora syrup while endlessly increasing his stats. I'll be the most powerful vegan in the world. The young man admired his new home. The trunk had no fixed door but could open a portal to let an inhabitant in. Priam could communicate mentally with the hut. He sensed that it was looking for more seeds, unique fruits, or rare resources to grow faster and unlock new themes. As the suns shone their last rays on the world, Priam decided. Abundance is an interesting theme, but I can find food in other ways. I can't hide for months or years in a tree. That's the lifestyle of wuxia characters and immortal cultivators. Impossible for a normal human. Priam stepped back to look at the tree in all its glory. Illuminated by the last rays of sunlight, the leaves looked golden. Protection 2 looks like it gives the hut a huge amount of strength, because of the original tree. Just look at the dead tree that was still recognizable, where the normal trees just disappeared. I have to focus on survival, which means camouflage or secret passage. The problem with camouflage is that a tree alone, with nothing around it, will remain visible no matter the illusion. Might as well take secret passage. Selected theme, Secret Passage. All the plants are linked within a giant web. You can open a portal to the hut from any tree within 100 meters. Without additional resources, the next theme will be selectable in 30 days. Perfect. Priam walked over to the tree and put his hand on the trunk. The bark was soft, but the wood had a solid feel that pleased the young man. He mentally commanded the tree to open, and the wood became fluid. A liquid veil, green and golden, seemed to have merged with the trunk. Passing through the portal with his hand, Priam felt like he was stirring foam. He moved forward into the passage. As he entered the hut for the first time, Priam marveled. For the first time since the portal, which he had not had time to appreciate fully, he contemplated the true wonders the ether allowed. His home was spatially augmented, the volume of the hut was greater inside than the volume of the tree measured from the outside. Sensing his questioning, the shack sent him a mental explanation. The tree did have a trunk with sap and wood, but a small dimension was hidden inside. It was attached to the primary dimension of Elysium. The bigger, stronger, and better the physical tree, the more stable, larger, and more comfortable the space in the tree house would be. He was also isolated from the outside world. Not a sound, not a mental attack, could reach him here. A group of metal bands could have blown the base 10 meters away from his tree without affecting his sleep. While enjoying his reward, Priam observed his new home. A few veins pulsating with green and golden sap lit up the single room nicely. It consisted only of an empty circle with a radius of 3 meters. He had 28 square meters to himself. The ceiling was about 6 meters high, and Priam ordered the tree to create a spiral staircase along the edge of the room to create a second floor. He also realized that he could have the treehouse project a video feed of the tree's surroundings onto the walls. Useful for monitoring the surroundings. For the second floor, using basic woodworking, Priam began to create storage in the form of shelves. He wanted to be able to store his trophies, resources, and finds of all kinds. On the second floor, he set about increasing the ether density with the theme Abundance Ether I. A higher ether density was supposed to help when acquiring skills and leveling up, but it also served to passively purify and temper the body like metal in a forge. The immune system became more resistant, longevity increased, and the body and mind were strengthened holistically and accumulated potential. Abundance Life I was used to produce fruit and other resources, but Priam had to provide the tree with a sample first. I'll have to go back and visit the ants. Protection 2 strengthened the tree's wood against aggression and warned Priam if the tree was attacked or if an enemy came too close. According to the mental explanation, the tree was currently very resistant. It would not suffer any damage, even bathed in the acid of the ants. Tired, the young man finally asked the tree to produce soft leaves to make a makeshift bed. Although not as soft as silk, the leaves were comfortable. It was a great improvement over his previous nights. For the first time since his arrival, Priam went to bed happy, satisfied with his day, and confident about the future. I need to find a better name for my home. Hut is too generic. I didn't even build it. Priam hummed and thought. Naming his possessions was always complicated. When he played video games, he often spent more time naming his characters than getting them to the top 10 levels. Suddenly he laughed. Logarithm. If I survive in this new world, it will be by singing with a smile on my face. My house must look like me. Free, proud, and above all, happy to live. Because when you don't like living anymore, you're already almost dead. Its name will be Logarithm. Smiling, feeling safe, he fell asleep very quickly. Image about 2 kilometers away, Arnold had put his exploration on hold. He was reluctant to venture far, alone at first. The resources became more interesting as one moved away from the portal, but the dangers were more prevalent. Despite his superiority in the tutorial, he knew his place in the Elysium food chain, at the bottom. He was confident that time would change that. Seized by a sudden urge, he returned to the portal to check that no one had arrived since. His sense of smell confirmed that at least 2 individuals had recently arrived. They had gone in a different direction than he had, and one of the 2 tracks was disappearing rapidly. The other was more marked, the prints deeply inscribed in the ground. After analyzing their depth and the distance between the 2 prints, Arnold deduced that the owner was physically superior to him and was moving at nearly 100 kilometers per hour or 62 miles per hour. A feat for a biped. But the last 2 arrivals did not worry Arnold. He had arrived before them, and he had changed since his arrival. His lead would not be easily overcome. No, what Arnold was worried about was the first. The body was gone, and given the latest arrivals, Arnold was under no illusion. He reacted poorly to their encounter by directly eliminating the threat. No one could get through the tutorial faster than he could without being extremely skilled or having assets. Arnold could see that he had been fooled. The first had played him and feigned weakness to check his intentions. And he had fallen for it. It was a test, and he had failed. Perhaps he was watching him now, spinning his web to manipulate Arnold to his will. Or he now considered Arnold inferior and unworthy. The Var Elegus wanted to scream in rage at his stupidity. But he controlled himself. There would be no more mistakes. The primary goal was to accumulate power to help the Empire. He had to continue evolving, eliminating competitors, and building alliances with the powerful. He had to convince the first of the value of an alliance. Or destroy him if he refused. Analysis. Focusing on the traces, Arnold quickly detected an anomaly in the ether. 2 physical traces were present, but 3 traces in the ether were detected. Someone wants to play hide and seek. The Var Elegus was not very concerned about the first 2 tracks. Honestly, given the mass, strength, movement technique, and arrival time of the owner of the first track, Arnold had already concluded that he would win easily. The opponent would certainly be a formidable killing machine, but he had taken advantage of his lead in Elysium. He had already created and improved his techniques and features. The owner of the second trace was more elusive, and the homunculus hesitated. Dexterity? Perhaps specialized in the mind? However, the first traces, the ones that had been camouflaged, bothered him. The homunculus did not usually use his instincts, but they told him this enemy would be a nuisance if he let it grow. The measurements of the analysis seemed to indicate a form of life half plant, half animal, contrary to the Var Elegus. Elimination of the third and high priority. Start tracking. Arnold began to follow the tracks of the last biped. Following the fugitive's tracks was not complicated. Arnold had honed his analytical skills over the past 2 days. 5 kilometers down the road, the tracks led him to a huge tree, and the Var Elegus believed his prey was hiding inside. Another hypothesis was that it had merged with the tree. The tree must have been 30 meters high. And the shimmering colors of its leaves seemed artificial. Arnold looked around briefly for a potential trap, then prepared to attack. His stats were very high, and he had no weaknesses, but the Var Eligus wouldn't use his martial skills to fight such a huge tree. Arnold planted his feet on a thick root. Tiny tentacles spread out under the homunculus feet and penetrated the root. If Priam had been present, he would not have been able to recognize the chemical composition of the tentacles. Was this technology superior to that of human civilization? Another branch of technology? Or were there other fundamental laws governing the Var Eligus Empire? Without answering these questions, Arnold began to absorb the energy flowing through the root system. Extending his right hand, palm facing the target tree, he smiled. Pesticide or combustion? To annihilate this tree quickly, I'm leaning towards combustion. Weaponry, directed energy laser. A continuous beam, invisible to the naked eye, left Arnold's palm and instantly struck the surface of the tree trunk. The skill was terrifying in its speed, the speed of light, and its power in the hundreds of kilowatts. Arnold could theoretically reach megawatts by drawing more energy from the roots, but he didn't want to damage his body. Some of the stolen energy was not converted into light but into heat, and the Var Eligus body was already starting to heat up. If Arnold's sensors informed him of the problem, the homunculus still had time before it was in danger. The tree, however, was already aflame. 3 seconds after the assault began, a shape seemed to emerge from the other side of the trunk. The tree had given birth to a semi-human form in just 1 second. The Dryad Guardian left the tree and fell to the ground. As he rose to his feet, he turned toward Arnold and manipulated the ether into a soothing wave signifying his pacifism. Despite the homunculus' preemptive attack, the Dryad had no desire to fight. He mourned the impending death of his fellow tree but also knew that his ashes would give strength and vitality to the rest of the forest. The Guardian spoke, wrapping his words in ether to convey their intent, if not their exact meaning. Peace warrior. My name is Dishnu, guardian of the Dryads. I do not seek war, I do not steal resources, and you will find me tomorrow as you do today, at peace. Arnold closed his hand, and the spear of light disappeared. He did not understand the Dryad's words, but he was aware that the Dryad was not looking for war. The Empire, with the help of its archives and artificial intelligence program to predict the new world, had established that some beings would be peaceful or neutral. Not everyone could be thirsty for hegemonic control. Unfortunately for Dishnu, Arnold was the representative of the Empire. His opponent manipulated the ether with a disturbing naturalness, and Arnold wanted to eliminate the competition. He was educated to do so, almost programmed to follow the Empire's lead. Dishnu instantly sensed that the homunculus was not going to stop its assault. Dryads were sensitive to emotions and the ether. Blessed by it, they could understand every living being. This blessing, this gift from the ether and the gods, drove them to be peaceful. The Dryads knew life's value and that few beings were inherently evil. But Dishnu also knew when a battle of ideas was lost. The Var Eligus would not be reasoned with by words, and they still shared no language, but by actions. That would take time. For the time being, Dishnu intended to survive. They could become friends later. A second passed, then the fight resumed. Arnold approached the Dryad using all the power of his legs and the jet thrusters in his back, which were instantly created by his unique anatomy. On Earth, his speed would have been enough to break the sound barrier during his acceleration. Still, the atmospheric pressure in Elysium was too high, preventing him from achieving this feat. The homunculus wanted to get as close as possible to the Dryad to blur the nearby ether and limit the treeman's abilities. He knew he was outclassed in this category, but destroying was always easier than creating. Dishnu quickly retreated and disappeared into a tree before emerging from another 20 yards away. He could use 2 nearby trees as portals and relied on this ability to avoid getting too close to Arnold. The two opponents had quickly figured out their respective abilities, and Dishnu knew he was physically outmatched. Arnold stopped abruptly and turned around, sending light pulses from his hands to hurt the Dryad. The Dryad dodged the photonic attacks by running into trees, but its hosts were quickly burned. After about 10 seconds, a fire had already broken out, and 100 trees looked like torches. The keeper of the Dryads and nature would not let the Var Eligus reduce more trees to ashes. Sometimes you have to punish the child to teach him a lesson. Nature's wrath. As Arnold activated a nuclear reactor inside him to increase his power tenfold, the trees in a 200-meter radius rose. Thousands of ether-strengthened branches and roots, strong enough to shred steel, slammed into Arnold. The homunculus smiled. Living for more than a century in the Order of the Empire, he had felt nothing in that time. He had never tried to feel anything, for that matter. But the tutorial had changed that. He discovered that he liked to fight. That he wanted to win. Armament, Nova. The forest lit up. Image status, average value for a male Homo sapiens before integration, PHY 10/men 10/meta 0. Physical. Strength 23. Constitution 35. Agility 34. Vitality 51. Perception 24. Mental. Vivacity 60. Dexterity 17. Memory 29. Willpower 44. Charisma 36. Meta. Meta affinity 8. The host has owned the system for 5 days. Unlocking the potential. The potential is a resource linking the host to the concepts. By consuming it, you may borrow the power of the divine. Creation and evolution of skills, increase of characteristics, the uses of the potential are numerous. Use it sparingly. Priam woke up happy and well. Glad to be alive, safe, and knowing he could get better. He could finally use his potential and create a skill that would allow him to defend himself against the ants of this world. Maybe one day he would even defend himself against dragons. He was also in perfect shape. A good night's sleep helped him to get his mind right and to take a step back from his current life. As soon as he got up, Priam's stomach churned. He was starving. Logarithm apparently also acted as a waiter and offered him some sap. This seemed pretty unoriginal for a fantastic tree. It's nice, but it's strange to have something else in my head besides my conscience. I'll have to get used to it. The sap was thirst-quenching and allowed him to absorb and ingest nutrients. Moreover, the tree could improve its sap. To do this, he would need to find other resources, such as passifloras. I'll have to go to the other side of the world to find magical fruits to improve my fantasy tree. It looks like a quest from an old MMORPG. Curious, he accepted the sap. Suddenly a sapling sprang up from the floor of his room. As it reached his chest, the sapling's crown flared and merged to present Priam with a large wooden bowl. A clear, golden liquid appeared at the bowl's bottom before filling it. Priam, intrigued, dipped his finger into the fresh sap. The liquid was far less viscous than any sap he remembered on Earth. In large quantities, it looked ambered, similar to pine resin. Fortunately, it was not resin. Where sap is the tree's nutrient fluid, like blood for humans, the resin is polymerized by the air when the tree is injured to cover the wound. Will Logarithm be able to provide me with resin to heal me if I bleed? He brought his finger to his mouth. The taste was sweet and fresh. It tasted like a kind of lavender iced tea. It is delicious. In his list of priorities, which he had just updated, Priam made a note to himself to find samples of fruits and herbs to provide to his magical tree. He was excited to enjoy a varied breakfast. A few minutes later, the bowl was empty. Priam had drunk his fill. Thoughtfully, he asked the tree to make a chair and then sat down. The sun had just risen, and he had to use his time wisely. Arnold must be training right now. The walls were transparent, and Priam could see outside. Far ahead, a cloud of smoke was rising. A few kilometers away, he suspected that Arnold or another rival must be very active. It was time to get proactive. Priam had some idea of how to increase his power. He didn't want to be intimidated by all the creatures of Elysium. To that end, the tutorial had given him a clue. It's time to create an offensive skill. The 3 sinews of war are attack, defense, and movement. Not to mention information and supply, according to Sun Tzu. Supply is currently covered by Logarithm, defense by my pseudo-immortality, and movement by Art of Movement. I still have to work on information and attack. Currently, I am not even able to kill an ant in this new world. Priam was faced with a dilemma. Each skill level gave him 1 or more potential points. These points had several possible uses. According to the tutorial, the potential could create epiphanies and bridges between imagination and reality to produce new skills. Priam had no idea how to make a skill that would let him throw fireballs. But with a few points of potential, he was supposed to be able to create that skill easily. But these points were rare. The system granted the first ones according to the life previously led. An astronaut who was a champion swimmer started with 10 times more potential than a lazy drunk. The next few points were earned with little difficulty. During the tutorial, Priam made some points by using his studies. For example, he unlocked the skills, arithmetic, geometry, and relativistic physics. Only, without being able to practice, he couldn't earn many points with them. All his years of study had only given him a finite number of potential. The rest would have to be gained with new skills. I need to build with skills that will synergize together. They must reinforce each other to multiply their effectiveness rather than adding them together. Throwing fireballs and teleporting was cool. But throwing fireballs and creating portals was a much better idea. In the second case, the portals could change the fireball's trajectory and angle of attack. The second skill would enhance the first, it was a synergy. But better synergies existed. It was essential that the young man discover them. Priam realized that he was almost immortal, he could take risks. The concepts looked for courageous behavior and outstanding achievements. They rewarded those who took risks and fought enemies more powerful than themselves. Priam had the advantage of pseudo-immortality and intended to use it to the fullest to advance quickly. He was thinking of sacrificing his defense to increase his attack. His movement skill should allow him to get close to the enemy or get out of the way quickly. He had always preferred an explosive offense to a slow approach. To kill his enemies, Priam would choose C4 over poison. I need to specialize in becoming some kind of assassin. Maybe I could work with kinetic energy because I like speed. A lightning approach before concentrating all my movement energy into one point. An explosive attack. Every action has a reaction according to Newton's third law, maybe I could use that reaction to get out of the way? While theory crafting his future build, Priam was smiling. He thought back to the mangas of his childhood and analyzed their techniques to see which would work for him. Some skill combinations were better than others. To find them, he expressed all his ideas in a jumble. The smile turned into a laugh. How many humans will imitate Rasengan or Bankai? After calming down, Priam continued his reflection. To round out my toolkit and eliminate some glaring weaknesses, I could draw inspiration from novels I've read. Create a spatial domain to inform me of vector changes and kinetic energy around me. A sphere of perception to monitor movement. I could recognize dangers in real time with enough alertness and perception. Easily know my enemy's location and my position relative to them. But it's a dream for the future. A known but efficient skill. Priam was getting more and more excited about his plan. A set of specialized skills, built to erase each other's weaknesses, would be far more effective than a multitude of skills with no foundation. But would he have enough potential? Indeed, he would have to make choices. I'll also need to work on my agility to react quickly and take advantage of the information I receive. The kind of battle I want to fight is skirmishes. I will need to be very quick in action and reaction. With this kind of strategy, I don't know if my attacks will take advantage of my physical strength or my agility. Kinetic energy is calculated as half the mass of an object multiplied by its velocity squared. The question is, how much do my agility and strength play into defining my speed? Priam had noticed as his characteristics increased that his body was changing. An extra point in strength did not change the laws of the universe to increase his impact on his environment. It was his body that was changing. He could feel his muscles densifying, changing, and the effects were real. Was there a limit? The system and the tutorial had never mentioned one. This world had its own laws, and thinking about them with his ancient knowledge was futile and dangerous. He should not limit himself to his preconceptions. At 20 in strength, he could potentially lift twice the maximum load of an average man of his build. Why potentially? Priam suspected that the physical characteristics were related. Without boosting his constitution and thus his tendons and muscles, they would get damaged. For 100 strength to 10 constitution, the danger could be deadly. A man could lift a boulder, break his muscles under the effort, and then be crushed under that same boulder. A minimum of constitution was necessary to withstand great strength. However, skills could change the calculation. There must be a ratio so as not to hurt oneself. But the characteristics must be able to be optimized to specialize its abilities. This would avoid training useless skills to increase one's constitution and not kill oneself by accelerating too fast. That was the problem. In theory, it was possible to discover or create a multitude of skills and work on them all to obtain an almost infinite number of characteristic points. Depending on its rarity, each skill gave one or more characteristic points per level. But in practice, time was not infinite for almost anyone. According to the tutorial, skills became complicated to increase after a certain level. Despite having all the time in the world, talent and affinity were natural barriers. Some people got a master's degree in mathematics at 18, while others never. Some people ran the 100-meter dash in under 10 seconds, but 99% didn't have the talent or genetic aptitude to do that. In concrete terms, if you wanted to run as fast as possible and had talent, time, passion, and desire, you would get skills that would increase your agility. Perfect. But to speed up even more, you would need strength in your legs and constitution to keep your body going. However, the skills that would give you these points would take longer to build because you would have talent and affinity for running and agility, not bodybuilding and strength. So you would be slowed down in learning them, and in the meantime, you would not be able to keep increasing your agility. Not to mention the alertness and dexterity needed to control your speed. Fortunately for Priam, there were ways around these problems. According to the tutorial, Elysium is the royal way because talent is secondary here. The incredible density of ether helps to offset talent. It's like the energy needed to raise the skill level is everywhere. Ether stimulates the body and mind. It is a catalyst, allowing you to increase your skills with less effort and time. Not to mention the scarce resources that are common here, which allow one to overcome all these obstacles. Reassured that he had made the right choice, Priam decided to use his potential points. Potential, skill creation. Please think about the skill you want to create. The concepts will help you in its design. Current potential, 117. The first thing to do was to create a skill that would synergize with his talent, he who eludes death. Because of the way Priam had acquired the talent, he knew it would be pointless to attempt to modify it. But perhaps he could work around the problem. I'd like my soul to live a day in 1 hour. Accelerating his soul's perception/aging could perhaps give him 24 lives a day? Potential required, 18,759,642,300. Funny. Priam sighed before trying to change some parameters. He discovered that it was possible to resurrect his body several meters from the place of his death or to observe his surroundings from his mental space before his resurrection. It was also possible to gain more attributes with each death. Unfortunately, all these passive and active skills were prohibitively expensive. The cheapest cost nearly 3,000 points. Undaunted, Priam decided he'd come back to it the day he was rich in potential. But if he couldn't become unkillable, he had to learn to defend himself and to attack. Priam wanted to start by creating an attack skill. At the moment, that was what he sorely needed. He could make the rest later. He closed his eyes and concentrated, thinking about his goals. About a skill that would help him manipulate the kinetic energy around him. Priam mixed his hopes and dreams. He wanted to go fast. While battling the ants, he realized that he liked speed. By going fast, he felt free. Willingness and intention were among the most important factors when choosing a skill. Potential required, 97,404. Does the system think I am so rich? My wish is too general. Instead, manipulate the kinetic energy of the objects in contact with me. Potential required, 8,452. Better. But completely impossible right now. Yet I want it to be related to kinetic energy. Something that gives me control over my movement. Potential required, 8,241. I haven't changed my wish yet. Maybe my understanding is affecting the potential asked. I need to design my skill better and understand the forces that govern it, its causes and effects. If so, Priam, think. All those years on the university bench will finally pay off. Kinetic energy. It is the energy a body possesses because of its motion relative to a given reference frame. Reference frame, mass, speed. Work of a force. Conversion of energy. Potential required, 1,684. Priam recalled his scientific background and university courses. Formulas of the relativistic and non-relativistic cases, energy conversion, kinetic energy at the microscopic scale equals thermal energy. Potential required, 652. Potential points had dropped as Priam grasped the essence of the energy that would constitute his skill. He knew he would have to make a choice. He could not use all aspects of this energy. What he wanted was to increase the power of his blows. Changing his mass would be too complicated, but borrowing speed and energy and giving it back at the right time? Potential required, 214. I am almost there. I have to visualize exactly what I want. No more, no less. There will always be time later to improve my technique and generalize it. Buying a seed is cheaper than buying a mature tree. Priam reduced his wish to the essential. A perfect synthesis. Storing my kinetic energy or kinetic energy transmitted to me, and then returning it to my body or an object in contact. Potential required, 184. Almost. If I add limitations? Limitations, no more than 5 accumulations stored at a time in level 1. No reference frame manipulation at level 1. Potential required, 151. One last limitation. Store a percentage of my kinetic energy or energy transmitted to me. Potential required, 84. With a bit of practice, he could quickly increase that percentage to 100%. Perfect. Let's recap. Store a percentage of my kinetic energy or the energy transmitted to me, and then give it back to my body or an object in contact. Limitation, no more than 5 stored accumulations at a time. No reference frame manipulation. Potential required, 84. Create competence? Yes. The world exploded. That was how Priam felt when a bright white replaced his sight. All his senses seemed to see white, if that was possible. He felt disconnected from his body, his senses alert and his thoughts clear. He knew all he had to do was think about something to understand. His thoughts had a clarity that would have seemed impossible just moments before. In that moment of epiphany, a part of his brain thought that his consciousness outside this space was weak. There was so much more. Without giving Priam any more time to get lost in his temporary abilities, a bright shadow arrived. The words gave Priam no time to ponder the impossibilities, but he was sure of one thing: the concepts were there. Their presence seemed distantly overwhelming. In his mental clarity, Priam knew he was in the presence of the divine. With an incomprehensible action, the young man's thoughts were directed to the creation of the skill. All his knowledge, his desires, his suggestions, and his expectations served to light a mental flame. The synthesis of what his skill would be appeared. It was just a concept, but in that mental space, it had taken shape. The basic idea went into the flame, to be refined. Priam's potential was materialized by the concepts, to power the virtual flame. It was the bridge between Priam's knowledge, his dreams, and reality. The concepts complemented Priam's knowledge, to allow the technique to come into being. Whether it was a split second or a year, Priam could not tell how much time had passed before the change. Suddenly, the flame collapsed in on itself. It burned itself out and into imaginary space. Soon the flame disappeared, and a small star appeared. Almost a spark. The flame had been virtual, but the star was real. It whispered to Priam. At first glance, its creator knew that it was his skill. A concept that had taken the shape of a star. That was how he imagined it. As the epiphany ended, as the light shadow receded, Priam smiled as he contemplated the essence of his skill. You have created a skill, congratulations. New skill, Kinetic Control Epic. Image status, average value for a Homo sapiens male before integration, PHY 10/men 10/meta 0. Physical. Strength 23. Constitution 35. Agility 34. Vitality 51. Perception 24. Mental. Vivacity 62. Dexterity 20. Memory 29. Willpower 44. Charisma 36. Meta. Meta affinity 8. Meta focus 4. Potential, 36. The sun's rays were lost between the branches of logarithm. As they tried to break free, they seemed to create green and golden light bridges. As Priam looked at these arcs of shimmering light, he thought how beautiful this world was. He had just come out of the tree and was eager to try his new technique. He smiled as he looked at the skill again, his skill. Kinetic control, absorb, use, channel. Control. Kinetic energy obeys you. Motion energy is more than you think. Massive potential for evolution. Viva +2. DEXT +3. Meta, focus, +4. Congratulations, you have unlocked a new meta feature, Focus. He began by stretching. Before using his new technique, Priam wanted to discover the limits of his body. Using a technique without understanding it was pretty dangerous. If he wanted to understand his new skill, it had to be the only new factor. If there were another unknown factor, in this case, the power of his body, he would not know the exact limits of kinetic control. Moreover, Priam was interested in learning his characteristics and their relationship with his body. The numbers given by the system were real, but what did they really mean? He continued with physical exercises, which were useful for loosening his body. Once he was warmed up, Priam began to measure his performance. First, he wanted to know exactly how many meters he could jump. After drawing a line in the grass, he gained momentum and jumped. He felt his muscles tense and give their maximum. His jump was impressive. As he landed, he was exultant. This new world had good sides. Calculating that one of his steps was 1 meter long, he estimated his jumping distance to be about 10 meters. The old world record was 8.95 meters. Even without jumping technique, I beat the world record by a wide margin. Given Priam's physical characteristics, this was normal. The system's numbers made him about 3 times stronger, agile, dexterous, and sharper than an ordinary man. He was sure he could jump even further by improving his jumping technique. LVL up, heat resistance, LVL 10. VIT +1. LVL up, athletics, LVL 5. AGI +1. LVL up, fitness, LVL 4. STR +1. Priam continued to train. He sweated through push-ups, pull-ups, and squats for almost an hour to test his new limits. During this time, he noticed that grass had replaced the charred ground around his tree overnight. He felt that soon all traces of the tribulation would be erased by nature. Logarithm gave off an aura of growth that pleased nature. I will soon live in a little piece of paradise. Lost in the middle of hell. Once warmed up, Priam walked to a tree at the edge of the clearing. He positioned himself to strike the trunk of the tree with his palm. He didn't want to break his bones with a bad wooden blow. He struck. Strangely, Priam did not feel much. Neither did the tree, if he were to be honest. His dream of breaking trees in half with the strength of his hands alone had yet to be achieved. His constitution was more important than his strength, and he understood that he was unlikely to be hurt by such actions. He got back into position and struck again, using kinetic control. Using his skill was natural and strange at the same time. He didn't feel like he was moving mana, feeling chi, or even communicating with the Tao. His skill was like a new limb. A phantom arm that he finally remembered. He could use it naturally, almost without thinking about it. But it would take a lot of practice to master it. Easy to learn, hard to master. This time he felt as if his strength had vanished in a fraction of a second. In the corner of his mind, he visualized a star of light that contained energy. Instinctively, he knew releasing that energy for the same kind of strike would be easier. He could also use it to jump higher, but he felt that it would be less obvious and instinctive and that he would have to practice before attempting that. In short, the energy absorbed from one punch was more easily used in another punch than in a kick. Priam got into position for the 3rd time. He sent his strike while releasing the energy he had stored. His strike was much faster. Ouch! The pain made him wince. When he opened his eyes, the tree was shaking a little. The grimace turned into a smile. His striking force was far superior to before. The skill was useful. Well, it's still early. I need to get to know it better. Then I'll explore the surrounding area. Priam got back into position. Despite the heat, he was confident. He could finally see his progress and a solution to his problems. He struck again. Again and again. Image a few hours later, Priam was walking through the forest. He had trained hard but could not increase his skill level. He theorized that this was because he was still unfamiliar with some of the knowledge integral to using the technique. But he had the idea to continue his exploration on the run. He used his technique as much as possible to speed up and slow down randomly to confuse a likely observer and especially to train himself. Breaking in the middle of a jump was a handy technique. LVL up, Art of Movement, LVL 3. AGI +1. Perk +1. DXT +1. In order not to run into Arnold or another rival before he was ready, Priam had moved away from the portal. He was beginning to regret his decision. Around him, the wildlife seemed more abundant. He hadn't encountered any beasts yet, but he had noticed the tracks on the ground and in the trees were more recent. Priam was not a forester or a hunter but felt that the forest was inhabited there. The insects were more troublesome and the birds more silent. Suddenly he stopped. A rabbit? A few meters away from Priam, a rabbit was taking advantage of a hole in the foliage of the trees to eat some grass under a sunny well. Its fur looked incredibly soft, snow-white in color. Immaculate, the only spots of color were its brown eyes and its horn. Identification. Juvenile Rabhorn, Tier 0, a rabbit with a horn. Vegetarian. Excellent when roasted, it will delight your taste buds. Contains a lot of good proteins for your muscles. Do not sell the skin of the Rabhorn before you kill it. Priam stopped breathing. Meat. Over a week without eating meat. It was a first for Priam, and he had a new respect for vegans and vegetarians. His ecological conviction had always been firm, but to stop eating meat? No way. The young man was already salivating. The time for fruit is over. He walked towards the adorable creature, and it looked up. The Rabhorn stared at him briefly and then resumed its meal. It had not judged Priam to be dangerous. What a mistake. My kingdom for a rabbit stew. Priam was French and didn't mess around with food. He continued to move towards the beast. Less than 2 meters away, the Rabhorn stopped eating and positioned itself in front of Priam. The two protagonists watched each other a bit more before the rabbit started grazing again. Priam hesitated. He had never killed a mammal before. In fact, he had never killed anything before the tutorial. Except maybe a few insects when he was little, but it hardly counted. Every kid had once burned ants with a magnifying glass, right? Of course, Priam understood the interest of being able to kill animals to feed himself. In fact, he wouldn't hesitate for a moment if he had to defend himself. But walking up to a rabbit to wring its neck? He was reluctant. Priam took a deep breath. He would have to do it sometime, and sooner rather than later. He wouldn't feed on sap for the rest of his life. Priam moved toward the little mammal again. When he was less than a meter away, the Rabhorn looked at him again, annoyed by the intruder, then jumped back a meter. Priam frowned at the apparent refusal to cooperate. The Rabhorn had undoubtedly never tasted civet, or it would have agreed that its sacrifice would not be in vain. What a selfish rabbit. Some people just didn't put the common good before themselves, but Priam knew that already. Little horned rabbit, you will end up as a delicious meal, and your fur will serve as my mattress. Throwing caution to the wind, Priam dashed toward the Rabhorn, which leaped to the side this time. He chased after it, but a Rabhorn raised since childhood in magical woods was more agile than a modern man raised in a city center. After 5 minutes of a pitiful chase, Priam faced the fact that the Rabhorn was more agile. He wasn't really exhausted, but it wouldn't progress that way. Priam'd even seen the Rabhorn take a few bites of grass when he was comfortably ahead. Disappointed, Priam began throwing rocks at the Rabhorn, which quietly dodged them. Honestly, Priam wasn't sure if the Rabhorn was afraid of him. It even seemed like a game to the mammal. He couldn't prove him wrong for the moment, but Priam had not said his last word. Millennia of evolution and 100 generations of ancestors are watching me. This rabbit is going to end up on my plate. Closing his eyes, Priam concentrated on his skills. Specifically, art of movement, and kinetic control. The Rabhorn wasn't necessarily more agile than him, but it knew its body and its abilities much better. And it was small. Priam knew he would have to rely on art of movement to keep up with the Rabhorn. That way, he could control his body better. His skills weren't just for show. The bursts of speed from kinetic control could allow him to catch up with the beast. Round 2. With a conscious effort, Priam leaped forward. He felt his muscles tense, his feet position themselves on the ground, and his ankles twist to alter his trajectory. He could follow the beast. To the physical effort was added a mental effort. To feel his body, its impulses, its contractions. He thought about his proprioception, the perception of his body, to position himself in the space of the clearing. Knowing his height, location, and all the measurements related to his environment allowed him to see if he could place his foot serenely on the ground rather than on a root. It is normally an automatic mechanism. But without taking care, we sometimes stumble. Here, Priam was paying conscious attention to eliminate his mistakes. Priam caught up with the Rabhorn from time to time. He was faster in a straight line because of his strength and agility. But the Rabhorn lost him on the sharp turns. Priam began to watch his balance. He put his foot down in the tall grass, laid his body almost against the ground, and used his speed to keep from falling. Like a motorcycle going around a bend, Priam navigated impossible turns with a smile. The Rabhorn remained in front, but the young man was no longer outclassed. Priam didn't want to leave anything to chance, and his mindset was one of absolute concentration. Unconsciously, he felt this was the first step towards a new stage. The Rabhorn dodged to the right, and Priam followed, his right foot digging into the ground, his ankle at a right angle, before the muscles in his leg propelled him behind the Rabhorn. The Rabhorn seemed surprised that the human could keep up. After a quarter of a second's hesitation, it jumped back. Priam used one of his kinetic charges to accelerate. With one jump, his speed doubled. He wanted to avoid giving the Rabhorn time to get used to it or understanding that it was in danger. Priam had trained all morning, and the acceleration did not destabilize him. Reaching his hand to the ground, his fingers were only a few centimeters away from the beast. As Priam concentrated on getting a firm grip on his prey, the prey seemed to crawl back on itself. A moment later, the Rabhorn was behind him. It had passed between his legs with impossible acceleration. A skill. But of course, everyone in this world must have one or more skills. Possibly hereditary or even cleverly created. Annoyed, Priam took several meters to stop. His speed was too great. Theoretically, he could run faster than a 100-meter world champion. In this small clearing, this was impossible, there was no room to accelerate. But even so, his speed was phenomenal. When he used kinetic control, it doubled. At that point, even with his dexterity, agility, and the help of art of movement, he was no longer in complete control of his speed. When he turned around, the Rabhorn was watching him warily. Priam leaped to his left, using his skill to build up another charge. Round 3. Using the art of movement to its fullest, Priam charged at the Rabhorn. His senses were alert to track the beast. His eyes were fixed on the small mammal, but his peripheral vision informed him of his surroundings and the prey's possible escape maneuvers. His hearing was trying to determine if intruders were nearby. He could hear his blood pulsing in his ears. To the right. At the last moment, Priam changed his course to follow the Rabhorn in his leap. 2 meters. The beast leaped backward and found itself backed up against a tree. Priam used his skill to accelerate again and force the Rabhorn to use its skill. Left or right? It seemed to prefer the right, and the ground was more open. Knowing his opponent was winning half the battle, the man and the beast used their skills simultaneously. The jumps of the two adversaries were synchronized. The Rabhorn had covered more distance but seemed disoriented to see Priam so close to it. 1 meter. The animal darted toward a thicket a few feet behind it. I'll never find it in the bush if I lose him now. Priam used his acceleration skill twice in a row to get even closer. His support foot left deep marks in the ground from the titanic accelerations of his skill. 50 centimeters. Sensing that the man would be on it before it reached the shelter of the trees, the Rabhorn leaped back to Priam's right, attempting to dribble past him. Carried away by his speed, Priam used his skill to absorb his kinetic energy and stop. 3 charges. Priam pivoted to get the Rabhorn in front of him. He used one charge to leap back at the beast, then a second. 10 centimeters. One more. With one final charge, Priam was on top of his prey, the fingers of his right hand stroking the beast's fur. Gotcha. As his hand closed around the Rabhorn's delicate body, Priam had a bad feeling. The horn of the beast began to glow with a vibrant light. The prey leaped. Priam felt a current of air pass between his eyes. Congratulations, you are dead. Image status, average value for a Homo sapiens male before integration, PHY 10/men 10/meta 0. Physical. Strength 24. Constitution 35. Agility 36. Vitality 53. Perception 25. Mental. Vivacity 62. Dexterity 21. Memory 29. Willpower 44. Charisma 36. Meta. Meta affinity 8. Metafocus 4. Potential, 44. Aha! Priam would have wanted to scream with rage. Just before his death, as his fingers grazed the Rabhorn, he had been so proud of himself. The environment of Elysium was unforgiving, but through hard work, dedication, planning, and effort, he had progressed. That was the impression he had gotten when his skills had risen to a higher level, when he had finally touched the Rabhorn and thus his goal. Priam calmed down and thought about his situation. In this new world, he was alone. For a human, this was difficult. Humans are social creatures. It was most apparent in extroverts. True, most introverts, like Priam, were comforted by knowing they could be alone in their homes. But they were still happy to visit a few friends, call their parents, or find someone to share their life with. Except that here, Priam was alone. He knew he had chosen the royal way himself, but he felt a little abandoned by humanity. There were so many exceptional men and women. Why hadn't they joined Elysium yet? Deep down, Priam knew, this was no place for humans. But even if it was ridiculous or illogical, Priam felt abandoned by his fellow men. More than pain, more than thirst, more than fear, it was loneliness that tortured him. Will I ever see my loved ones again? I chose the royal way to become the strongest, protect my family, and be free. For now, I have reaped only death and distress. Taking a deep breath, Priam calmed himself. Life was sometimes cruel, and he hadn't had much to be happy about. But he wasn't going to give up now. I'd rather die than be killed again by a fucking rabbit. Some men were broken by life and hardship. Not Priam. The injustices he suffered enraged him. He turned that rage into energy. This energy I will use to destroy anything that stands between me and my freedom. With his mind clear again and his spirits restored, Priam took stock of what had just happened. This new world was relentless. Without tearing it away with all his might, no victory would be granted to him. He understood now. The Rabhorn and its cute appearance had taught him a lesson that he intended to imprint in letters of fire in his head. I don't have the luxury of underestimating the other inhabitants of this world. I would have died in the first few seconds if I were not immortal. To get back to the ones I love, to get back my life and my freedom, I have to become stronger. It was a thought Priam had had before, of course, but there was a difference between dying annihilated by an alien or burned and surrounded by ants, and dying at the hands of a rabbit. He was at the very end of the food chain, and being lucky enough to get logarithm didn't change that. Priam shivered slightly. Thinking about his death made him reflect on the moment before it. At first, he felt like insulting himself. He had not thought of absorbing the kinetic energy of the Rabhorn's attack. He felt that he had the opportunity. The attack was clearly not entirely projectile-related but partially so. He might have been able to survive by absorbing some of the kinetic energy of the attack. But what really gave Priam pause was the cool sensation in his head. The attack had pierced his forehead and destroyed his brain. Despite the destruction of his brain, he had survived for a few moments. His resurrection power was handy, but surviving and feeling things after his brain was destroyed was what Priam called magical. I am in a new world. I have to realize this and open my mind. Physics and fundamental laws are similar, but rabbits can kill me here. Everything is potentially dangerous, but all dreams are attainable in exchange. Priam admonished himself. To lose himself in thought here was to invite death. He refocused and observed the changes his death had brought. Your perk, he who eludes death, brings you back to life once a day. Number of deaths, 5. Synergy detected with your perk, humans adapt. Your body is rebuilt and will be more resistant to what killed it. Const +8. Perk +4. For +2. Touched by ether, adaptation time, 11 days, previously 14 days. LVL up, art of movement, LVL 4. AGI +1. Perk +1. DXT +1. You have gained the skill, perforation resistance. Perforation resistance, the finger penetrates the butter, and the iron penetrates the finger. You fight more against the iron than against the butter. Now, the iron will penetrate you less. The arrangement of your body's molecules is optimized to give you better protection against puncture. There will be no jokes about penetration. But stop. Const +1. LVL up, perforation resistance, LVL 2. Const +1. your title, Brainless Bronze, shows up. You see a possibility of evolution. He who eludes death, charge, 0, recharge in 10 hours at 0h. New quest, revenge. Killed by a rabbit. It had a horn, but it's your ego that's bruised. Get your pride back. Find the rabhorn. Kill it. Reward, poison resistance, potential +10. Difficulty, very low. Maximum time, 1 day. Currently, I'm away from my shelter, with no extra life since my skill doesn't accumulate lives and I missed that rabhorn. I might as well look around a bit to find its burrow. As for the rest. Tomorrow. Priam looked around the small clearing as he stood up. The rabhorn had disappeared, but if he was to guess the location of the entrance, he had to put himself in the rabbit's shoes. It had run off in one direction. So Priam had a clue as to the location of its den. The rabbit might be smart enough not to run into its hole, but Priam doubted it. If this rabhorn had as much in common with a rabbit as Priam thought, its burrow must have provided easy access to food. Rabbits preferred sloping ground and dry, loose soil for easy digging. I'm looking for an embankment or slope with cleared earth and certainly on the edge of a clearing to get a good view. A few minutes later, hunched over in the thicket, scanning the ground and the sky for a burrow or a threat, Priam heard a noise. It wasn't the rustle of leaves, a distant howl of monsters, which never failed to startle Priam, or the song of a bird. It was a grunt. Priam froze. Arnold had taught him that encounters could end violently. Worse, he didn't have any extra life right now. But the grunt seemed to indicate a battle and an enemy undoubtedly too busy to notice. Know your enemy and know yourself, Priam quoted. If Sun Tzu is so famous, he must be right, right? I need some information about these potential rivals. I can't live in hiding forever after all. Cautiously, Priam walked toward the noise. He hoped this wouldn't be his last mistake, but he couldn't live in fear alone. Despite his defeat, he was no rabbit, running from every danger. A few feet away from him was a new clearing, larger than the previous one. In the center, a futuristic suit of armor seemed to be training with a spear. Quietly, he watched the training. No, the fight. A brown rabhorn was trying to flee, dodging the armor's assaults. Priam wanted to know more about the warrior before escaping. Identification. Hoplite champion. Hoplites are extremely violent people with a warlike culture. After dominating their planet, they voluntarily split into several groups to continue fighting. Proud, brave, intelligent, and talented, the soldiers are selected from childhood, and less than 1% survive the training. The rest of the population participates in the war effort by studying and seeking to improve their warriors. Genetic manipulation, eugenics, weapon and armor creation, mental manipulation, cybernetic augmentation. Bioethics have no place in their world. Their champion stands before you. Another madman. Priam didn't intend to stay there any longer. He knew he would eventually meet someone for whom diplomacy was more than a contest of who had the biggest spear. But for now, he seemed to attract psychopaths. I can't wait to meet pretty, graceful elves and vampires allergic to human blood. His heart was beating fast, but his eyes were focused. He started to get up. A burrow was visible on the other side of the clearing, and he would return tomorrow. Suddenly, the rabhorn used its skill. Its horn vibrated, and a cone of translucent light shot toward the champion. In a blur of movement, he swung his spear to intercept the attack. The cone disintegrated. The rabhorn lay motionless, seemingly overcome with fatigue. Its ultimate attack seemed to take a lot of energy. The champion stepped forward and impaled the beast with his spear. Priam took the opportunity to run away. At first slowly, then after a few meters, he started to run. Everything told him that a confrontation would not end well for him. And right now, with no way to communicate, he had nothing to gain by approaching the champion. After a few minutes of running and while he was concentrating on his running and moving skills, he had a hunch. Am I being followed? Without panicking, he continued as if nothing had happened. Probably the hoplite. His armor should slow him down, but with my bad luck, it's probably him. He must have detected me earlier and is tracking me down to take him to my shelter. If I enter through a secret entrance, I should be able to lose him. Priam continued to run, but his distracting thoughts prevented him from concentrating on his skill, art of movement. He stumbled over a root a few feet further before resuming his run. He had not taken more than 3 steps when he was thrown to the ground. His skill had kicked in this time, almost by reflex. His eyes blurred by tears of pain, and he struggled to his feet to see the champion's spear nailed to the tree in front of him. Under the spear was his left arm. It had been torn off, then dragged. Isgekapani. A deep voice was heard behind him, and Priam turned around. The champion was there, a few feet away. A piercing aura emanated from him. He looked like a knight from Dark Souls, crossed with a Terminator. Priam knew that he had no chance in combat. Even if he had seen his characteristics triple, he still wouldn't have wanted to try his luck. The warrior had thrown his heavy spear like a javelin at a terrifying speed. He had no extra life and was terrified. I have to run. Using my kinetic control skill well should give me the boost I need to escape to the shelter. Priam didn't have many options, but he knew he couldn't fight or try to be diplomatic. The hoplite had more reach, power, and most importantly, experience. Priam had lost to a horned rabbit. The champion had made it his lunch. Looking behind the hoplite warrior, Priam shouted. Behind you! Look out, a clown! Without waiting to see the reaction, he fled toward the shelter. After a few meters, Priam felt the champion chasing him. The young man ran as if his life depended on it. It did. He was vaguely aware of stepping on brambles and sharp pieces of dead wood. His feet must have been bleeding. But adrenaline and fear gave him wings. As he dashed away faster than a rabhorn, a root tripped Priam. As he fell to the ground, he realized he still couldn't concentrate on the art of movement. He was losing a lot of blood, and his thoughts were unclear. Priam knew that fear for his life was preventing him from concentrating and maximizing his chances of survival. He jumped to his feet and accelerated using kinetic control. Focus. Think about your feet and your strides. Dodge the tree from the left. Jump over the branch. Slide under the dead tree. To the right, behind the tree, to prevent it from skewering you with its spear. Little by little, Priam was focusing. He felt his skill and his state of mind harmonizing. A pond? No time to go around it. Jump. Kinetic control, kinetic control, kinetic control. Priam took to the air. In one leap, he flew over the water. His jump, about 20 meters long, took him over the obstacle. He activated kinetic control at the end of his jump to slow down in the air and then landed with a roll to break his fall. If he had had time. Priam would have been very proud of his achievement. Death gives you wings. LVL up, Art of Movement, LVL 5. AGI +1. Perk +1. DXT +1. LVL up, Kinetic Control, LVL 2. Viva +2. DEXT +3. Meta, Focus, +4. To cut a caper serves a purpose. Priam got up and ran into the woods. A second later, the tree behind him exploded, a spear flying through it. The champion had picked up his spear, and Priam was trying hard not to be in the warrior's line of fire. While the suns were still high in the sky, Priam began to recognize the terrain. Closer to the gate, the vegetation was less hostile. I'm almost there. Every second brought him closer to his refuge, and he knew he could enter it from any tree within 100 meters. It was the perfect time to use Secret Passage. Secret Passage. All the plants are linked within a giant web. You can open a portal to the logarithm from any tree within 100 meters. Just a few more seconds and I'll be safe. He could feel the champion coming closer, but there was nothing he could do but run and hope. Hiding from his opponent by trying to lose him in the thicket was impossible. Too much blood flowed from his open stump, and his feet left enough tracks for a blind man to track. Priam knew Logarithm's location would be compromised, but he had no choice. There. The fugitive recognized a looping tree about 200 meters from his base. He was so close to his goal, so happy that he almost didn't react. A kind of presentiment, born of his intimate knowledge of death, told him of a lethal danger. Kinetic control. Priam used the charge stolen from the warrior's initial attack to throw himself sideways. He slammed into a shrub and broke it in his fall. The spear had whistled in his ears, despite his instant reaction. Without his awareness, he would have died. Straightening up with difficulty, the injured man let out a grunt of pain. The loss of blood, the frantic race, and now the violence of the shock left him without stamina. The flow of adrenaline had dried up. With a colossal effort of will, Priam stood up. He wanted to live. The hoplite champion was approaching him quietly. He had not yet retrieved his spear, sure of his victory. Priam turned and limped toward Logarithm. 180 meters. The champion was still closing in. 150 meters. Priam thought he could feel his breath on his neck. If breath could pass through armor. 130 meters. The warrior had passed Priam and was standing in his way. Between him and his base. Between him and life. Priam opened his eyes defiantly and walked around the warrior. He thought he heard him laugh. Athat Ujuk. Ujuk. 110 meters. Priam felt himself grabbed by his right shoulder. The champion lifted him like a kitten and turned him to face him. His armor was integral, and Priam couldn't even make out the hoplite's eyes. In a way, this helped him. Death had no face. Death did not even have hatred. The warrior saw him as a defeated opponent. There was no cruelty in his attitude, just automatisms. He had a duty, and his prey would die. After a second of silence, Priam spat in the hoplite's face. The gesture was universal, and he would not beg for his life. He knew it was useless, the hoplite was a killer. A murderous aura crystallized around the hoplite, and Priam felt a monstrous kick hit him in the chest. Kinetic control. A tree stopped Priam's glide. He felt a sharp pain in his ribs as he absorbed part of the blow. Stunned, he crawled 2 meters away from the tree. The warrior was already on him. Priam turned around, lying on the ground, and sat up as best he could as the warrior glared at him. Wounded, his body covered in blood, Priam held out his one hand to the champion. As the enemy bent to finish him off, their hands touched, and Priam smiled. The tree behind the armored warrior glinted slightly. Adios fucker. Kinetic control. Image. Status, average value for a Homo sapiens male before integration, PHY 10/men 10/meta 0. Physical. Force 26. Constitution 45. Agility 38. Vitality 53. Perception 33. Mental. Vivacity 64. Dexterity 26. Memory 29. Willpower 44. Charisma 36. Meta. Meta affinity 8. Metafocus 8. Potential 53. The hoplite warrior was thrown backward violently. How does it feel to be hit by your own attack? Priam had absorbed part of the shock that threw him towards the tree. The tree was less than 100 meters from Logarithm, so he had been able to activate the secret passage. The hoplite had not noticed anything, the entrance almost invisible to anyone but Priam. The young man had then crawled away from the tree so the warrior could place himself between him and the portal. He then had to physically touch the hunter to return part of his blow and propel him backward. The hunter had become prey, and the prey, hunter. As the hoplite was transported through the portal into Logarithm, Priam's smile faded, and he mentally closed the passage. He had won, but at what cost? It was useless if he didn't survive until midnight, and his injuries were severe. His left arm was torn off, his feet had open wounds from running, his ribs were certainly cracked, and his organs were traumatized. He was in bad shape. Priam took a breath as all traces of the battle were already beginning to disappear. The forest near his base was incredibly active, lively, and vigorous. The grass had already absorbed the blood that had been spilled. The presence of Logarithm was transforming the surroundings. It might come in handy in the future. Any good apocalypse survivor should have a garden. Priam stood up and walked towards the previously discarded hoplite spear. It was undoubtedly a valuable item. Cutting-edge hoplite technology. Priam began laughing at his joke before pain called him to order. Once he had retrieved the spear, it weighed a ton, he headed for his shelter. He was in no condition to fight or flee again and wanted safety. As he came to the majestic tree that served as his secret base, Priam touched it. The tree mentally communicated to him the image of the hoplite warrior trying to flee by hitting the inner walls of the tree. Protection too was proving its worth. Not only was the outside of the tree impossibly strong, but the inside was a space controlled by Priam. The champion could have been 10 times stronger, but he still wouldn't have had a chance to escape or damage the inside of Logarithm. Priam mentally commanded the tree to separate the two levels. The warrior was now locked in the lower level. With another thought, the lights of the prison flickered and then faded. Finally, Priam decided to reduce the prison space to a cube of 2 meters on each side. Honestly, he wasn't sure what to do about the warrior. It was impossible to release him, impossible to keep him prisoner indefinitely, and difficult to simply let him starve to death. This new world was unforgiving, but Priam didn't want to needlessly torture a warrior and let him wither away. Killing a warrior in battle was self-defense. Killing a prisoner with feelings and emotions was a war crime. The hoplite could have tortured him, but he had just chased him to kill him. In this fierce new world, that was unfortunately the way to go. Any act of charity or kindness could backfire. Priam understood this logic but could not bring himself to embrace it. The only way to change that was to get to the top. Priam had 2 selfish reasons to keep him alive. The first was that the hoplite warrior was the only one who could provide him with answers. They couldn't communicate yet, but if Priam was willing to sacrifice some of his potential, he could learn the hoplite language. The second reason was that the hoplite was an outstanding warrior. If Priam fought him, he would improve much faster. I'll think about him later. Right now, I'm not even sure I'll be alive until tonight. Entering his shelter, Priam asked Logarithm to apply a tourniquet to his left arm. A branch sprouted from the previously smooth wall to stop the bleeding. Rather than clasping the arm, the end of the branch opened up, and resin closed his wounds. The stump would not have time to heal, but the resin would prevent the blood from escaping. There wasn't enough of a stump left for the tourniquet to compress. The tree showed a certain level of intelligence and adaptability. The tree mentally sent him a positive response. It did not seem to be able to speak with words, but could communicate with images or concepts. The communication was rudimentary because it was a simple algorithm that governed its base. It could change in the future. With a hint from Logarithm, Priam lay down in a pool that opened up in the ground. Vitality pulsing sap began to appear, and soon Priam's body was covered. The fluid was a tonic, a concoction designed to heal him or at least keep him alive, and a painkiller. Priam closed his eyes as the pain returned. Now I have to survive until midnight. Image. When the system's notification of his extra life appeared, Priam sighed with relief. It had been a long wait, but he had gradually calmed down as the pain disappeared. He was not relieved because he feared death. He was most eager to move, to act, and to improve. His rivals were making progress right now and were already 1 step ahead of him. The hoplite had proven to him that Arnold was no exception. Priam was weak. He had been able to reflect on his actions since the beginning of his adventure. In 5 days, Priam had made incredible progress but had come close to death too many times. His constant insecurity prevented him from making an action plan and the best decisions. He had made good decisions in the short term and could only boast about them because he had survived. Nevertheless, he had not had time to think about the long term. Of course, one couldn't blame him under the circumstances. Still, life in Elysium was unfair, and this lack of a plan could cost him dearly. He had to change that. First, he had moved away from the portal, the presence of rivals being problematic. Nevertheless, he was supposed to be immortal. He could have succeeded in a quest in the first few seconds, but didn't take the chance. For example, he could have caused a confrontation between ants and spiders. He could have effectively charged his kinetic skill by jumping from the top of his base, then absorbing the energy at the end of his fall. The kinetic energy of the impact of an 80-kilogram body in free fall at near terminal velocity was terrifying. The hoplite warrior would not have stood a chance. He could have done so much more, but he had foolishly followed a dangerous path that did not reward him for the pitfalls he crossed. Priam took a breath. He had made mistakes, of course, but there was still time to improve. To begin with, he had to regain his physical integrity, if possible with maximum bonus benefits. Opening his eyes, he ordered the tree to carry him to the champion's cage. Image. Congratulations, you are dead. Your perk, He Who Eludes Death, brings you back to life once a day. Number of deaths, 6. Synergy detected with your perk, Humans Adapt. Your body is rebuilt and will be more resistant to what killed it. Const +10. Vit +10. Touched by Ether, adaptation time, 7 days, previously 10 days. LVL up, perforation resistance, LVL 3-4. Const +2. You have gained the skill, cut resistance. Cut resistance. Life has tried to separate your body into different pieces. Obviously, you didn't agree. The arrangement of your body's molecules is optimized to give you better protection against slicing. If you don't pay more attention to your head, you will lose it permanently. Const +1. LVL up, cut resistance, LVL 3. Const +2. You have gained the skill, blunt resistance. Blunt resistance. Have you ever tried to kick down a door with your shoulder? Or missed the nail with the hammer but not your finger? Then you know what blunt damage is. Put the hammer down now. Your body's cell membranes are optimized to provide better protection against bluntness. Const +1. LVL up, blunt resistance, LVL 3. Const +2. Title 1. Axolotl or Hydra bronze, you have regenerated your arms, legs, organs, and even your heart. Your vitality now allows you to restore any body part as long as you have the time and energy. VIT plus 10%. 5 titles unlocked, Trees of Merit unlocked. He who eludes death, charge, 0, reloaded in 23 hours at 0h. The champion, in his rage, had dismembered him alive. Priam was counting on this to win another title, and he had won his bet. Fortunately, he had thought of asking Logarithm to retrieve his body in his room after his death. Dying once was good for his health, but one should not abuse the good things. However, it wasn't an experience he wanted to relive anytime soon. He wouldn't say he didn't wish that to even his worst enemy because he did. He wished precisely that to his worst enemy. If the process of his death had been painful, although less than expected thanks to the painkillers, the reward was delightful. With this new title and his percentage increase in vitality, he was now at 68 vitality. All he had to do was divide that number by 10 to see how fast he could regenerate compared to a human without a system. I am becoming a superhuman. Priam was really becoming aware of his transformation. Looking down at his body, he realized the changes. His muscles had grown in size and density. He was now flexible enough to touch his toes and could place his hands flat on the ground without bending his legs. A week earlier, he could hardly touch his ankles. His eyes could see the movement of a raindrop falling, and his ears could hear the rustle of leaves from 30 meters away. A week ago, his friends called him slender. Today he was muscular. 4 months in the gym would have had the same effect. As for Priam, he only had to die 6 times in 1 week. However, he wanted more. In this new world, there was no freedom without strength. The law of the jungle only benefited the lion, and Priam wanted to become that lion. With power, he would have a choice. The choice to spare the hoplite warrior or to talk to future arrivals. Priam decided to act. After all, he had a rabhorn to put on the fire. It was still dark, but he knew the location of a burrow. Before that, Trees of Merit unlocked. By continually pushing your limits, you have unlocked the Trees of Merit. Each new title opens a new Tree of Merit and allows you to upgrade a Tree of Merit once. Upgrading a Tree of Merit to Tier 9 uses 10 titles and thus condemns 9 other trees. Be careful which trees you upgrade. Heartless, Tier 0, once a day, your heart regenerates instantly. Brainless, Tier 0, your mind is no longer confined to your brain but to your entire body. Quester, Tier 0, your instincts are sharpened. Pseudo-Phoenix, Tier 0, your flame affinity allows you to manipulate uncontrolled fires. Axolotl or Hydra? Tier 0, following a regeneration, your body becomes more resistant to what has damaged it. 5 unused merit points. Priam was elated. All these trees of merit opened up new possibilities. However, he didn't want to make a mistake and select something useless. He currently had only 5 bronze rank titles. So far, he who eludes death had allowed him to earn titles easily. But he suspected that this would not always be the case. How many titles could he get in his lifetime? 20? 30? In any case, he would have little chance of improving more than 3 trees of merit. Priam sat for a few moments to think. In an ideal world, he would have spent a few years acquiring many titles before selecting the best 2 or 3. That way, he would be pretty sure he wouldn't miss out on any incredible opportunities. But he didn't have that kind of time. He was now living in Elysium, and every day could be his last. He needed power now. Nothing was more foolish than keeping his points and dying with them tomorrow. Wisdom told him to find a compromise. He would save some of his merit points for a hypothetical amazing tree of merit. Another half of his points would be used today to improve his chances of survival. Axolotl or Hydra? Allows me to continue to specialize in defense. Brainless will surely allow me to fill my spiritual gaps. Maybe in the long run, I can turn into a ghost? To survive without a body? Heartless, and its future improvements are more difficult to imagine. Quester seems a bit vague. Finally, Pseudo Phoenix will probably focus on regeneration and fire control. Priam hesitated. He began by eliminating Pseudo Phoenix. He had always loved fire, and the potential for destruction was incredible. But he didn't want to limit his life to burning his enemies to the ground. To be honest, dying burned was like a cold shower. Axolotl or Hydra? On the one hand, specializing in capitalizing on my death can be interesting as an immortal. I'm strengthening one of my advantages. On the other, if I want to get survival rewards, I can't afford to die continuously. Priam looked up. On the smooth, circular wall of Logarithm, he could see the projection of the surroundings. The suns had gone out for the night, but the starlight illuminated the nearby clearing and the distant forest. Priam felt like living. In the comfort of his base, he realized that the survival reward had been handy. He would have to search the Hoplite warrior. He must have gotten his reward recently. Maybe I could take advantage of that. Reflecting on the best choice to make, Priam thought about his recent adventures. He realized that he had overlooked an important point. The hypnotic effect of Passiflora. When he had stolen the 3 fruits from the ants, Priam had almost lost his mind in rushing to the fruits. While his deaths would eventually greatly improve his physique, his mind remained weak. Dying would save him from an illusion or a spell because he would realize the deception when resurrected. But what if the enemy did not kill him? What if he met an enemy who could bewitch, hypnotize, and manipulate him to gain his loyalty or devotion? He could become an eternal slave. A fate worse than death. He had made his decision. Risking going vegan once was already one time too much. Brainless, Tier 0, acquired. 4 unused merit points. Priam wavered. His consciousness seemed to stop before it started again. He had the strange feeling that his mind had been upgraded. He sat on the floor to regain his senses, then quickly widened his eyes. He could feel his body. The phenomenon was difficult to explain. Before activating this tree of merit, he felt as if he was controlling his body from a command post located slightly behind his eyes. If Priam had been asked where his consciousness was, he would have indicated the front area of his brain. It was undoubtedly due to the importance he placed on his sense of sight. Currently, his consciousness was all over his body. His feet felt as familiar and essential as his head. It was a strange feeling, but he already knew it would help him use his movement skills better. To better control his body in general. Brainless, Tier 1, your mind is bound to your body. Any external manipulation on your mind must first pass the protection of your physical envelope. Yes. Brainless, Tier 1, acquired. 3 unused merit points. Priam was elated. It was precisely what he was looking for. An enemy would now have to bypass or destroy his physical defenses to gain a mental hold on him. In practice, his body was now an armor that protected his mind. This second tier did not have the same effects as the previous one. He felt a little more grounded in his body but not disoriented. A healthy mind and a healthy body. Brainless, Tier 2, your mind opens up to the world. You begin to use part of it to interact with your environment. The explanation was vague. Deliberately vague, certainly, but Priam saw a possibility. A future skill that would not be confined to his immediate vicinity. His skills could be used where his mind was and not his body. The power to interact, to sense, to perceive, to manipulate seemed to be extremely useful. It would surely be a long and arduous learning process. By starting early, he would have an advantage over the others. After all, titles seemed extremely complicated to obtain, let alone improve. With his particular skills, he earned 5 titles in a few days, but other titles would be challenging to acquire. Brainless, Tier 2, acquired. 2 unused merit points. Priam waited, impatient. After several minutes, he still felt nothing. This enhancement gave him a new power, but he would have to learn more before using it. Brainless, Tier 3, locked. Requires a silver title. Priam smiled. The best rewards had to be earned. He felt that his merits would help him improve his title. Now it's time to wake up some Rabhorn. Image. Perched on a branch at the edge of the forest, Priam was watching the entrance to a burrow. His suntanned skin did not sweat despite the heat. Accustomed to the environment, he kept his gaze fixed on the opening below him, his other senses on alert. In his right hand, he clumsily held a spear. He had no intention of actually fighting with the weapon. It was the first time in his life that he had ever held a spear in his hand. If identification had not confirmed the object's name, he might have thought it was a halberd or other polearm. Nevertheless, he planned to use the weapon in his initial assault to wound the Rabhorn. Looking up at the brightening sky, Priam reaffirmed his position. The Rabhorn had enough in common with the rabbit to go out early in the morning. Without warning, the animal took its snout and then its whole body out of its den. Standing on its hind legs, it began to sniff around. Perhaps it had sensed the danger, but too late. The spear slammed into the animal, propelled noiselessly by a double charge of kinetic control. A second later, Priam's feet touched the ground. LVL up, strike, LVL 4, 5, 6. STR +3. The Rabhorn, so agile yesterday, was now pinned to the ground. The spear pierced him through and through. The animal did not have much time left to live. The eyes of the two opponents met, and the animal realized that playing dead would not save it. The beast's eyes looked quizzical. All bipeds looked alike, but wasn't this one dead? The beast was pretty sure it had killed him. It painfully turned its head toward Priam, and its horn began to vibrate. This time on guard, Priam dodged to the side. The Rabhorn's body jerked as a light spear dissipated into the atmosphere. Know your opponent and know yourself. When you have all the data, a fight to the death can be easily won. Priam knelt beside the Rabhorn and wrapped his hands around its head. With a sharp gesture and a chilling crack, he broke the neck of the beast who had killed him the day before. Completed quest, Revenge. Reward, Poison Resistance, potential +10. Congratulations! Poison resistance, the body is a fragile machine, and certain substances can cause it harm. Chemical reactions, injuries, or illnesses, these toxins cause reactions that can range from indisposition to death. But remember, nothing is poison, and everything is poison, only the dose matters. Your body accepts larger doses of potentially harmful substances and filters them out faster. Now you can stuff your face with chocolates without worrying about diabetes. Vit +1. Priam smiled, not at the death of an innocent animal, but because he had won a victory over the world. This world, so hard and cruel, was trying to crush him. He had won a first victory against a real opponent, however modest. The spider had been weakened, and he had to deal with the hoplite cunningly, but the Rabhorn was perfectly healthy. It looks delicious. Today a Rabhorn, tomorrow a dragon, he exclaimed. As he got up to return to his base and consider his options, the world seemed to respond to his provocation. Announcement. After an intense week, the tutorial ends. Congratulations to the survivors. All humans are invited to the reunion. Get ready, you will be transported in 30 hours. Image. Status, average value for a Homo sapiens male before integration, PHY 10/men 10/meta 0. Physical. Strength 29. Constitution 63. Agility 38. Vitality 72. Perception 33. Mental. Vivacity 64. Dexterity 26. Memory 29. Willpower 44. Charisma 36. Meta. Meta affinity 8. Meta focus 8. Potential 75. Announcement. After an intense week, the tutorial ends. Congratulations to the survivors. All humans are invited to the reunion. Get ready, you will be transported in 30 hours. Image. The sky was slowly clearing as the ballet of the three suns began. Priam squinted, blinded. He had good astronomy knowledge, but didn't know how these suns interacted. How far away were they from Elysium? Binary or three-star solar systems were known, some close to the ancient solar system that had given birth to humanity. They had been documented and studied. But a solar day in Elysium was about 24 hours long, which should have been impossible given the position of the suns in the heavens. However, the suns disappeared below the horizon every evening, and Priam could admire the firmament. It was not the same as the one he was used to, but seeing distant stars reassured him. What difference was there between him and Arnold in the grandeur of the stars? More worrisome, Priam had noticed that the days were rapidly getting shorter. Of course, as the winter solstice approached, it was normal for the days to lose a few minutes. Nevertheless, night fell almost an hour earlier each day. At this rate, it won't be more than a week before night becomes permanent. Is it possible that there are also different seasons? In all the fiction I've read, when daylight disappears for months, it's always a bad sign. Shaking his head, Priam thought that being thoughtful in the middle of a wild forest filled with bloodthirsty creatures would eventually kill him. Besides, it's already happened, he remarked. Priam refocused on the announcement. He had mixed feelings as he reread the few lines in the system. Due to his loneliness, he was happy to see other humans again. It was partly because of the many times he had crossed paths with death over the past few days. Risking his life continuously triggered two realizations in him. The first was that he had things to say to his loved ones. Silly things like "I love you." The second was that his heart was heavy, filled with words he had never dared to say. "I'll tell them tomorrow." He had never told them. He could change that. He had to change that and tell them before he died one last time. If he was to be honest with himself, there was also fear, of course. Fear of realizing that the people who mattered to him were dead. Fear of losing his motivation. Fear of realizing that other humans had surpassed him despite his fantastic performance in the tutorial. Picking up the corpse of the Rabhorn, Priam looked down into the burrow. The dark hole in the ground was deep and too small for him. If the Rabhorn had accumulated treasure, it would benefit someone else. Feeling his stomach churning, Priam tipped the corpse over his shoulder and headed home. Image. He hadn't eaten anything substantial in a week. 3 pieces of fruit, no matter how delicious, were not a real meal. Fortunately, each death gave him the nutrients he needed, as well as a feeling of satiety. But he wanted to eat meat, to sink his fangs in and enjoy his victory. The Rabhorn defended itself to the death, and its meat was poisoned. He would surely have been ill if he had eaten it directly without resistance. But maybe the concepts didn't want to see him with his pants down to his knees, crouching behind a tree. Thus, his reward would protect him from the toxins in the meat, and only a wood fire and the time it took to cook it would now stand in the way of his meal. As soon as he returned, Priam had prepared a campfire in front of his tree. If the smoke attracted a predator, he might as well get to safety quickly. Grabbing his new spear, he began to butcher the Rabhorn. Like most people who grew up in the city, Priam had never butchered an animal, let alone with the blade of a spear. So the operation was bloody and messy. It took him almost 30 minutes to get a decent result and another 10 minutes to empty and clean it properly. They never talk about this in survival movies. Sitting in front of the fire, slowly turning the beast previously coated with nutritive sap for the marinade, Priam was lost in his thoughts. He was thinking about the reunion. Would he see his family? In what conditions had they arrived? Priam refused to believe they were dead, but he was worried. If his family had landed in an environment as hostile as Elysium, their chance of survival was 0. There was no point in worrying about what you couldn't change, but that didn't stop anyone from doing so. Priam rolled his eyes and begged. He hadn't been a believer before the tutorial, but he was willing to pray to these new omnipotent concepts if they would spare his family. He did, however, thank the system for one thing. The tutorial had put everyone on an equal footing. The problems associated with cell degeneration had been cured, disabilities erased, and diseases cured. His father was old, so the system had made him younger so he could survive the tutorial. With any luck, he would live longer with the system than without it. "I'll help you, Dad." Clenching his fist, Priam was determined to keep that promise. The aroma of cooked Rabhorn drew him from his thoughts. Lowering his head, he blew on the meat before biting into it. Ich delicious. The taste of the game was fine, with aromatic notes from the little fat the Rabhorn had accumulated. Priam enjoyed it. LVL up, poison resistance, LVL 2, 3. Vit +2. Image. Priam licked his fingers as he watched his opponent. Toward the end of his meal, he had noticed a white spot on the green background of the forest. Intrigued, he stopped eating to observe. The intruder was a snowy Rabhorn. The animal must have followed him to his base. Daddy went to work, and when it didn't return, Mommy came to get it? Trust is in short supply in their relationship. Priam got up slowly and grabbed his spear. He knew the fight would be swift. Either the Raphorn would get through him, or his spear would skewer it. The two opponents glared at each other before the Raphorn disappeared. It reappeared a few feet from Priam, its horn already lit up. Priam aimed his spear at the creature. He had never wielded this type of weapon, but he knew the sharp end had to face the enemy. If it comes at me, I'll stab it. The Raphorn disappeared again, and Priam realized the beast was using a skill. He might have blinked at the wrong time without realizing it the first time, but the second time couldn't have been a coincidence. The Raphorn reappeared behind him, ready to pounce as Priam turned around and brought his weapon back in one big motion. Despite his strength, the weapon was too heavy and inertia too great. Halfway through his movement, he decided to throw his head to the side to dodge the Raphorn's charge. The beast's horn brushed Priam's chin as he turned around. The man and the animal looked at each other one last time. They now knew their opponent, and their next dance step would be their last. In another moment, so close to a final death, Priam would have been afraid. Right now, he wasn't thinking about death. He was in a fight, and his competitive spirit did not want to lose. I've already defeated one Raphorn and will defeat 1,000 more if necessary. Bring it on. The Raphorn leaped and disappeared as it jumped. Priam turned, using a kinetic charge to accelerate. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw the creature less than a meter from his head. I won't have time to protect myself. Lifting his left foot off the ground, his turn's inertia and centrifugal force propelled him in the opposite direction of his rotation. This acceleration allowed him to dodge the Raphorn, which grazed him for the second time. Priam rested his foot and braced himself on the ground before throwing out his sword arm. Kinetic control, X3. His hand and spear were propelled forward. The beast was still flying as the weapon sliced through the air, penetrating it. The warrior stood still, his arm still extended. LVL up, kinetic control, LVL 3. Viva +2. DEXT +3. Meta, focus, +4. Priam released his breath. During the fight, he unintentionally held his breath. It was a lousy reflex, but he was not yet a seasoned fighter. But that wasn't important right now. He had won. He had proven that his victory was not a coincidence. Priam, arms crossed, looked at the hoplite warrior. Not directly, but through the image projected by logarithm. He could almost swear that the champion was aware of being watched. What am I going to do with him, he wondered, frowning. Priam had the ability to resurrect. His recent proximity to death had frightened him, but it had also given him a revelation. Life was precious. His own and others. He wanted to live his life to the fullest and did not wish to take the lives of others unnecessarily. Priam had no intention of becoming a pacifist, but he wanted to respect life. Being halfway between pragmatism and humanity seemed to him to be the right solution to survive while being proud of himself. He also had the idea of forcing the hoplite to fight against him. Priam had never received rigorous training, but the hoplite had. With a little bit of potential, he could certainly learn a lot from the hoplite. And if he lost, he would increase his resistance by dying. I win either way. While Priam was postponing his decision about the champion and making plans for the reunion, Logarithm had notified him. Following the hoplite's imprisonment, it had had to chain him to prevent him from hitting the walls to escape. The action was in vain, but the hoplite was tenacious. Immobile, the warrior had not moved until a few minutes ago. Giving up trying to escape, the champion had calmed down, but that wasn't what Priam was interested in. A few inches from the champion's feet, some kind of die had appeared out of nowhere. Logarithm controlled every entrance and exit of the base, and die were not supposed to appear inside the champion's prison suddenly. If I'm not mistaken, the hoplite champion arrived shortly after me. So he must have survived 3 days. If he received the same quests as me. Priam asked his tree to bring him the die. It seemed to melt into the ground before reappearing at the end of a branch. The branch gently placed the object in his hand. It looks like a magician's trick. Except that here it is true magic. Identification. Tempering die, Tier 0 Mythic, a reward from the concepts. Allows you to create an optimal tempering method tailored to the user. Tempering aims to strengthen one or more characteristics to the maximum before evolving to the following tier. At Tier 0, tempering means strengthening the body by guiding the ether that flows through it. The method includes the creation of a passage for the circulation of the ether inside the body, an explanation of the optimal ether circulation, pattern, velocity, repetition, and density, a list of resources to accelerate or catalyze the tempering process. The method being of mythical quality, the user is assured of reaching the perfect tempering for Tier 0 without any penalty or hidden risks for Tier 1. Caution: due to the quality of the method, the tribulation during the tier evolution will be extremely dangerous. That's a lot to take in all at once, Priam exasperated. For most children growing up in the concept universe, this was common knowledge, but Priam had no idea what tempering even was. Let's recap. Ether allows one to passively become stronger, both physically and mentally. An immortal living in an ether-rich environment could theoretically become invincible after several eons. In this case, tempering must be a technique to accompany the ether's transformation of body and mind actively, Priam theorized. It is the difference between opening your mouth and waiting for rain, or walking to the spring to drink. The second method is more effective. But what does Tier 0 mean? Status. Status, average value for a Homo sapiens male before integration, PHY 10/men 10/meta 0. Physical. Strength 29. Constitution 63. Agility 38. Vitality 74. Perception 33. Mental. Vivacity 66. Dexterity 29. Memory 29. Willpower 44. Charisma 36. Meta. Meta affinity 8. Meta focus 12. Potential 77. Tier 0. MMH, that's what I thought, I'm Tier 0. Is there a tempering method that would allow me to increase my characteristics? Strengthen to the max. Is there a limit to how much you can improve your characteristics in each tier? How do you evolve, and what are the pros and cons? Asked Priam. No one replied. Priam again had more questions than answers. But he also realized one thing: the rewards of the concepts were selected in a situational and adaptive manner. The hoplite could have become much stronger even while tied up if he could have hit the die. Suddenly, Priam was glad to have left the hoplite alive. If the system rewards him for surviving, I only need to keep him prisoner to receive all his rewards. Thinking about his luck, Priam rolled the die between his fingers without it showing. Pressing it made no difference. He tried to communicate his desire to activate the object mentally. The die glowed, then melted into the palm of his hand and disappeared. Priam felt as if he were diving into a lake in winter. A liquid, so cold that it seemed to burn him, flowed through his veins. Priam sank to the ground and began to shake. Suddenly his uncontrollable spasms stopped. Like logarithm, the die mentally communicated information to him. Host scan. Error: the host organism is not fully adapted to the ether. Affected by ether, adaptation time, 6 days, previously 7 days. Given the host's skills, it is recommended to accelerate the adaptation process by consuming ether-rich resources. Priam sighed as he opened his eyes. The pain had not been excruciating, but he had been unable to control his body. The experience had not been pleasant, yet he would have to endure it again. It's a good thing I didn't swallow that die. Where would it have come out? As he stood up, he asked his tree to hide the die. Priam placed it against the wall, it seemed to ripple. The die was absorbed, and the wall returned to its original appearance. It was impossible to guess that an object was hidden here. If I invite an opponent here one day, I would have a huge advantage. By placing a few traps or weapons in strategic locations, I would have several cards up my sleeve. A sudden thought crossed his mind, and Priam asked his base to search the hoplite. He had no intention of stripping his prisoner, and the armor was not his size. But perhaps something useful was in the champion's possession. 30 seconds later, everything in the warrior's armor was before him. The search had not been very successful, with only 3 items. Priam used identification. The first object was some kind of communication device. Certainly to find other hoplites. Useless for the moment because logarithm blocked the signals. The second object was a pendant containing a voice message. The voice seemed soft and feminine. Priam closed the object since he was pretty sure it was a private souvenir. What a shame I can't communicate with the hoplite. He sighed. I could probably trade this pendant for some important information. I really need to find a way to trade with the other arrivals. It's hard enough to be alone here. If coalitions are formed without me being part of them, I'll be isolated and killed. Not to mention the fact that I'll end up meeting someone peaceful. Hope springs eternal. The third object caught his eye. It was in the form of a vial. The cylinder was about 3 centimeters long and 1 wide. Inside was a blood-red liquid. Small bubbles were climbing up the glass wall from time to time. Identification. Fluid test N degree 1986458 Physical optimization. The Hoplite civilization never stops improving its warriors. Mental optimization is a complicated goal to achieve without changing the personality and behaviors of a test subject. Optimization of the organic system, with the exception of the brain, is simpler. This fluid is intended to repair and heal the body and correct DNA errors. Finally, certain beneficial genetic predispositions discovered by the hoplites are integrated into this treatment. Technologies used: manipulated viruses, nanobots, quantum resonance. Warning: experimental treatment not intended for humans. Use with caution. Priam was exultant. Human bioethics was clearly not prepared for an apocalypse. This was the reason for the hoplites' strength. Like Priam, he'd only had access to the system a few days earlier, but his physical strength already exceeded 100. Priam put the vial down and headed for the exit. It was not a good idea to use it without more life. He had just over 30 hours to prepare and had no idea what this reunion would be like. But one thing was sure: personal power was paramount in this new world. I can't go wrong with training one last time, he motivated himself. As he left, he asked Logarithm to provide the warrior with sap. I wouldn't want to starve my future training partner. Outside, the distant suns bathed the clearing in an intense light. The wind rustled the leaves on the trees, and the sound of the river soothed the boy's nerves. I'll get some rest tomorrow. For now, I might as well gain as many features as possible. For that, I need to focus on one skill. It's not enough to spam it. I have to consciously use it and understand it. It should be possible to work on compatible skills simultaneously. For example, athletics and art of movement. Maybe I could even add meditation and kinetic control to my training. Priam decided to train in the clearing. He had no chance of finding scarce resources by staying here, but he also had little chance of escaping pursuers, such as the hoplite champion, should he leave. His rivals would undoubtedly be looking for resources, and he really didn't want to run into them. One thought made him smile. Even in this new world, I stay at home. Once an introvert, always an introvert. Priam decided that familiarizing himself with his surroundings while beginning his training was a good idea. After some stretching, he began to trot around the clearing. He could feel his body tightening and relaxing. His strong muscles were asking for more. He began to speed up. Knowing his exact speed without a measuring device was difficult, but as he approached 20 kilometers per hour, he felt he was far from giving it his all. It was a speed he had been struggling to reach before the tutorial. He was intoxicated by speed. Even before the system, he loved speed sports. He continued to accelerate, paying attention to where his feet were, where his legs were, and where his body was in relation to the environment. Soon he felt he was tapping into the art of movement. The skill responded and pointed out his mistakes. Priam corrected himself both consciously and subconsciously and kept speeding up. Without realizing it, he had exceeded the top speed of the previous world champion, 44.72 kilometers per hour. The system notified him of his achievement, but he ignored it. He continued to run, to fly. He was gradually reaching his maximum speed. The skills vibrated happily throughout his body as he followed their teachings and tried to outdo himself. When he felt himself stagnating, Priam began to use kinetic control simultaneously, absorbing some shock as he landed his foot in an impressive leap, releasing this force as he was at the top of the arc of his next jump. His speed increased again. Soon his entire body and mind were focused on one goal: to fly away. He had begun to reach a similar state of mind when he had run from the ants and the hoplite champion. But each time, he had been interrupted. Finally, he was free to awaken his potential. At that moment, his skills and his mindset synchronized. Without even realizing it, Priam had an epiphany. He was inspired by this new impossible world and, in a flash of clarity, awakened his talent. That morning, at the edge of the woods and under the shadow of Logarithm, Priam spread his wings for the first time. Image. Status, average value for a Homo sapiens male before integration, PHY 10/men 10/meta 0. Physical. Strength 29. Constitution 63. Agility 38. Vitality 74. Perception 33. Mental. Vivacity 66. Dexterity 29. Memory 29. Willpower 44. Charisma 36. Meta. Meta affinity 8. Meta focus 12. Potential 77. Tier 0. An hour later, despite his impressive reserves of endurance, Priam stopped. Short of breath, exhausted from his run, he plunged into the stream bordering Logarithm. Running at such a pace burned calories, his body temperature had gradually risen to over 37 degrees Celsius. Still, Priam felt good. His heat resistance allowed him to raise his body temperature without risking cell death. The ether, his constitution, and his skill changed his biological functioning to such an extent that his metabolism was becoming more and more unlike a human's. The icy shock of the water was pure bliss for Priam. Priam evaluated his training as the water flowed down his body, regulating his temperature. He could thank his constitution because he had been close to getting injured several times while training. He would have torn several muscles if he had still been merely human. Maybe he would have even broken a few bones from a particularly nasty fall. Moving that fast was not without risk, and he realized that his shock resistance was exceptional. Without his large constitution, he could have killed himself just by training. Tired but happy, he pulled up his status to follow his meteoric progress. You have gained the skill, Focus Rare. Focus, LVL1. You are focused on your goal. All of your consciousness is focused on accomplishing your purpose. Your focus highlights the path you must follow. Your productivity and the quality of your work increases, but this may be at the expense of your creativity. Don't forget to eat and rest. Perk +1. Viva +1. DXT +1. LVL up, focus, LVL 2, 3, 4. Perk +3. Viva +3. DEXT +3. LVL up, heat resistance, LVL 11, 12, 13. VIT +3. LVL up, athletics, LVL 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. AGI +5. LVL up, art of movement, LVL 6, 7, 8. AGI +3. Perk +3. DEXT +3. LVL up, kinetic control, LVL 4. Viva +2. DEXT +3. Meta, focus, +4. Title 1. Hermes Apprentice Bronze. There's no point in starting on time when you can run faster than the wind. Today the light foot, tomorrow the winged foot. You've broken all the running records, but you're still accelerating. Keep going and find your way. No more need to take the bus, you run faster. AGI +20. So many more levels. I was even able to increase heat resistance, which shows that I can improve holistically with optimized training. I'm only missing a perception skill. Priam had realized during the end of his run that his movements needed to be more optimal. Whether it was controlling his body and making the most of its characteristics or finally adapting to the environment, he was not making the most of his abilities. But without being able to perceive his body and its surroundings more accurately, he was stuck for the time being. He needed a skill that allowed him to gather information, the kind of skill that gave points in perception by increasing level. Or else I need an adequate title. Feeling his limits approaching in the skills he had just worked on, Priam changed his schedule. Until midnight, he would try to improve as many of his physical skills as possible. High in the sky of Elysium, the suns looked down on the world. On an island lost in the middle of this unforgiving world, a young man was sweating from all over his body. With tanned skin and focused eyes, he worked his body with an intensity he had never felt before. The notifications informing him of his constant and rapid progress motivated him every moment. But more than anything, the knowledge that he was now alone sparked a fire inside him. No one would protect him anymore. Society would not hold his hand to help him, and no civilizational cogs would slow him down. He was alone in deciding his destiny, this new world offered him everything he needed. Priam was determined not to regret anything. He would face the dangers and take the power that the system offered him. If the Suns had looked seriously, they would have seen a fire burning in Priam's eyes. A fledgling blaze, but worthy of a star. The announcement of a conflagration. The suns had set again, giving way to the shy stars. Gradually disappearing into the sky, they reminded Priam that he was indeed not even on a planet anymore. As he watched the sky, counting the seconds to midnight, Priam noticed the moons getting closer. A few more days, and they would line up. Instinctively, this thought and the shortening days gave him goosebumps. I have a terrible feeling. Sitting on the bank, under the branches of Logarithm, Priam rested his feet in the water. He had swum a little at the end of his training, and the cool water had done him a world of good. He invoked his status one last time, to review his progress. The reunion was in 12 hours, and he wanted to rest before then. LVL up, focus, LVL 5, 6, 7. Perk +3. Diva +3. DEXT +3. LVL up, heat resistance, LVL 14. VIT +1. LVL up, athletics, LVL 11, 12. AGI +2. LVL up, fitness, LVL 5, 6, 7, 8. STR +4. LVL up, stealth, LVL 5, 6. AGI +2. LVL up, climbing, LVL 2, 3. AGI +2. LVL up, swimming, LVL 2, 3. STR +2. LVL up, gymnastics, LVL 2, 3, 4, 5. AGI +4. You have gained the skill, shadowboxing. Shadowboxing, LVL 1, an imaginary opponent is your training partner. Arnold? The hoplite champion? Yourself? You may look silly throwing punches in the air, but you're confident. You are self-correcting. You feel yourself getting stronger. But remember, some shadows return the blows. STR +1. AGI +1. DXT +1. LVL up, shadowboxing, LVL 2, 3. STR +2. AGI +2. DEXT +2. Your talent, he who eludes death, is recharged. Priam felt amazing. Despite the unprecedented increase in his characteristics, he felt more in control of his body than ever. A title or consuming scarce resources could enhance his body beyond his control. But today, he had earned his skills by the sweat of his brow. These would increase his characteristic points, and only when he was ready. He knew his body better than he did that morning. A simple example was gymnastics. He had unlocked the skill, like others in the tutorial, simply by consciously stretching before an event. Today he continued to work on his flexibility by doing exercises he had learned during his studies. His skill had increased when he better understood his body, its possibilities, and limits, and when he had become more flexible through his efforts. The concept system allowed him to continue improving without encountering an impossible wall. He had progressed so quickly because of the new laws of this world and the vast amount of ether that helped and catalyzed his efforts. The only downside was that Priam had only one afternoon and preferred to prioritize his characteristics. For this reason, he hadn't trained with the hoplite spear. The weapon was incredible, but a basic level was required to use it. That kind of level took at least several months to achieve. Who knows, maybe he wouldn't even be able to take the weapon to the reunion. I'm more ready than ever for the reunion. So much the better if it is only a formality where violence is unnecessary, but I might as well be as prepared as possible. Now all that's left is to test this experimental fluid. Priam had long hesitated whether or not to use the fluid. It was experimental, intended for an alien species, and threatened to alter his DNA. Consuming the fluid was foolish, but did he have a choice? He would blame himself for eternity if he failed to save his family at the reunion because of a lack of power. The fluid was dangerous, but it would give him that power. Besides, he was unquestionably the best person to use this fluid. The hoplite had to wait because of the hazardous side effects. These effects were unlikely to worry Priam. His resurrection power would recreate his body optimally, and his humans adapt trait would guide the fluid's modifications to best suit his body. What he wanted to keep was his physical appearance. He was no longer totally human but wanted his family to recognize him. For the rest, he was ready to make sacrifices. I am not foolish enough to think I can gain immense power without giving up some things. My mind is made up. Back at his base, Priam immersed himself directly in a sap bath. Perhaps the test fluid required energy to change his body. In truth, Priam had no idea how the fluid worked. At best, I become the perfect version of myself. At worst, my poison resistance will increase a little. Not wanting to waste any more time than he had to, Priam tried to open the vial. There appeared to be no seal or button. After 10 minutes of fiddling around with the vial, he decided to bite it to absorb the fluid. What a barbaric solution. But when all you have is a hammer, all your problems start looking like nails. With my current constitution, swallowing glass shouldn't have any consequences other than irritating my windpipe. And my rectum. Priam put the vial in his mouth and released the contents with a press of his molars. The fluid was warm, and he swallowed it. Before entering his stomach, the fluid seemed to turn into a cloud and penetrated the walls of his digestive system. I hope it will be less painful than the cultivation dye. It was no less painful than the dye. Thousands of little crabs were trying to cut his nerve endings. At least, that was the impression Priam had. His muscles were contracting very quickly, breaking and being rebuilt. His tendons were also under extreme stress, and his bones felt like they were overheating to be refined. Each of his cells was in hyperactivity and demanding energy. The sap bath was continually being absorbed through his pores. His body heat was heating the bath, and steam was rising. The fluid flowed through his veins like incandescent magma. The burning current crossed his whole body, and Priam could have sworn that his body was liquefying. His cells were changing, and the pain was terrible. As soon as his clenched jaw allowed him to, Priam swallowed Logarithm's nourishing sap and fruits like nectar and ambrosia. The transformation required a tremendous effort from his body. Without his extreme vitality, he would already be dead. But Priam was also aware that his body was evolving positively. The longer he endured the transformation, the greater the benefits. So Priam gritted his teeth, he couldn't do otherwise anyway, and tried to find some good in this torture. The longer this goes on, the stronger I'll be. But the pain. It's a pity I don't have a safe word, although I don't think the fluid cares. Between two screams, he chanted. Pain is information, Priam, just information. But I feel a lot of information at the same time. After an uncertain time, as the pain fogged his brain and the fever made him delirious, Priam realized that the wave of suffering was receding. Slowly but surely, the molten steel that had been flowing through his veins was coming out of his body. His orifices seemed to be weeping a dark red substance, and the young man began to clean himself painfully. The smell was revolting. For once, he was glad to be alone. While absorbing the residue of his transformation, Logarithm decided to create a passage to the outside to renew the air. As a warm breeze began to dry Priam, he realized he had grown. It was a side effect of his increased physical stature. Before the tutorial, Priam was 183 centimeters 6 foot. Now he thought he had grown about 10 more centimeters. Exhausted, Priam decided to look at his notifications. Notifications. You have tempered your body with an experimental hoplite fluid. Traces of heavy metals and other substances harmful to your development have been purged. Your physical potential has been raised. Your biological predispositions are now superhuman. Beware, your DNA has been modified. Errors have been inserted and could cause tumors. STR plus 20. Const plus 10. AGI plus 10. VIT plus 15. Perk plus 20. Shit. I'm still feeling a little diffuse pain, but mostly my DNA is worrying me. I need to resolve this as soon as possible. Priam suspected his next survival reward might solve his problem, but he wouldn't wait until then. He had identified mushrooms during breaks in his training and walks in the forest. Some were edible, even beneficial, and some were poisonous. Priam had picked some of the more dangerous ones and brought them back to his base for analysis. He also relied on his magic tree to provide him with poisonous fruit. Logarithm was not yet improved to specifically create toxic fruits, but as the description of his resistance had reminded him, everything is potentially harmful. Only the dosage mattered. Even water, a vital liquid for humans, could lead to death if consumed in excess. Drinking 3 to 4 liters in less than an hour was already dangerous. Priam hoped that if he consumed enough toxins, he would be able to resurrect without pain and increase his poison resistance at the same time. As the pain became more acute, the young man began to swallow the mushrooms he had harvested, as well as fruits with toxic properties created by Logarithm after examining the samples. Soon, his vision became blurred, and he lost consciousness. Image. Congratulations, you are dead. Your perk, he who eludes death, brings you back to life once a day. Number of deaths, 7. Synergy detected with your perk, humans adapt. Your body is rebuilt and will be more resistant to what killed it. Const +4. Vit +8. DNA errors, partially solved. Your vitality exceeds 100 at tier 0. Congratulations. The evolution to tier 1 is available. If your vitality exceeds 200 at tier 0, a tribulation shall descend upon you. Touched by ether, adaptation time, 3 days, previously 6 days. LVL up, poison resistance, LVL 4, 5. Vit +2. Image. Priam woke up shortly before noon. He thought about how he hadn't slept in since the tutorial. He felt great and noticed that he enjoyed sleeping naked. He had never understood people who slept naked when there were pajamas, but he recognized that perhaps he had been too quick to judge. Besides, when you have a beautiful butt like mine, you must show it off. As he ate a breakfast of red, yellow, and multicolored fruits, Priam thought he should vary his diet. The Rabhorn had been delicious, and he was planning to eat some meat. His latest physical improvements were giving him confidence. He was no longer the weak human who had left the tutorial, lost and terrified. Today, Priam was what novels, comic books, and pop culture called a Superman. A superhero, even. He couldn't wait to measure his progress against the rest of humanity. Confident, he stretched and began to exercise while waiting for the meeting to open. 5 minutes before noon, he received a notification. The reunion will begin. This first meeting is focused on reunion and information sharing. Some remarkable feats will allow the whole of humanity to prosper. Awards will be distributed at the end of the meeting. Discuss, share, explore. Transcend your limits. Outside Logarithm, a portal opened in the style of the first portal that brought him here. Priam went to get the hoplite spear. He thought it gave him a certain style and could always trade it in if needed. He also retrieved fruits and covered himself with a quickly woven leaf loincloth. One of his goals was to get new clothes. After all, the loincloth would not stand up to fast travel. But his main goal was to find his family and get them to safety. With eyes full of hope and determination, Priam walked towards the portal. Here I come. Image. Status, average value for a Homo sapiens male before integration, PHY 10/men 10/meta 0. Physical. Strength 58. Constitution 77. Agility 90. Vitality 112. Perception 66. Mental. Vivacity 75. Dexterity 46. Memory 29. Willpower 44. Charisma 36. Meta. Meta affinity 8. Meta focus 16. Potential, 140. Tier 0. Floating mountains loomed behind the treetops. Not a few hills, but imposing mountains. Their peaks pierced the sky and disappeared in the clouds. Vertiginous icy cliffs prevented an easy ascent. Could one only cross them? Gabrielle, in spite of squinting her eyes, did not see the end of the mountain archipelago. She could only see peaks, culminating higher and higher. The eternal snows were beautiful from far away. The girl knew the frost was lethal, but the most beautiful roses had thorns to protect them. Gabrielle smiled at the beauty of nature. She felt so small beside it. Small but hopeful. Behind her, under the hill, was the temporary camp of her clan. The Gaisards were a nomadic clan. They had stopped for the week and would be leaving again soon. Gabrielle had finished collecting some flowers for the clan's apothecary and healer. After a last look toward the majestic mountains, she headed for the camp. As she reached the bottom of the hill, she nodded to Gale. The teenager would soon be 16. He was already old enough to be given adult tasks. Tasks that no one wanted to do, such as unnecessarily standing guard at the clan entrance. According to the apothecary, it was a way to keep the young people busy, train them, and make them work for the clan's benefit. The boy returned her greeting before looking back at the horizon with a confident pose and a superior air. Silly, as if you could stop any threat the shaman might have missed. Gabriel liked Gale. He thought he was a great warrior while he hadn't hunted anything fiercer than a spider, but at least he tried to act like an adult. He focused on the clan's survival, not stupid children's quarrels. Not like some people. As if called by her thought, a burst of voice resounded in the direction of the women's tents. Gabriel had a bad presentiment and hurried. Behind Serta's tent, a small crowd had gathered. The cook must have gone hunting. Otherwise, none of the children present would have dared to raise their voices. Being a hunter meant being able to venture outside the camp alone and face monsters. Only the best warriors could become hunters. Serta was the best hunter in the clan. Respected by all, the shaman and the chief listened to her advice carefully. But when the cat's away, the mice will play. If only they would play. What's going on here? She asked one of the boys. The little one gasped, before turning back to her. Oh Gabrielle, it's just you. You scared me to death. I thought Serta or another cook had come home from the meeting. Oh, as you can see, nothing special is going on. Just another fight between Broly and Agata. Broly is going to celebrate his 16th birthday, and the ceremony will take place tomorrow night. He wants to know who is the best warrior before that. That's stupid if you ask me. Of course, it's stupid. Broly will be a defender. If he still hasn't figured out that attacking Agata was useless, he'll end up developing the wrong skills. Agata is just as stupid for agreeing. Broly is an idiot, but she is not. She should have refused the fight. Honor. What honor can you gain against your own clan? What honor can one lose when one is a child who has none? No one listens to the shaman. Gabriel stepped forward. In the center of a circle of children was a young boy bleeding profusely while wearing a gigantic smile. Opposite him was a young girl, breathless but intact. Constitution and vitality versus agility and perception. A mistake from Agata would be enough to guarantee Broly's victory, but Geyserts don't make mistakes. Otherwise, we wouldn't be here. The confrontation had already been played 100 times last year. Broly never let more than 3 days go by before provoking Agata. The young woman was the best among the girls, but Gabriel suspected Broly had other interests in provoking her. In his defense, he was surely not aware of it himself. Whatever the reasons, the results were always the same. Agata won. With difficulty, she always took longer, but she won. The girl had to be 3 times faster at running than he was, and she was accelerating 5 times more quickly. Broly would have had every chance to win in a confined space, but not outdoors. Both youngsters had the same strength, but Agata's agility turned that strength into speed. Broly's constitution allowed him to use his strength to increase his power. Broly would win an arm wrestle 100 times, and Agata would escape that same arm wrestle 100 times. But if Broly had been able to use a submission technique, the girl would never have been able to break free. Agata was not stupid and would never have accepted a fight under unfavorable conditions. It was even a clan rule. When you can't win, run away. It was the rule that had allowed the Geysert to survive in Elysium. The clan members were wise enough to know they were weak. Agata's POV. Agata lowered her arm and accelerated sharply. Flash allowed her to move quickly by increasing her resource consumption tenfold. She would lose all her stamina in about 20 seconds. But that's more than enough to beat this idiot. At higher ranks, the skill allowed her to break the sound barrier, but the girl wasn't there. Not yet. Broly raised his shield to block the attack, but Agata had no intention of attacking his shield. Shadow stalking. Broly's shadow turned into a dark pool, and Agata jumped out from it. She was now behind him. Her arm unfolded like a spring. Her whole body worked in harmony to maximize her power. The girl was a genius who had reached the micro 2 years earlier. At this level, the mind perfectly understands the body, and the coordination between the two is perfect. Agata had total control of her body and could use all her muscles to increase the efficiency of her movements. Her stroke was swift, and Broly's back still faced her. I've got him. Omni Parade. Agata scrunched up her nose. This idiot still hasn't learned to internalize the activation of his skills. The girl spun around, taking advantage of her momentum, and tilted her body. Rather than her hand, her foot hit the ethereal shield materialized by the young man. He was still turned, but his skill allowed him to protect himself in 360 degrees. Taking advantage of her support on the shield, Agata jumped towards the ground. As soon as her first hand hit the ground, the girl pivoted in a sweeping kick to try to knock her opponent down. Strengthening, rooted. Broly's body was now as hard as a diamond, and she wouldn't be able to move him. Shit, if our shins touch, I will smash into him. Vectorization epic. One of the secret techniques of female hunters. Agata's leg instantly changed direction. Flash, reinforcement. Reactivating the skill, while still under its effect, increased her stamina consumption 100 times. She could only maintain the double acceleration for half a second. But if she hit him, the fight would end. The girl knew she would barely have the strength to stand afterward, but the power of her blow could have destroyed the trunk of a 100-year-old oak. Broly wasn't that durable. Agata's foot struck the young man's torso as it passed under the shield, almost breaking the sound barrier. Broly flew about 10 meters and nearly crushed a few children who had not moved far enough away. The girl did not pursue her opponent. 1, 2, thr. Before she finished her countdown, Broly started to get up. No way? The boy struggled to his feet. He smiled. I finally managed to learn Man of Steel. And I activated it without even speaking. Broly found it in his heart to laugh. What an idiot. He must have passed 300 points in Constitution. I have no energy left, but if he's still standing, I will fight. Agata clenched her fist and focused on her legs. She could barely feel them, but she needed them to move forward. I'm coming. That's enough. Agata, I don't have an unlimited supply of bandages and remedies. If you don't want to spend the night making potions with me and the healer, go wash up. You Broly, go away. These are the women's tents, and if your ceremony is tomorrow night, then you don't belong here anymore. You're not a child anymore? Then act like a man. Serta doesn't have much patience with idiots, I remember. Image. Agata and Broly stared at each other for seconds before lowering their weapons. A wooden shield for Broly and a fork for Agata. As he opened his mouth, she cut him off. She needed to prove her speed in all things and especially the most ridiculous. Gabrielle had seen her choke once while eating her fish, bones included, to finish the meal first. Don't look down on us, Gabrielle. You're only 14, and you'll never be a hunter. Broly will soon be a man, and after the ceremony, this kind of fighting will not be allowed for years. But if you must know, no one will blame Broly. He came to confront me so he could propose to me. As the assembly of children exclaimed, Agata turned to Broly. You are strong. I don't intend to be the wife of a weak man. But the men are stronger than you. If you catch up with them, and I still can't beat you in 2 years, then I will accept. The girl's cheeks were now flushed, and she walked away toward the training ground. Broly smiled stupidly. Gabrielle walked up to him. Congratulations, Broly Diet. Agata takes her words seriously, and silly as you are, you'll forget about losing this bet. Come with me, I'll clean your wounds. The boy turned to her and then looked at his lacerated body. The adrenaline of the combat, followed by the declaration, had prevented him from feeling his wounds. But nothing pushed the pain back indefinitely, and Gabrielle saw his jaw tightening. He shook his head. No, I'm going to practice. Agata will not stop, and I don't want to fall behind. Whereas the boy was about to turn the heels to set out again to be beaten on, or all other stupid techniques used by the men to harden themselves, Gabrielle caught his arm. You're not going anywhere. You're injured, and you'll lose weeks of training if it gets infected. Also, don't forget that I need experience as an apprentice healer. Healing you is helping the clan. Despite the shaky rhetoric of her statement, Broly was convinced. All she had to do was say for the clan, and most warriors would obey. Their simple devotion was not precisely to Gabrielle's displeasure. The honesty of the Gayserts was refreshing. The opposite of the Snaherts, for example. During the last meeting of the clans, Gabrielle had been able to speak with one of them. She had exchanged all her savings for a gemstone that was supposed to heal any Tier 0 who was not dead. The stone had done nothing to help one of the warriors who had been disemboweled. Mama Oppo, the healer, was absent at the time, and Gabrielle had watched him die before her, his eyes filled with hope. She had betrayed that hope. I won't betray any hope anymore. Starting with you, Broly. Once in the healer's tent, Gabrielle began to apply an ointment to the boy's wounds. Despite the pain, the boy complied obediently. When the healer spoke, the others listened. Her words saved lives. Her words could kill. Although Gabrielle was still an apprentice, she already had the apothecary's authoritative tone. The voice the old healer used when she ordered 300-kilogram behemoths to lie down and grit their teeth. As the girl applied a bandage to the deeper wounds, she asked Broly why the adults were not there. Gale shouldn't have been alone guarding the entrance, and the fight shouldn't have gone on for so long before being interrupted. But the young man would not have sold his father's secrets easily. Sorry, Broly. Broly. Your father is the chief of the clan. Even though you're not an adult yet, you must know about it, right? The other kids don't know, so they don't have to worry, but you being so brave, your dad must have told you too, right? The young man fiddled with his bandages, and Gabrielle had to put a slight blow on his hand to calm him. Oh? Sorry. Your ointments are working. I feel almost healed already, the boy exclaimed. Thanks Broly, I made them myself. A new and effective recipe for the Tears Zeros. Even Mama Oppo congratulated me on it. But forget what I just said. You don't need to know about it, it's a warrior topic. What? But of course I know. Father didn't tell me, but I heard it anyway. A new portal has opened, and champions are coming. The fiercest beasts are being repelled by the concepts for now. The system does not want champions to die instantly. Father and the shaman want us to migrate to settle near the portal. The first clan there will have a great advantage, resources will be plentiful, and no monster will be powerful enough to decimate our warriors. For a year, we will be safe from extinction. A portal? Champions of civilizations arriving in Elysium? Given enough time, these champions would become unstoppable. The founder of their clan was one of these champions himself. But we shouldn't be the only clan that knows about it, right? Broly looked down. No, according to the shaman, at least 2 other clans know about it. The Elbies and the Snaherts. Gabrielle thought aloud. The Elbies are powerful. More so than us. But they are full of honor. They will not drive us out, and 1 portal can support 2 clans. But 3. The Snaherts are unworthy. I have no desire to have them as neighbors. Neither did father, but the shaman says we have no choice. The portal is pushing back too many monsters, and the territories are turned upside down. I hear a horde is coming. Thousands, hundreds of thousands of monsters may pass through here in a few days. If we stay here, we will die. All the hunters are now looking for a safe path to the portal. Some have already seen Snahert scouts and hunters. Father wants to travel with them to fight the fiercest beasts together. But the apothecary does not want it. The boy's gaze dropped, and he murmured the last words. Because of you. Gabrielle looked up. Because of me? Broly stood up hurriedly. Gotta go, see you later Gabrielle. The girl grabbed his arm and squeezed one of his meridians, spreading her ether in the boy's body. Restraint. The technique was used by Mama Oppo to immobilize warriors driven mad by pain. Broly fell to the ground. Gabrielle didn't even think that a clan healer had to swear never to hurt a clan warrior. Their art was healing. What did you mean, Broly? Why because of me? The girl's voice became more and more inaudible as she spoke, but the boy heard. It's not my place to tell you that, Gab. Ask Mama Oppo. I have been asking for 10 years. 10 years without an answer. 10 years of postponing the news. Wait until you are 10 years old, Gabrielle. Ask me again when you know how to prepare an ointment by yourself. Wait until you are an adult, my dear. Mama Oppo is lovely to me, and she wants to protect me. But even though I will never be a warrior like Agata, I have the right to know. Even though I will be a healer, I have the right to revenge. My parents are dead, and the poison has been eating away at me for 10 years. Stop being a coward, Broly. Stop thinking you know better than me what I need to know. If your father and Agata were killed, you would want to know the truth. So be a warrior and tell me the truth. Lying does not sit well with us Gaserts. The boy looked at the girl for a long time. He finally got up, despite the technique of Gabrielle. Be careful, I was only immobilized for about 10 seconds. It's not my place to tell you, but I have no reason to hide it. It's the Snaherts. I don't know who, I don't know why, but they killed your parents and marked you. Gabrielle lowered her head. She had always known it deep down. All the clan hated the Snaherts, but nobody spoke about them when she was close. She rolled up her left sleeve. On her forearm, a large black scar pulsed. The other kids thought it was disgusting, and so did she. She had even considered cutting off her arm, but her mother had sacrificed herself to save her from the poison. Immune, it would take years for her body to eliminate the poison. Her poison resistance had been improving for 10 years and had already evolved. When she looked up a few minutes later, Broly had long since disappeared. The ceremony was about to begin. The clan members were gathered near the central fire. The shaman was helping the chief to prepare the ritual. On Gabrielle's left stood the women. The Gacerts were an equal clan. Warriors and hunters were of equal strength but had different specialties. Some protected with their constitution and vitality, and others attacked with agility, speed, and precision. It was only by working together that they were able to cross the islands of Elysium. But tonight, it was the men who were concerned by the ceremony. Gabrielle saw Mama Oppo talking with Serta. The old healer did not want to travel with the enemies of her clan. This was understandable because a healer had to help every clan. Healing the Snaherts, the ones who killed her first apprentice, was unthinkable for her. Furthermore, the Snaherts specialized in venom, a discipline known to the healers. Poison or potion, only the dosage changes, Mama Oppo said. Agata was behind the two women, busy stuffing herself with meat under the exasperated gaze of her brother Gale. On the right rose the men's tents, and Gabrielle ventured there. She found Broly alone, meditating. Hey. Sorry about yesterday. I was in shock. But thanks for telling me all that. I wanted to make it up to you. Do you need anything? I have alcohol if you want. The boy opened his eyes and began to laugh. He calmed down before answering. Funny, I would have said yes to you on any other occasion, but not tonight. Tonight I'm becoming an adult. I know I'm not the smartest man, but I can at least be the bravest. I don't want alcohol. I want to face my fate proudly. Gabrielle nodded her head. That's brave. Are you scared? They're going to merge you with a Tier 3 core. You won't be quite the same after that. It's true. It's funny to think that, but I'm not afraid. All men go through this, and only the weakest die or change. I'll probably grow hair everywhere, my bones will thicken, and my nose will flatten, but I'll get the strength to protect the clan. You too, Gab. What is this idiot saying? Don't look at me like that, laughed Broly. You heard me right. You're the smartest girl in the clan, but you still have much to learn. In the meantime, let me protect you. With me and Agata, the clan will grow stronger. You will know what to do with our strength. I trust you. Mama Oppo stands back from decisions, but if I were chief, I would listen to you. Thank you, Broly. I appreciate it. It was you I came to comfort originally, but I see you don't necessarily need it. I feel like you've grown up a lot lately, and I'm not that far ahead of you anymore. I won't be able to make fun of Broly diet soon. I think I'm still an idiot, Gab. But you make me feel better, you know? Being a protector, that's what I want. I need people to protect, and cheering you up helps me. Sometimes helping others is how you help yourself. Gabrielle was stunned. Broly had to have doubled his intellectual capacity during the night to hold such profound and coherent words. The drums began to beat, and the young man stood up. It was his moment. Oh, and thanks for yesterday. The ointment. I've seen your scars, you know? I know you inflict wounds on yourself to better learn to heal. To better heal us. You're not the only one who wants to make the clan powerful. You can count on us, Gab. We are the Gacerts. Your revenge is my revenge. The Snaherts will pay. With these words, the young man disappeared. The girl smiled because he was right. She was a Gacerts. She was sacrificing herself for them, and they were sacrificing themselves for her. In the center of a misty plain stretching from one horizon to another, a translucent dome sat. It seemed immaterial, a simple ether film protecting the interior from the sun's radiation. A soap bubble, was Priam's first thought. The portal had spit him out moments before, right before the protection. Under the dome, Priam could see buildings. There seemed to be some commotion inside, and potentially human forms were forming groups. Despite his high perception, the dome prevented him from seeing what was happening. Priam took a breath, trying in vain to shake off his stress. Refusing to lie to himself, he admitted that he was afraid of the proximity of other humans. He didn't know his place in this post-apocalyptic society. He didn't even know if he wanted to be part of it. But maybe my family is right here. He held his hand forward, but the barrier stopped his advance. He tried to penetrate the protection for a few seconds without success. The path seems blocked off this way. There must be an entrance somewhere else. As he turned around, he noticed that the grass was green. He was almost surprised that he had gotten used to the blue color of the grass endemic to Elysium. One gets used to everything. While stretching to get rid of the urge to vomit, a side effect of the portal, Priam took a few steps to get used to the new gravity. His body felt lighter than in Elysium, and the sensation was very uncomfortable. He felt as if he was lifting off the ground every time he accelerated a little. It is going to be problematic to fight. I'll have to get used to it. To make matters worse, the ether density was much lower than in Elysium. Priam felt like he was running out of oxygen at a high altitude. No matter how hard he tried to breathe, the air didn't agree with him. The young man panicked a little, wondering if he would ever be deprived of traveling to worlds with too little ether. But if the amount of ether annoyed him, the familiarity of the place made him smile. He recognized the trees, the insects, and even the stars and their constellations. In broad daylight. Stopping short, Priam looked up. There, next to a single familiar sun, suspended alone in that black sky, was the Earth. The Earth he never thought he would see again. Well, rather a crescent. The part illuminated by the sun was visible, and it seemed, even from its distant position, that it had changed somewhat. But it was Earth. Priam understood the environmental awareness of the astronauts when they saw the Earth from space. This beautiful planet was just a big pile of rock and metal on whose surface life had developed by incredible luck. Against the black background of the cosmos, the celestial body on which it was located must have had a thin atmosphere. Earth seemed fragile. A desire to protect it won Priam's heart. He wanted to protect the Earth and the humanity it had given birth to. Blinking at the sun, Priam laughed as he suddenly realized something. It's so obvious. I'm on the moon, he exclaimed. It seemed impossible. The vegetation, the atmosphere, the temperature, and the few clouds in the sky were all evidence that he must be wrong. Even the gravity was too high. But he felt he was right. Uninterested in his deductions, the system manifested itself. Announcement. Welcome to the first meeting. During this week of reunion, a renewed moon welcomes humanity. Share, communicate, and explore to defeat your enemies together. Break free from your chains. Aspire to a future for humanity. Your other quests are paused during the meeting. Main quest, reunited soon? Humans are sheltered in domes distributed on the surface of the moon. All of them? No, the fighters, protectors of humanity, must prove themselves. Investigate the threat. Eliminate it. Reward, free access to the domes for all of humanity. Potential +10. Bonus depending on your participation. Difficulty, variable. Ah, that would have been too good. Well, I must eliminate the threat before I can reunite with my family. My father is 80 years old, I doubt he chose to be a fighter. My sister, who knows? His father had married late in life, and his age had always been of great concern to Priam. It was the son who wanted to protect the father. After a last look at the inaccessible dome, Priam began to run towards the plains. The plains were not very visible, partly hidden by the ever-present mist. It made it hard to see, but he suspected that if other fighters were nearby, he would quickly detect them. Many humans must have chosen the path of weapons and he intended to find them. I need to know how the other humans survived. Are there many survivors? Am I wrong to hope for my family? I need information. Less than a minute into his run, Priam stopped. On his left, striding through the mist, were 3 wolves. White in color, they blended in completely with the mist, and only Priam's exceptional perception had detected them. Strengthening his grip on his spear, he prepared for battle. As the wolves used their numbers to surround him, Priam tried to reassure himself. He'd had trouble defeating mere horned rabbits but knew that Elysium was the royal road. Humanity would be finished if these beasts were half as powerful as the Rabhorns. No fighter could face 3 such strong wolves simultaneously. The fight was about to begin, and Priam finally convinced himself. These are ordinary wolves, I have nothing to fear. Without warning, 2 wolves jumped on him. A part of Priam's brain was instantly reassured. They are almost slow. Priam dodged to his left, moving away from the watching third wolf in the same motion, then swept the air with a backhanded sweep of his spear. The tip of the blade hit the snout of one of the attackers. The wolf fell back to the ground and grunted in pain. Slightly wounded, he began circling Priam again, this time more carefully. The other 2 beasts joined it. Despite all his progress, Priam still had no eyes in his back. It would be practical but not very aesthetic. If I had an eye in my back but it was nearsighted, how would I wear glasses? Before he could find an answer to his foolish thoughts, one of the wolves growled. Priam turned his attention back to the fight. Those beasts were not Rabhorn level, but a bite could be severe. He could see 2 wolves clearly, but the third remained behind his back. They always managed to have one of their own in Priam's blind spot, which bothered him. He was forced to turn his head frantically to avoid an opportunity to attack. I can't see them all at once, and when I try to turn quickly so I don't lose sight of them, I leave openings. I can't let them trap me like that. It's up to me to break the status quo. Shouting for courage, Priam charged one of the wolves. It jumped back to dodge his slash. Priam tried to continue his charge, but the inertia of his blow was more significant than expected, and he found himself off balance. The other 2 wolves attacked him from behind as he moved back into position. Lifting his right foot, he intercepted one of the wolves in the air. Kinetic control. The unfortunate assailant was propelled backward. Priam had no time to wonder about his fate. Taking advantage of the opening, the last canine had closed its mouth on his left leg. Under the shock and speed of the wolf, Priam found himself on the ground and lost his spear. Panicking, he started kicking the wolf. The canine was shaking its head to damage Priam's leg as much as possible. Shit, what am I doing? They are hardly more powerful than normal wolves. I'm faster and stronger, but if one of them bites me in the wrong place, I'll die. The wolf biting Priam was trying to tear his leg apart. With its fangs firmly planted in Priam's flesh, it was shaking its mouth, now trying to break the bone. Fortunately, Priam's constitution and strength were so high that it did not seem to succeed. It would take him several minutes to overcome Priam's physical strength, and Priam had no intention of giving it that time. Priam continued to kick the wolf in the head to force it to let go. Each kick seemed to ring the beast, and its movements were no longer as brisk. With a glance, Priam saw the second wolf cautiously approaching. Apparently, the last member of the trio had not yet recovered from his kick. I hope it learns from this. Priam forced himself to calm down. I don't want to be lying on the ground. Kinetic control. The wolf biting on his leg began to slow down, and Priam took the opportunity to knock it over and sit on it. Raising his arm, he threw a kinetically enhanced punch. Then a second one. The second wolf stood still a few feet away from Priam, watching for an opening. He and Priam glared at each other. The wolf knew it didn't stand a chance but didn't run. I guess the system wants us to fight. As Priam's blows rained down on the immobilized wolf, the second canine began to howl in the air. Its companion was dying, and it didn't know how to save it. The first wolf howling to the earth ever. On the 8th punch, with a tragic whimper, the imprisoned wolf released his jaw. Priam's shin was a mess, but his vitality was already beginning to heal it. He knew he could walk. He started to get up. At that exact moment, as if sensing this was its last chance, the last wolf threw itself on him. With his hand bruised from punches, Priam stopped the canine with a lightning elbow. Kinetic control. With an end-of-the-world crack, the animal was thrown to the ground. A final blow from its paw had opened a gash in his torso. Priam finished getting up painfully. Lowering his eyes to the ground, he looked at the battered body of the beast who had tried to eat his leg. The novice warrior knelt and took the wolf's head between his arms. The animal stared at him, all violence gone. He gently scratched its head for a few moments. Then, taking a deep breath, he snapped its neck with a sharp blow. The wolf would have died alone, but Priam didn't want to hurt it. He had no hatred for the 3 animals. He had always found wolves and their behavior fascinating. Their cousin was man's best friend, and Priam loved these animals. Did they attack me to eat? Or is that an order from the system? There are no wolves on the moon unless NASA has been lying to us, so the system transported them here. It may even have created them entirely. The number of wolves on Earth was quite low. I believe the total wolf population was 350,000. Spread out over the surface of the moon, it's strange that I'm encountering them so quickly. What worried Priam most was that these wolves had attacked him. Wolves normally avoided attacking humans. Either these 3 wolves were hungry, which seemed unlikely given their size, or they were forced to by the system. I have no desire to become a wolf exterminator. He was angry at the system, at this new order of things that required him to kill innocent creatures. Priam got up and walked towards the last attacker. The latter was motionless. As he got closer, he realized it wasn't playing dead. It was dead. When I think that this encounter could have been over 10 times faster, sighed Priam as he retrieved his spear. He walked away from the corpses and then hobbled for 5 minutes to a tree. A wild wolf pack is normally composed of 5 to 7 wolves, led by 2 parents. There is no wild alpha male and female. Perhaps the system knew that a pack would not give humans a chance, so it had reduced the number of enemies. Or maybe the rest of the pack wasn't far behind. Wounded, Priam wanted to recover before continuing to fight. He climbed into the tree to take cover. Leaning against the trunk to allow his leg to heal more quickly, he pulled a fruit from the bag he had made. Made up of a few leaves folded together, the makeshift bag was an eyesore. It contained some resources he had taken with him in case there was nothing to eat at the reunion. He knew now that he could sustain himself, if necessary, by eating wolf meat, for example. This idea disgusted him. The animal was too close to the dog for his taste. Priam thought that one of the benefits of this new life might be the opportunity to eat new kinds of foods. Since childhood, Priam had been a gourmand and a gourmet. I want to taste every monster in this universe. That afternoon, Priam swore he would one day eat a dragon. That's the kind of promise I like to make, he laughed. Without taking the time to peel it, he began eating the fruit logarithm provided. His vitality needed calories to regenerate his leg. Priam inspected the damage. His bone was hidden, and the wolf had fortunately bitten him in the muscle. No tendons were damaged, and his impressive physical characteristics had allowed him to get away with it. Priam was not a doctor, but the wound looked like a large dog had bitten superficially. His muscles, harder than steel, had resisted the animal's fangs very well. Such a wound would have healed entirely in a few days on Earth. Priam was not worried. When his vitality had exceeded 100, a qualitative difference had occurred. He was not only healing 11 times faster than an average human. The real value must have been around 22 times faster. Coupled with the fruit he was currently digesting, which also boosted his regeneration, he would be completely healed before the end of the day. The wound itself did not prevent him from moving. Before continuing on his way, Priam reviewed the fight. He should have won effortlessly. The system hadn't even bothered to give him a few skill levels as his display had been so pathetic. If Priam learned to react and control his weapon well, he would have the ability to trounce an entire pack, let alone 3 wolves. Using his physical advantage, he should have attacked first. The spear had not helped him and even made him lose his balance. Once in close combat, he had lost it, but it would have been ineffective anyway. If I want to use this weapon, and I do because some fights require reach, I must master it. Using a weapon you don't know is a big mistake. Priam promised himself that he would start training with the spear as soon as possible. My last mistake was to panic and react instead of acting. To react is to go with the flow of the enemy. I would be dead if those wolves had been more numerous or stronger. I need to become proactive and get some experience. Priam got up slowly and began to wield his spear. For the next half hour, he went through a series of moves. Forward attack, cutting attack, step to the side, turn around, blocking. Priam wanted to become familiar with the weight of his weapon. His leg was hurting, but he used the pain to remind himself that every mistake had consequences. Dying stupidly for lack of training was unbearable for him. He knew nothing about handling a spear. A spearman would undoubtedly have been outraged by his exercises, but Priam was convinced it was better than nothing. Suddenly, in the middle of a particularly classy combo, in his opinion, Priam turned around. He had heard a scream. A human scream. Image status, average value for a Homo sapiens male before integration, PHY 10/Men 10/Meta 0. Physical. Strength 58. Constitution 77. Agility 90. Vitality 112. Perception 66. Mental. Vivacity 75. Dexterity 46. Memory 29. Willpower 44. Charisma 36. Meta. Meta affinity 8. Meta focus 16. Potential 140. Tier 0. Priam turned to the source of the shout. He hadn't spoken to anyone in a week. Yet it seemed like years. Tightening his grip on his spear, he ran to the stranger's aid. Using his skills to the fullest, he accelerated quickly, swallowing the distance between himself and the danger. Moments later, the mist gave way to a young woman being threatened by a dog. The beast was impressive, a canine specimen 1 meter high at the withers. Visibly enraged, with a bloody muzzle, the dog was leaping towards the girl perched on an isolated shrub. Under the blows of the dog, it was shivering. The makeshift shelter would not last long. I recognize this situation. She's a villager, and I can recruit her if I save her from the bad dog, right? Forgetting that no one got the Age of Empire 3 references anymore, Priam stuck his spear in the ground and charged the beast with his bare hands. He wasn't used to fighting yet and didn't want to repeat a pathetic performance. He had already fought in the street to protect some of his girlfriends. He was confident in his fists and characteristics. The dog, a variant of an English Mastiff, must have weighed more than 150 kilograms and developed terrible power. The wolves were just children in front of such a monster. Priam was confident. The dog was slow compared to a Rabhorn. Terribly slow. Instinctively, like a predator facing its prey, Priam knew he was in no danger. 2 meters before contact, Priam cocked his fist. A final, kinetic control, propelled his right leg and brought it into contact with the beast. He touched the dog's chest and then demonstrated his skill again. The animal flew off the ground. Its body was propelled several meters backward and landed on its back. Too bad for it that it is not a cat. Turning his head toward Priam, the dog whimpered softly, hurt. It sniffed the air and then barked at the girl. It seemed to ignore Priam, too angry at its first victim. Maybe you don't want to fight me, but I won't let you hurt this girl. Go away, he said, shaking his hand. Priam glanced at his hand. It wasn't broken, but he shouldn't have closed his fist, and he knew it. Hitting with his palm would have had the same impact. His quick thinking was far superior to a normal man's, but there was no point in having a big brain when you didn't use it. The dog watched the newcomer for a few seconds. Priam didn't know if the beast understood him. There seemed to be a glimmer of intelligence in its eyes, but it was quickly eclipsed by rage. The dog understood that ignoring Priam would not be enough to make him forget it back. He sighed at the belligerent attitude of the monster. The animal leaped towards the tree, trying to dodge Priam. In a lightning acceleration, he repositioned himself next to the dog, grabbed it by the neck, and with a pirouette, threw it violently to the ground again. Only a few meters from the tree, the wounded animal struggled to get up. Do I really have to kill a monster that doesn't even attack me? As Priam wondered what would happen next, the girl slid down the tree trunk. Her feet touched the ground lightly, and she moved toward the dog. Watch out, exclaimed Priam as he stepped forward to protect the girl. Thank you very much for your intervention, sir, but I'm not in danger anymore, I think, replied the lady. A French woman? Priam froze in surprise. He had thought long and hard about the language problems in Elysium. While communication was less difficult with other humans than with aliens, he had not expected to find a girl who spoke his language directly. Unless the concepts had grouped humans based on their geographic location when the tutorial was announced? If so, my family should be close. Deep in thought, he looked up just as the girl plunged a dagger in her small hand. It looked like a sword into the animal's heart. Shocked to see someone kill a dog in cold blood, he couldn't gather his thoughts before she continued. You seem shocked? I just got here a few minutes ago, and I've spent half that time being chased by this dog. I'm not even its first victim. The blood on its muzzle is not mine. A rabid dog, ready to kill me, and who has already tasted human blood. No, I didn't hesitate to kill it, said the girl, wiping her dagger on the animal's fur. Priam calmed down. It is the new world, he thought. A young woman must have the guts to kill a bloodthirsty beast to survive. Her lack of hesitation. I should be learning from her rather than criticizing her. If he were to be completely honest with himself, Priam had killed a rabhorn just to eat. It was a more difficult action to defend morally than what the young woman had just done. He knew that someday the time would come to kill animals, but he would rather kill bloodthirsty-looking monsters than dogs. Disney and a cognitive bias had taught him that beauty meant goodness. It was wrong, of course, but it was so easy to think that a beautiful dog was always nice and a terrible hyena was always evil. Life was not so Manichaean, and Priam was slowly becoming aware of this. Realizing that he was once again deep in thought, one of his main faults, he focused on his interlocutor and apologized for his behavior. I was shocked, that's true, but I understand your reaction. Eat or be eaten, right? Anyway, you have to be a fighter if you're out of the dome. Priam replied. Priam observed the young blonde woman. Seen up close, she must be between 18 and 25 years old. Quite tall and slender, he suspected she must have been practicing a sport before the tutorial. She had that sharp look common to those who practiced combat sports. With keen eyes, she observed Priam's movements and placement. Rather pretty, she didn't seem afraid of Priam, despite his strength and attire. He was aware that he was only wearing a leafy loincloth in front of a girl. I hope she doesn't think I'm a pervert. It's not my fault if I can't sew jeans with 2 leaves and a rock. Yes, I chose to fight in the tutorial. I've always been a fan of fantasy as well as a boxer. When I saw that I could fly and fight monsters, it seemed like a good idea then. Sighed the young woman. Normally he would have been happy to converse with her, and perhaps even more, depending on the mutual feeling. But right now, every second seemed to separate him from his family and potential doom. He wanted to get information about them and answers to his questions quickly. I understand. I made pretty much the same choice as you did, as you can imagine. The presentation at the tutorial forgot to mention the danger. Did you see any other humans after the tutorial? By the way, my name is Priam. Claire, nice to meet you. After the tutorial? I only finished the tutorial 2 days ago, so I may not have the answers you're expecting. But yes, I found myself in a new village, lost within a new world. A village? That's not bad, I was on my own. Did you manage to adapt? As much as one can adapt in a few days. By yourself? Claire exclaimed. Congratulations on surviving, then. It couldn't have been easy, I sympathize. Surviving is what I do best, I think. That and pancakes. Not thinking about pancakes, not. Claire continued. For the adaptation, I was lucky. The village was created by the first people who passed the tutorial. We have about 100 members who all passed the tutorial on normal difficulty. What more can I say? Life is not easy. No real command structure has emerged yet, and there are attacks from beasts that look like animals, but deformed? Corrupted? At least I can defend myself, while non-combatants depend on the protection of some. Fortunately, most of the people in the village stick together. How about you? Most of the residents. The girl hadn't clearly mentioned any behavioral problems. Of course, Priam was willing to bet that some people must have taken advantage of the lawlessness caused by the apocalypse. But justice in this new world was often as summary as it was expeditious. No one had time to waste on a trial and a prisoner when they weren't sure they'd have enough to eat for themselves. But that wasn't what Priam was most interested in about Claire's story. The concepts group together those who have chosen the same difficulty. But all those who have passed the tutorial on the same difficulty do not necessarily end up together. 100 survivors on normal difficulty seems far too few to me. So there must be multiple drop-off points. Humanity is fragmented and separated. It means that there will be no pseudo-government capable of identifying the survivors. Finding my family will be complicated. Maybe in the dome, there is a system feature? Me? Oh, I found myself in a pretty inhospitable place, and the loneliness almost drove me to invent an imaginary friend, Priam laughed. Other than that, I'd been around death enough to become buddies with it. I've seen a lot of interesting things too. For that matter, haven't you seen any other intelligent life forms? Priam asked while observing the surroundings to verify that no beast was planning to attack them by surprise. Other intelligent life forms? Asked Claire with a frown. Yes, I feel silly asking this based on your answer, but... No elf, dwarf, or anything? Arnold and the hoplite were clearly not human. Is this specific to Elysium? She laughed. No, sorry. You're right, it's not impossible in this new world after all, but... No fantastic creatures. Just mindless monsters and idiots, she added, seeming to lose her good mood. Too bad, I would have liked to meet a dwarf. An elf too, but I think it's easier to get to know a dwarf. Over a beer, for example. Or rather, over a barrel of beer. But if the barrel is too high, how can the dwarf drink? Or can he jump in and drink all the beer before he drowns? Sounds like a good challenge for a dwarf. As Priam's thoughts wandered again, he pulled himself together. He still had to find his family before he could satisfy his curiosity about dwarf customs. Thanks for the information, but I have to go. I want to find a way into the dome as soon as possible. Priam smiled. Wait, exclaimed Claire. I'm sorry, but can I come with you? I can run fast, don't worry. Besides, there will probably be other monsters, and I can be useful. I'm sorry to ask you this when you don't seem to need help. If another corrupted dog attacks and there's no tree in sight, I won't be able to escape it. Please, she pleaded. Priam pulled himself together. He was ready to refuse, his family was waiting, and Claire was going to waste precious time. But as he looked into her eyes, he felt a twinge of sadness. She was about the same age as his sister, and if he left her here, depending on the population of monsters, she had a real chance of dying. He knew his family, they would not have chosen to be fighters. For now, they were bound to be safe in a dome. There was little chance they would be in immediate danger. That was not the case with this girl. Priam considered the situation. Can I really look someone in the face and tell them their life doesn't matter to me? Certainly, if my family was in imminent danger. But right now, I have no idea how healthy they are. Plus, having someone with me might help convince others of my sincerity. There are pros and cons, but in the end, who am I? I'm not a saint, but I don't want to be a monster. It's too easy to use the apocalypse to stop caring about others. For humanity to survive, we must, above all, remain human. Priam had made his decision. Before accepting, he checked one last thing. Identification. Claire? A survivor of the tutorial. She considers herself brave, but others would use the word impulsive. While Claire has no particular talent for violence, she has other unique abilities. Strange. I got a lot more information about Arnold or the hoplite. You're right, we may need each other. Besides, why not help out a fellow countrywoman if I get the chance? Priam smiled. I'm just warning you that I plan to run. I need to find my family as soon as possible. By the way, do you have any information on the threat that needs to be eliminated to get into the dome? Thank you very much. For the threat, nothing but the system quest. The statement was pretty stingy with details. It's often like this with the system, Priam nodded. Let's not waste any more time. If we run into monsters, I'll deal with them. He had always wanted to say that. Okay, smiled Claire. If you don't have any destinations in mind, I thought I heard some noise over there, she indicated. Priam turned toward the direction she was pointing. Claire followed him, using all her strength not to lose sight of him. The mist was moving, and danger lurked. Claire watched Priam's back, her hand on her bloody dagger. She needed someone who could distract the monsters. The young man seemed honest, but how could she know in this new world? The dog's master had smiled too, before trying to betray her. She had plunged her dagger into his heart. Status, average value for a Homo sapiens male before integration, PHY 10/men 10/meta 0. Physical. Strength 58. Constitution 77. Agility 90. Vitality 112. Perception 66. Mental. Vivacity 75. Dexterity 46. Memory 29. Willpower 44. Charisma 36. Meta. Meta affinity 8. Meta focus 16. Potential 140. Tier 0. Claire was panting. Priam was moving fast, and keeping up with him was no easy task. Meanwhile, the young man was trying to pierce the mist with his eyes, when he heard exclamations to his left. He slowed down and motioned to the girl to be quiet. Noise on our left. I'll go first. Follow me. Claire nodded her head in agreement. Priam quietly approached the clamor. Quickly, the opaque mist cleared up, revealing shadows twirling around. Priam stopped in front of the spectacle that was offered to him. 3 men armed with swords were fighting massive boars in a surreal scene. Humanity is impressive. 9 days ago, the majority of humans had a sedentary lifestyle. Except at the zoo, a man could go his whole life without seeing a dangerous animal. Today, I see 3 people with sabers fighting rabid boars. The 3 strangers were no strangers to violence. Unfortunately, despite their dexterity and coordination, the animals were too numerous and resistant. A herd of 8 boars was continuously charging them. The sabers' wounds inflicted on the animals seemed to drive them mad. They were charging blindly at the individuals, seeking to take them with them to the next world. None of the men were injured, but Priam guessed the situation could quickly change. The mammals' canines were half a meter long. One mistake would mean death. No sooner had he had this thought that one of the boars scratched the thigh of one of the fighters with its tusk, a lower canine. The wound seemed superficial, but it disturbed the warrior. It could be the beginning of the end. I have to intervene now if I want to help them. Priam had questions, and only living men could answer them. Announcing himself with a shout to distract the boars, Priam leaped into the fray. His agility and kinetic energy control skills were particularly well suited to fighting heavy, slow, powerful monsters. Priam put his hand on the snout of a male and absorbed some of the energy from the charge. The animal slowed down, and Priam took advantage of the situation to throw a titanic punch. Using his strength combined with the energy he had just stolen, the blow broke the beast's neck. LVL up, strike, LVL 7. STR+1. The cracking sounded like the announcement of a brutal death. The sound was so horrible that Priam was afraid for his hand. It's a great way to break bones. My bones too. The other boars snarled and, in one motion, tried to attack Priam. Their massive size prevented them from attacking as a group. The animals were getting in each other's way as they tried to run in the same direction. Priam spun around to find an exit, his senses alert. There. With a leap, he found himself balancing on the head of a boar its comrades had pushed. Art of movement allowed him to regain his balance in a split second. Priam slid down the boar's side and grabbed its tusk. As soon as his feet hit the ground, he slowed the beast by absorbing its kinetic energy and planted his feet on the ground. Exercising his thigh and back muscles like never before, he lifted the animal and threw it to the ground in one motion. Without giving it time to get up, Priam finished off the stunned beast with a spear to the head. Only 6 more to go. Never again will I fight a pathetic battle, he encouraged himself. Priam felt his skill activate as his mind focused on the fight. The skill allowed him to forget the pain in his side. He looked back at the rest of the animals. The herd was disorganized, and the beasts had lost sight of him as he jumped. Priam retrieved his spear as one of the boars finally caught sight of him. Seeing the corpse at the young man's feet, it charged, blinded by rage. Priam drove his spear into the ground and prepared to absorb the kinetic energy of the assault. There was something terrifying about seeing a 100-kilogram monster charging at you. The collision was brutal, but Priam absorbed the energy of the movement while closing his eyes. The beast's violent stop raised a cloud of dust. Mentally, Priam admonished himself, depriving himself of vision during a fight was madness. Fortunately, he had not been attacked at that time. Opening his eyes, Priam could see the animal's open jaw and spear piercing its brain. He could feel the warm blood of the wild animal splashing on his face. Only 5 left. Priam stood up and pressed his foot against the beast's head to try to free his spear. Shit, it's blocked. The rest of the group charged him before he could recover his spear. Do you know how to do anything other than charge stupidly? The boar's cry seemed to indicate a negative response. As they came within 5 meters of him, Priam took off and jumped over them. Once behind the beasts, he laughed and went after them. I'm playing leapfrog with bloodthirsty boars. Focus helped him choose his next victim, the rightmost boar, a little more isolated than the others. As the hog's charge ran out of steam, Priam caught up with his target and slapped it on the rump. Kinetic control. The animal braked in surprise and Priam took advantage. Planting his left leg on the ground, he kicked the beast in the mouth with a circular kick. Mobilizing all of his kinetic charges in the blow, the beast was nearly decapitated. For more to go. By the time the rest of the herd figured out what had happened, Priam went back for his spear. He finally released it under the stunned eyes of his audience. Focusing on the fight, he didn't notice the men's amazement or the concern in Claire's eyes. Priam's eyes were clear. Focus was influencing his thoughts, and he was no longer worried. The men, Claire, the reunion, and even his family were in the background. Only the fight mattered, and his mind was totally focused on his victory. He would win, and he knew it. The boars had to die, and he would be their executioner. The survivors had stopped. They were reluctant to attack, and rage had given way to fear. When the rest of the boars were indecisive, Priam provoked them with a wave of his hand. Time stood still for a silent second, before the biggest male got angry. He charged first, before his family followed. Priam swung his spear in the air, to save kinetic energy. The other 3 boars were far behind, and the duel would be the last. The monster was getting closer, and was soon only a few meters away from Priam. He prepared to dodge it, standing firm on his feet. At the last second, Priam shifted his weight and evaded the beast, with one lightning step. The canines brushed against him as Priam prepared his piercing attack. All his bodily and kinetic energies were concentrated in the attack. The animal didn't have time to move a step away as the spear's tip pierced its skull. The inertia of the charge took the animal and the spear with it. Priam turned around just in time to catch the tusk of one of the boars, planning to skewer him. With a pelvis twist, he turned the beast's momentum into a spin. He managed a half-turn on himself while lifting the beast. When he let go, it was as if the boar had jumped off a merry-go-round. It was thrown back several feet. Focus, and kinetic control, gave Priam a great deal of freedom to counter the boar's brutal and basic approach. He felt like a great judo master taking on 8 children. The boars were heavy, but that was their only advantage. They could have smashed through a 1 centimeter thick metal door but could not hit Priam. As he approached the beast, Priam realized that one of its tusks had gotten stuck in a root when it fell and lodged its head in place. Its inertia had broken its neck as the rest of its body continued. I have to be careful with the terrain. If I get my foot stuck in a root, it will be the end. The last 2 hogs were coming back, too stupid to understand that their foolish tactics would have no impact today. One of the 2 boar was faster and outpaced its comrade. This decision proved fatal when Priam grabbed one of its tusks and threw it at the last member of the herd. Both beasts rolled to the ground, and Priam jumped on one of them to finish it off. Grabbing a canine tooth with one hand to steady himself, he used his other hand to pummel the animal. His palm repeatedly struck the skull of the enraged monster. The last boar came charging back, and Priam got up before finishing his work. He was back in the air a second later, jumping to dodge the attack. Fights were swift when the stats were high. Time seemed to slow down when Priam focused, certainly the combination of focus and his exceptional mental attributes. Falling back to the ground, Priam sat astride the grounded boar. The boar was trying to get up and looked terrified. It was facing a predator and knew it was going to die. Grabbing the canines, Priam had to use all his considerable strength to twist the boar's neck. Observing the corpse for a moment, Priam was startled. Right now, he was 6 times stronger than a full-grown man and had still struggled to break the animal's neck. The last boar hesitated, then turned on its heels. Under Priam's stunned eyes, it fled. Stunned, he did not think directly of pursuing it. It must not run away. This monster will find other humans to kill, shouted one of the men. Priam's eyes hardened. He didn't want to decimate a species but refused to stand by while humans fought and died. Indifference was sometimes the worst crime. He dashed toward the runaway. Sprinting and releasing the energy stolen during the fight, he painfully caught up with the animal after about 20 seconds. The animal ran incredibly fast and had a natural advantage as a quadruped. When he reached its height, he absorbed the animal's energy to slow down its run. Kinetic energy being proportional to the square of the speed, even if he took half of it, the animal was still running away quickly. Priam painfully overtook it. Planting his foot on the ground to stabilize himself, he delivered a titanic knee strike to the animal's temple. Out of breath despite the short duration of the fight, his heart beating fast, Priam allowed himself a little rest. The difference between a real fight and a training session was colossal. He had not succeeded in optimizing his stamina, and he felt tiredness coming on despite his vitality. His eyes focused on the corpse as he massaged a spot on his side. 9 days ago, I was revising for a fundamental physics competition. Today I killed 8 giant, rabid boars with my hands in a few seconds. I guess my life will never be the same again. A growl shook the ground. Priam turned just in time to see the mist ripple. A gigantic mass appeared, hurtling at high speed. The boar wasn't running away, it was looking for its mother. I was fighting boarlets. Priam mustered every ounce of his energy to dodge the oncoming death. The beast's tusk passed so close to his arm that the repulsed air scratched him. He landed in a roll, before looking at his new opponent. A wild sow did not normally have a tusk. This one was an exception to that rule and others. The monster measured at least 2 meters at the withers and 3 meters long. 2,000 kilograms of muscle and fat, thrown at full throttle. It was an abomination that Priam had no desire to face. But in the beast's intelligent eyes, he read hatred. The mother knew who had slaughtered its children. One of them had to die. And it would be you. Priam was annoyed because he had not recovered his spear. Killing the monster would be difficult without making it bleed. Unless he positioned himself with his back to a young tree. If the monster charged foolishly, it would hit the tree. The mother boar charged at him, and Priam only avoided it at the last second. A cataclysmic crack was heard. The tree had shattered at the point of impact. The stump was half out of the ground, and the top of the trunk was rolling a few feet away. The animal stopped 50 meters away to observe the result of its charge. Priam saw the disappointment in its eyes when it saw that he was still alive. But there was another feeling. Perhaps he was imagining it, but he thought he saw a kind of schadenfreude in the beast's eyes. It said, "You'll end up pulverized like this tree. I hope you're scared." Priam was scared. The splintered trunk was about 30 centimeters in diameter. He wasn't that strong. Plan B. The wild sow charged, and so did Priam. A split second before contact, Priam jumped over the animal and stroked its back with one hand. Instantly, the beast lost speed. 1. Another charge, another acrobatic move. The beast was relentless but predictable. Priam's quick thinking, agility, dexterity, and skill made dodging easy. In particular, focus kept him focused, which drastically reduced the risk of error on his part. After 3 more trips, Priam was ready. He had stored the equivalent of 4 kinetic saves. The 2 adversaries looked at each other, and Priam knew it would be the last time. The beast, whose majesty was eclipsed by anger, dashed forward. Priam prepared himself firmly on his feet. It was no longer a question of dodging. At 20 meters from Priam, the wild sow lowered its head to impale him, but the young man threw himself backward on his back. The attack came within a millimeter of his legs, and the female continued on its way, hoping to crush the murderer of its children. Lying down with his back to the ground, Priam put his hands on either side of his body and propelled his body, legs first, in the air. When his feet hit the beast's head, the warrior released all his accumulated energy. The effect was immediate. The animal flew away, its head twisted by the brutal acceleration. An abomination close to 2 tons found itself 10 meters high. But boars don't have wings. Gravity pulled the animal back, and the fall was brutal. 30 meters behind Priam, the colossus crashed to the ground, causing a jolt and a cloud of dust. LVL up, kinetic control, LVL 5. Diva +2. DEXT +3. Meta, focus, +4. Getting up slowly, Priam blew out his breath. His idea hadn't been brilliant, and one mistake could have sent him to the club of heroes who died in a stupid way. A club with far too many members. He moved closer to the animal's body. It was breathing hard. Its ribs must have punctured the lungs. Glassy-eyed and badly wounded, the wild sow was on its way to join its children. Priam sat down to wait by its side. He couldn't easily put her out of her misery without his spear and didn't want to leave before it died. He needed to make sure this monster would die. It took 10 minutes before the beast took its last breath. As he stood up, he took one last look at the corpse. Did I manage to kill this? I can't believe it. Well, I'm going to leave before Dad gets here. Sorry, Pumba. On the way back, Priam thought about the fight. He had plenty of room for improvement, but the attitude of the 3 men bothered him. They hadn't helped at all. Maybe not to get in his way, but the more he thought, the more he doubted. He started to run. When the mass grave came into view, Priam stopped short. One of the men was dissecting the boar corpses. Another was keeping watch, spear in hand, and immediately warned his companions of the young man's return. The last man was holding Claire at bay with his saber. When he saw Priam unharmed, he threatened Claire with his blade. Not another step. Status, average value for a Homo sapiens male before integration, PHY 10/men 10/meta 0. Physical. Strength 59. Constitution 77. Agility 90. Vitality 112. Perception 66. Mental. Vivacity 77. Dexterity 49. Memory 29. Willpower 44. Charisma 36. Meta. Meta affinity 8. Meta focus 20. Potential 144. Tier 0. Priam paused. Pressed by the system, the tutorial, the hoplite, Arnold, the reunion, his quests, his problems, and his progress, he had forgotten some of the facets of man. He had forgotten the cruelty and opportunism. Saints existed, but not all men were good. These three were like vultures. Greedy and looking for an opportunity. Good. We'll get the cores and go. We're not gonna hurt the girl, and we'll free her after going a few miles that you can't find us. Man, you have to understand that we have to be careful with what you showed us before, continued the man while pointing to the corpses of wild boars. The cores? It wasn't the most pressing question, but Priam was surprised at the precision. The three idiots had a few things to gain for risking provoking him, and he wanted to know what. At the same time, one of the accomplices pulled a tiny object from the body of one of the beasts. Priam's perception alerted him instantly. What is that? Monster cores, know that? An info to show our good faith. Creatures in this new universe sometimes have a solid crystal in their heart. These cores contain some of the beast's energy. They sell for a lot of money in the city that me and my guys landed in. Interesting. They talked about a city. I'd be surprised if it were built last week, so they've been around aliens. They have the information I want, but I can't trust them. False answers will give me the wrong picture. Better to have little correct information than a lot of inaccurate information. No need to question them, I will find someone honest later. Priam was tired. Not physically, because his vitality ensured that he was in top physical condition as long as he didn't make an impressive effort, but mentally. In Elysium, he had begun to miss his fellow man. However, he had hardly found his people when some were already trying to exploit his work. Worse, they were threatening him. Priam's mental fatigue was mixed with weariness. The mixture turned into anger. Thanks for the information. But you're not gonna bring her. In exchange for the information, I'll let you go unharmed. Now fuck off, scolded Priam. He took a step forward with what he hoped was a menacing look on his face. He didn't want to kill these men, but he would have no choice if they continued to take him for a fool. Priam didn't back down from his responsibilities. Don't come closer, shouted the man dissecting the bodies. He was the one closest to Priam, and now he seemed to remember that the aggressive young man had slaughtered 8 rabid boars in a matter of seconds. Stop, said the man who was keeping watch calmly. The girl is coming with us, the cores too. And the spear. Priam noticed they had recovered the spear he had left on the ground during the fight. He had been so amazed by the gall of the three idiots that he had not paid attention to this detail. Upon hearing the confident response of the leader of the idiots, he laughed angrily. I almost died against the hoplite, and this spear is my reward. Do they think they're going to steal from me? Do they think I'm a pacifist, just good at slaughtering animals? That I wouldn't dare attack a human? Priam's anger flared. He took no pleasure in violence against other humans. But pushed to the limit, he had already killed. The tutorial had almost forced him to. He had learned that his survival was more important to him than the lives of strangers. When anger got in the way, he lost all moderation. His anger was threatening to explode, and he was tired. He was not wholly controlling his emotions, and Priam realized he didn't care. If these men are in such a hurry to die. Taking a few deep breaths to calm himself down one last time, he replied coldly. This is not the same world as it used to be, and your actions remind me of that, Priam said. There is no justice here, no police, to right the wrongs. There is you, and there is me. There's the power I've gained by putting my life on the line these past few days. And there is your weakness. Focusing his eyes on the man threatening Claire, Priam continued. You will leave. Leave the cores. Leave the spear. Leave one of your cloaks. Leave the girl. Leave quickly, or I'll break your legs, to calm me down. It is a death sentence, and you know it. Leave or die. Claire, get back. If you advance towards her, you are dead, he indicated while pointing at the one who threatened Claire. Priam was not perfect, far from it. Like many men and women, he had problems. For him, it was his anger management. He thought he remembered that this all-consuming anger had appeared during his parents' divorce. He was 10 years old then. But maybe it was his subconscious making an excuse. In any case, Priam had trouble containing his anger when it rose. He would have violent urges, which he had always channeled, because he knew it was wrong. In a functional society, violence between two men did not solve problems. There were police officers and a justice system to deal with conflicts. Aware of his problem, he learned to calm down quickly as he grew up. He meditated, breathed slowly, and avoided getting into unpleasant situations. Unfortunately, when his anger crossed a certain threshold, it exploded. And so did he. It had happened a few times in his life. In those moments, he would go crazy. He didn't think about the consequences. Priam felt an urge for violence rising inside him. These three men had no shame. In addition, they were trying to take a young girl hostage, and Priam had no empathy for them. Just hatred. It was swelling, and he meant every word of it. He didn't want to put them into action but knew he couldn't back down now. If the three bandits sensed any hesitation, they would press their advantage, and Priam would be forced to act physically and hurt them. Despite their regrettable act, he did not want their deaths on his conscience. He nodded to Claire, and she walked away without doubting him. She walked towards Priam quickly, to avoid giving the bandits time to think. She had seen him in action and was pretty sure he could rescue her if needed. She didn't want to be a burden to him. In this new world, power was everything. If you lacked personal power, you might as well have powerful friends. The man threatening her must have sensed that Priam was ready to prove his point. He hesitated to move forward, and Claire took advantage of his hesitation to put herself entirely out of danger. She placed herself behind Priam, so as not to get in his way if a fight broke out. The man collecting the cores spoke up. Sorry. We have to survive too, right? But we're not bad guys, we didn't touch the girl. We'll leave you the cores and a cloak, and we'll go, okay, the talkative thug apologized. He understood that the tide had turned. They had no more hostages. If Priam were a bloodthirsty psychopath, they would have died. Strong with the weak and weak with the strong. The cowards. Now go away. Leave the spear, the cores, and the cloak. Do not cross my path again, Priam said. The three pathetic bandits quickly consulted each other with their eyes. Priam was ready. If they were to act, it would be now. Fortunately for them, they chickened out. At a nod from the spotter, the spearman dropped the spear to the ground while his partner dropped some crystals. Seeing that his comrades had stopped there, the leader sighed and untied his cloak before throwing it to the ground. After gathering themselves, they went into the mist. The spotter was the last to disappear after one last indecipherable glance at Priam. The scene had been very quiet, everything had already been said. He knew he had made enemies. But what does it matter? These three will be as important as insects if I get strong enough. As soon as they sensed the danger, they backed off. They did the right thing to survive. You have gained the skill, intimidation. Intimidation, LVL1, your words and actions, coupled with your strength and anger, have intimidated someone. You have dominated one of your fellow human beings by provoking fear and desire to please you. This desire originates in a survival instinct, but what is certain is that he fears you. If you lose your dominance, this feeling may turn into hatred. Any increase in characteristics is good, but be careful what your skills say about you. The power you have over others transforms the person who uses it. Char +3. The attitude of the three men surprised Priam. He had argued with them to be on the side of morality, but he had little hope for a peaceful resolution. The bandits had proven him wrong. They were used to power struggles and had good survival instincts. They must have felt that it was better to leave. It probably saved their lives. Thank you, Priam gasped before turning around. Claire's thank you had pulled him out of his reverie. Ah. MMH, you're welcome. I wasn't going to let them take you, Priam said with a smile. Claire's lips stretched into a smile. Thank you. You've saved my life twice since midday. I won't forget that. Glad to help. Let's take a closer look at those cores, then. Bending over to the crystals left behind by the bandits, Priam noticed that the cut to search the beast's interior was irregular. The boar's hide seemed to be very resistant to sharp edges. Perhaps an artisan could make me a leather outfit? My clothes wouldn't then tear at the slightest movement with my fast movements. We'll see about that later. I don't plan to spend 2 hours skinning a boar. The crystals were tiny. All about the same size, blood red, they couldn't have been much bigger than a pea. Priam felt nothing special as he rolled them under his fingers. There must be some way to detect their energy. Can you sense anything? He asked as he tossed one to Claire. The girl quickly grabbed it and watched him for a few seconds. Nope. I don't think the 3 idiots lied to us about it. It wouldn't make sense, and nobody messes with boar entrails for nothing, Priam mumbled. I only gutted one beast besides these monsters, which didn't have a crystal. Or I must have eaten it. Considering how small they are, it's not impossible. This may not be the first time I've heard of these crystals. I think some of the hunters in my village have found them, but so far, no one knows any use for them, informed Claire. One more mystery. Priam stood up. Enough wasted time. Let's go see if we can find some clues to our quest. Claire scratched her throat to get Priam's attention. Yes, he replied. Having caught Priam's attention, Claire continued. I felt vibrations all the way here after you chased the boar. You were gone for about 10 minutes. I assume there was a reason? She felt the vibrations from here? She has a lot of points in perception. You're right. The mom came to defend its little ones. Why is that? Do you want to see the carcass of the monster? Its core is different, you think? Potentially, yes. But that's not what I'm really interested in. We're on a new moon. The concepts went to the trouble of recreating an ecosystem to test us. Everything is orchestrated here. From the vibrations I felt, the monster must have been massive. Which means it must be challenging to defeat except for another monster like you, Claire shrugged. Why would the system create an exceptionally tough monster if not to see us face it? Why fight it, and risk your life, if you gain nothing? Do you see where I'm going with this? Yeah. There must be a reward for defeating this kind of monster. In order to encourage humanity to excel? If so, the system is smart, there is nothing greedier than a human. For the monster, maybe its core is precious, or its wallow has a rare resource. But it is also possible that its fur or its organs are the rewards. I can't judge that sort of thing, and I have no desire to carry around 50 kilograms of fur on my back, Priam announced. Its wallow? The place where it sleeps, Priam explained, its den if you will. I didn't know the word. I didn't take you for a scholar. In any case, since we don't have any leads to look for the threat, why not look there? Okay, let's go get Mama Boar's core then. Over there. The two headed for the scene of the confrontation. A few moments later, Priam was running again. Behind him, the girl was struggling to keep up. The mist swallowed the dead boars. The confrontation had occurred only a few hundred meters away, but the omnipresent mist camouflaged everything. From time to time, the wind blew away some of the mist, and it was then possible to see the unusual landscape. Trees and rivers on the moon. At other times, like now, the mist was so dense that it was impossible to see more than 3 meters away. Fortunately, Priam had a good sense of direction and quickly found the monster's corpse. Claire arrived 3 seconds after him. Priam had stayed a few meters ahead to verify one of his hypotheses. She was running slower than he was, but she could find him even though he had lost track of her. She has more perception than I do. Or a skill that tracks me. There was nothing wrong with that, but it was always good to know the strengths and weaknesses of your allies and enemies alike. He watched Claire's eyes widen as she observed the gigantic corpse of a female boar. Did you really kill that thing? She asked. Yep. I would have liked to see the confrontation. I knew you were strong, but not that strong. It's a mini-boss, a genuine tier 0. why not a weak tier 1? Priam had no idea of the differences between the tiers. He knew he was in tier 0, and his temperance die would allow him to increase his attributes before tier 1. Going over 200 in any one trait would trigger a tribulation. So, he assumed that most tier 1 creatures would have at least one attribute above 200. The boar's constitution and strength seemed to be well above that number. Perhaps a genetic advantage? Did the boar get a physical bonus to compensate for its mental handicap? There is no way that this animal is tier 1. In the village, some hunters were able to kill a tier 1 with firearms, Claire said. We have some guns and explosives for protection, brought in by military personnel who were able to obtain them just before the tutorial. They received a title for defeating a tier 1. Small caliber bullets didn't penetrate the monster's skin, and its specialty was speed, not defense. This monster looks impressive, but I don't think you can kill a tier 1 yet. Anyway, if it were tier 1, we'd know it by identifying it. Priam admonished himself. Identification was very useful, and he needed to develop the habit of using it at every turn. He sighed before analyzing the beast. Identification. Sus scrofa territorialis, a mother boar, fiercely protective of its children. Recently touched by the ether, wild boars, like most omnivorous animals, were able to quickly take advantage of this evolution to gain in mass, strength, and intelligence. A piece of original information about wild boars: gestation lasts 3 months, 3 weeks, and 3 days. The organs were crushed under their own weight when they fell. Are you really going to look for the core of this beast? I've changed my mind, I'm not going for the core, Priam sighed. We must have had pretty much the same final comment. Never mind, let's look for the treasure then. Priam had learned in the tutorial that the identification skill gave information depending on its level and the user. Knowledge, luck, and affinity with the concepts were essential. So, no two people received exactly the same information when using it. Following the boar's tracks back to its wallow was a breeze. The mother boar had been so heavy that a child could have followed its footprints. Fortunately for the two of them, the boars had not strayed far. 5 minutes later, they arrived at a small grove. This one had a pond filled with clear water. Priam smiled. He hadn't bathed since the tutorial, and he missed it. Priam was thinking of a real bath, not a forced swimming session in the stream that ran near Logarithm. Here's the reward. Claire was jumping up and down with joy. I've dreamed of this moment, Priam agreed. Me too. And the effects are amazing. The effects? Priam analyzed the pool. Identification. Natural spring infused, a natural spring of water infused with a colossal amount of ether and a tiny fraction of a subconcept, purity. Because the concepts have determined that humans are polluters, this spring is enchanted to be always pure. A trace of the concept's attention remains, purifying the first users of the spring. Bathing in the spring cleanses your body, increasing your physical characteristics and affinity for certain concepts. Remaining purifications, 6/15. Jackpot. Status, average value for a Homo sapiens male before integration, PHY 10/men 10/meta 0. Physical. Strength 59. Constitution 77. Agility 90. Vitality 112. Perception 66. Mental. Vivacity 77. Dexterity 49. Memory 29. Willpower 44. Charisma 39. Meta. Meta affinity 8. Meta focus 20. Potential 146. Tier 0. Priam relaxed for the first time in 9 days. With his body immersed in the warm pool, he felt the tiny currents of water caressing his body. The warm, smooth stones were strangely comfortable. Only his head was sticking out of the water. He had started by closing his eyes to preserve Claire's privacy because, at this distance, the thick fog could not totally block his perception. Priam, relaxed, was enjoying this rare moment. The purifying hot water and the calm allowed him to recover from the fatigue of the fights. Thermal waters have always had therapeutic properties, depending on the minerals they contain. In Japan, onsens were reputed to soothe pain, cure skin diseases, constipation, menstrual disorders, etc. In France, his birth country, 500,000 people took a spa treatment yearly, a medical procedure used to treat sinus and respiratory diseases. Priam was not ill, but he felt the beneficial effects of the hot spring infused with ether. However, a part of his brain wondered about the geothermal energy needed to heat the water. To increase the temperature of the water, the moon now had to have a molten core. The system demonstrated once again its limitless capacities. The water circulated underground, capturing beneficial chemical elements as it passed through and reached Priam. If I dive with the current, can I go deeper into the moon? I could surely find another treasure. Maybe this concept fragment? But that's a useless thought, I'll be dead before 10 minutes from lack of oxygen. With his eyes closed, Priam began to meditate. Sleep to overcome physical and mental exhaustion would have been a better solution, but Priam refused to fall asleep in the middle of a hostile environment. His own ghost would have insulted him in unknown languages if he had died in his sleep. Meditation helped him to focus his attention on himself. He inspected his wounds before analyzing his last fights. It was this methodology that allowed him to improve day by day. Priam had years of reflexes and knowledge to catch up with the champions of other civilizations in Elysium. Many other humans had fighting skills as well. Priam had a head start with his skills and titles, but there were geniuses out there. For now, his superior attributes would allow him to dominate overtrained military or MMA champions. But for how long? They had experience, talent, reflexes, knowledge, and exceptional training. Priam knew he had to work harder to maintain first place. Being second was much easier than being first. Less pressure and a clear goal in mind. But Priam wanted to be free, and the second was never really free. Only the first could sometimes claim that. For half an hour, he emulated the fights in his imagination, analyzing his decisions and their consequences. He questioned their effectiveness and tried to point out his mistakes. Identifying his own errors was difficult. A trainer or coach could have saved him valuable time, but it allowed Priam to take a step back. The exercise was made easier by his mental characteristics. His memory allowed him to recall fights in detail. His dexterity remembered his movements. His vivacity increased his speed of thought. His willpower helped him to concentrate. Priam watched his fights from every possible angle. His technique did not yet allow him to replay a battle under different circumstances, facing more wolves or fighting underwater, but it would come. Little by little, he found solutions to each of his problems. Finally, after half an hour, he was sure he could face the same opponents without a scratch. He had confidence in himself. LVL up, meditation, LVL 2. Will +3. LVL up, shadowboxing, LVL 4. For +1. AGI +1. DXT +1. Well, even if I'm tied up one day, I'll be able to train. But that goes for the locked-up hoplite champion too. I'll have to take care of him as soon as I get back, or I might get some nasty surprises. I can't wait to see who will have progressed the most. Holding back a smile, Priam finally embarked on an exercise he had been dreading and putting off for as long as possible. An introspection. Lately, his life has been a succession of adventures. Adventures that he had not chosen. He was simply reacting to the problems that the concepts were sending him one after another. Briefly, when he built Logarithm, he thought he was planning what to do next. He first created a skill he liked and then began to explore the area. On his first trip out, a rabhorn killed him. It was his fault, and he made no excuses. Then the problem appeared. Was it a coincidence that he had met the hoplite champion on his first outing? Since his arrival in Elysium, Priam had felt the portal activate 8 times. Unless he was mistaken, 8 rivals, including Arnold and the hoplite, were pacing around the portal. To encounter one of these champions so quickly, who didn't even seem to be looking for him, was suspicious. Most of them would be within 5 kilometers of the portal. Beyond that, the danger became too great, and you could only take advantage of rare resources if you stayed alive. In concrete terms, the area reserved for the beginner measured 50 square kilometers. To visualize this, it was roughly the size of Manhattan or half that of a city like Paris. Without being huge, Priam suspected that the chances of meeting a rival on his first outing were low. Priam wondered. Was he really free to choose? The notion of coincidence became blurred when 7 genuine concepts governed the universe. To escape them, there was only one solution: use the system. At the end of the tutorial, each participant received a personalized message from the system. Priam remembered it very well. No one is born free. Neither men nor gods. For some, even death does not offer freedom. The wise find a superficial freedom in their minds. You are not a wise man, and this kind of freedom is not enough for you. You seek the ultimate freedom. You seek the zenith. Write your story. Priam remembered those lines. When he read them, every word was written in letters of fire, deep in his soul. Part of the reason Priam was the champion of humanity was that he represented the greatest desire of his species. Humans aspired to be free. It was the first right they claimed. It is my fundamental right, and it is my duty, to fight to be free. Priam opened his eyes. The concepts, the hoplite champion, Arnold, the reunion, and many other things, would come between him and his right. Life is such that it tests us. A reward is only valuable when victory is snatched from the world. I will not win my freedom. I will take it, for it is mine. No other shall write a word in the book of my life, he murmured. Priam was motivated once again. He had spent 9 days surviving, not really thinking about anything else. It's hard to want anything but life when spiders and rabbits bully you. From the moment he arrived in Elysium, Priam had moved on, because to do otherwise meant death. But man was not made to survive. He was made to live. By finding a purpose, Priam was finally able to breathe again. Of course, he had short-term goals, the first of which was to find his family. But saving his loved ones, or himself from death, was still survival. He wanted to live. Priam smiled, for his decision, his quest for freedom, was resurrecting him far better than his skill could. He who eludes death, was resurrecting his body. His ideal of freedom was resurrecting his soul. Is that what you're fighting for? Asked Claire. Priam turned to Claire. He could barely see her behind the screen of mist, and it seemed to him that she was scrutinizing him. She seemed intrigued by his words. For freedom? In the long run, yes, Priam explained. The system is an incredible opportunity, and I'm glad it happened. But I'm not a sim. I want to decide my life. If I'm going to chain myself down, through responsibilities for example, I want that to be my own choice. A noble cause. What do you mean by chaining? Priam took a few seconds to formulate his words. Looking for my family. Get married. Have children. Making promises. These are choices that carry responsibility. If I make those choices freely, I will happily chain myself to the causes that affect me. I'm not running away from that. If my freedom is so precious, giving some of it to those I love is wonderful. How can you say you truly love when you aren't ready to sacrifice? I am ready for that. But this world didn't ask me. This system takes what I have not given it. Its gifts do not redeem that. I do not seek to destroy the system or the concepts, they are neutral parties of this universe. But I will not let them make a puppet of me, he stated. After a pause, Claire asked. What are you looking for then? Well, to get out of the game? If alcohol gave me a headache, I wouldn't drink. But I can't run away from this system or refuse to play by the rules. So there's only one thing left for me to do. Priam said. Claire remained silent. The answer seemed to have given her something to think about. After a minute, Priam didn't know if he should start meditating again or continue the conversation. Curiosity won out. And you, what are you looking for? Asked Priam. Claire did not answer immediately. Priam let the silence settle. He was currently enjoying a cleansing spa, so why rush? He'd have plenty of time to fight monsters again and get covered in blood. I need a spa like this in Logarithm. Taking a break between massacres sounds great for my mental health. Maybe Logarithm has a massage upgrade? In the corner of his mind, the system notifications were piling up. Priam knew the bath was good for him, but he'd have plenty of time to watch his progress afterward. As he struggled not to fall asleep, Claire decided to break the silence. I'm looking to survive. I don't know if it's right or wrong to not have great ideals. Freedom. I think it's beautiful, but it's not for me anymore. 10 days ago, we were ordinary men and women. Today I saw you kill a half-ton beast. I'm still afraid of dogs. Maybe you'll manage to be free, even though we know there's little chance. Me. I won't make it, Claire's voice sounded weary as she answered. I'm not alone, you know? I want to save my family and my loved ones. As long as I want to put their happiness before mine, some people will have a lever to manipulate me. Even without them, they already have the means to force me to obey. The girl stopped there, and Priam didn't know what to say. They were both adults, and she didn't seem like a fool. Kind words of comfort would ring hollow. He didn't know much about her. To say, everything will be fine, don't worry, or while there's life, there's hope would have been hypocritical. In this new world, if a powerful person knew your weak points, you could not be free. To avoid being manipulated, you had to hide, but if you had power, they wouldn't let you go, or become stronger than your executioner. But the intelligent executioner prevented you from becoming stronger than him by putting pressure on your family. In order not to enter this vicious circle. I understand your concerns. You can hide from this, you know? You need to find your family and get them to safety before they can be used against you. I don't know who they are, but they can't do anything during the reunion. We are cut off from the rest of the universe right now, Priam advised. From her speech, Claire seemed to think that people were trying to use her. Priam did not ask why. The girl would tell him herself if she felt the need. She sighed. It's too late. I am marked. We are all marked in the village, and I have seen what happens to those who refuse to obey. I have no chance to escape. I am too afraid to disobey. So I have only one choice left. Find my family and chain them with me while doing my best to protect them. Or not find them, try to survive alone, and hope they can manage without me. I was still hesitating, but you convinced me. Me? Replied Priam. Yes. I have seen what you are capable of. Against a man like you, my family is powerless. I won't let my little sisters be abused by someone stronger. I will take them with me and work to protect them. As long as I get results, they will be safe. That's a promise before the concepts, and I believe it. If I have to get my hands dirty, I might as well find a smile on the faces of my loved ones at night. Claire stated calmly. Priam did not answer. He disagreed with this defeatism, but it wasn't his job to convince Claire. He had given his arguments, and she had made a choice. If he denied her that choice, he was taking away her freedom and had no right to do that. The girl resumed. You helped me, and I told you I would not forget it. So let me warn you, Priam. I don't know where you ended up after the tutorial, but I learned some things in my village. Do you think reunion cuts us off from the outside world? You are mistaken. Many factions from ancient civilizations are interested in this reunion. Some humans are no longer allies of humanity. There is much to be gained in this reunion, and powerful people covet some rewards. Even humanity is not united. When was it united? I have been given a mission. I know you suspected it, but I can confirm it. You have nothing to fear from me, but be careful. You're not just fighting humans. She warned. Priam nodded thoughtfully. The three men they had just met had not arrived in a human settlement. They'd been dealing with aliens, accustomed to the system for centuries. They were certainly not alone in this. It was even likely that some humans had already agreed to work with alien factions in exchange for knowledge, training, or resources. If Claire is right, and she has nothing to gain by lying, some factions have armed humans and now hope to get the rewards that are rightfully theirs. Men and women had always put their personal comfort before the common good. Priam was not surprised that this was still the case after an apocalypse. He couldn't blame them, perhaps he would have done the same in their place. And he was honest enough to know he was still young and not tied down. He might have to do much worse in 10 years to protect his dreams. But it also means I don't have such a huge advantage over these champions. In the long run, Elysium is the royal road, but it's still early. Other than the hoplite spear, I'm pretty much naked. I've had good resources and titles, but so have they. I can't rest on my laurels. Thank you for telling me all this. If you can ever give me any other advice, don't hesitate, I'll listen. If you can't. That's already a lot, Priam said. Priam had no way of forcing Claire to give up all her secrets. Of course, some would be useful, but he didn't want to threaten her, it wouldn't do any good anyway. Kindness was his best asset at the moment. It's okay, and it's my turn to thank you. I'll help you if I can, but I've told you the most important thing. Just know that there are some things I am unable to talk about. The rest you can figure out on your own, Claire said. Priam nodded, and despite the haze, he saw Claire do the same. Her skill goes beyond tracking. She sees through the mist. At least in part. Priam had tricked her. Seeing this well in the mist wasn't normal, but Claire must have had no point of comparison. Nodding back was a reflex, and someone so emotionally disturbed and weakened could not think of hiding that ability. I feel a little dirty checking her abilities like this, but if she doesn't mean any harm, she has nothing to fear from me. He had relative confidence in Claire, but she had admitted to him that she was obeying unsavory individuals. He did not want to underestimate her if they ordered her to go against him. Well, the bath has lasted long enough. Let's take a look at its effects. Priam hadn't seen any new notifications from the system in a few minutes. It was time to get back on track. Notifications. You have plunged into the heart of a natural spring infused with ether. By the grace of the concepts, your body and mind have been purified. Your affinity for the concepts has increased very slightly. Your mental state has been reset. You are no longer in the grip of panic and can think straight again. Physics +1. Mental +1. Ether residues cleaned up in part. Your tempering will be easier. There are still 4/15 possible uses of the purity fragment. My tempering will be easier? Priam wondered. He knew that the tempering dye, obtained from the hoplite warrior, could increase his characteristics, but the rest of the process remained unclear to him. You've never heard the term? Asked Claire. No. Priam preferred to lie. To him, the most dangerous action Claire could perform was not an assassination attempt. He would certainly get away with it, and she knew it. But the wrong information could prevent him from getting the best possible tempering. That could be problematic. He might as well cross-reference Claire's information with what he had intuited from the description of the dye. I don't know much myself. In the village, some idealists shared the information they received at the tutorial, Claire said. Each tutorial was different, and you didn't learn exactly the same things. But at the end, each survivor was allowed a broad question. The system answered that question, and some of the information was of interest to Priam. Many hunters have asked how to gain power. One of the main ways is tempering. Using ether and rare resources to strengthen and reforge the body, Claire explained. I don't know much more about it, but the more contaminated the body is, the more complicated it is to temper the body. This cleansing is welcome, too bad we can't take advantage of it more. Priam began to think. The fragment had cleansed him, body and soul. It was good for his temperament, of course. But even better, he could finally think straight. His brain was no longer flooded with the drugs created by panic, and his state of mind was pushing him forward. This was the most important thing, because he finally felt like himself. His brain had made him a spectator to his lives and deaths, to protect him. Priam didn't want to be protected or to live his life like watching a movie, from a distance. But risking my life and dying again could put me back in that second state. Unless I can purify myself again. That fragment would be so helpful. Capture the purity fragment? Cost, 40 potential. Absorb the purity fragment? Cost, 80 potential. Priam laughed. There was always a solution. You just had to be rich enough to find it. Yes. He mentally selected the second option. The world seemed to freeze as an infinite consciousness touched Priam's soul. With a divine look, the hot spring lost its physicality. A thought later, it was sucked into Priam's mind. With his eyes closed, he saw the hot spring as a mirage. Concentrating, he mentally approached the pool. When he reached the edge, he bent down and looked at the reflection of his soul. He looked tired but smiling. Am I going to have to wait a long time and pretend everything is normal? Claire asked. Priam opened his eyes. The mist had dispersed, and he was sitting on a pile of white pebbles stinging his buttocks. Across from him, a woman who was still wet was looking at him disapprovingly. A gust of wind picked up, and she shivered. Priam looked at it 1 second before looking away. She wasn't completely naked and didn't seem to mind, but he didn't want to make her uncomfortable. You stole the water, and now you're stealing a glance. She began to laugh. Do I get an explanation? Sorry. A notification stopped him. Perk obtained. Mirror of the soul. Image status, average value for a Homo sapiens male before integration, PHY 10/men 10/meta 0. Physical. Strength 61. Constitution 78. Agility 92. Vitality 113. Perception 67. Mental. Vivacity 78. Dexterity 51. Memory 30. Willpower 48. Charisma 40. Meta. Meta affinity 8. Meta focus 20. Potential 70. Tier 0. Perk obtained. Mirror of the Soul. Priam stopped. He hadn't received a perk in a long time. The first was a race perk, Humanity Adapts, which all humans received. The second was his reward for finishing the tutorial first out of all the new civilizations captured by the concepts. He who eludes death was extremely powerful, but he had done an incredible feat to get it. Perks were on the borderline of passive skills and titles. They did not give attributes, potential, or trees of merit. They also did not gain levels, but they could evolve. They were rare, and Priam did not know that potential could create them. If that's the case, I must rethink my future skills. A good perk can be so much more helpful. How useful is this one? Mirror of the Soul, Bronze. In the center of your mental space is now a pond, and its water purifies your soul. As you approach the shore, you contemplate your naked reflection. The pond does not reflect lies. Who are you? Lean in and look at the truth. Sweet or hurtful, don't be Narcissus or Dorian Gray. To accept your identity is to move forward. Priam closed his eyes and called his perk. The seat of his imagination was a floating island in the middle of a sea of clouds. Each of them was one of his dreams. The clear pond in the middle of the island caught his eye. He approached it in thought and, without thinking further, leaned over. He saw himself unshaven, smiling, and in chains. The reflection did not lie. It was a metaphor for the soul. Priam instinctively understood his vision. He was unshaven because he was less sociable than before. He was smiling because he was proud of his actions and his record. He could have done better and knew it, but he hadn't crumbled or run away from adversity. He had faced mutant spiders and champions. Today, he was stronger than ever and proud of himself. But he was chained. A golden chain, linking his limbs, represented the concepts. It seemed impossible to break, and Priam knew it would certainly still be there 100 years from now. Fortunately, it didn't hinder his movements. But two other chains existed. An iron chain around his neck represented his own thoughts. He felt he was not free, so he was not free. More ominously, a silver chain was connected to the back of his skull. It seemed half ethereal, and Priam immediately knew he had been manipulated. It's barely tangible at the moment. It must be from Elysium. Is one of my rivals controlling me? A local, maybe? I'll have to be careful and find a way to resist. Priam had goosebumps. The perk was already showing its usefulness. Without it, he would never have noticed a third party manipulating him until he was in a terrible place. Now that he knew that, he could find a solution. At worst, I'll spend some potential to become resistant to this kind of manipulation. I'll think about it before I go back to Elysium. Priam opened his eyes again. He was pleased with his new ability. Sacrificing 80 points of potential seemed like a lot, but now he could make sure that his mental state was optimal and that he wasn't being manipulated. For a man who craved freedom, this was invaluable. Resource plundering seems to make you smile. Priam's gaze lingered on Claire. She was already wearing her clothes, and with her wet hair, she looked pretty. I'd say more like I've got this hot spring secured, he joked. Let me guess, you used to work in a Western museum? Retorted Claire. No, I was a science student. But this pond doesn't belong to anyone that I know of. There are no inhabitants on the moon. Tell that to Neil Armstrong. Or to the previous owner, who you turned into bacon. I love bacon, what can I say? I'll share with Neil if he's disappointed he can't find his favorite hot spring. Priam stood up, enough with the jokes, let's go find some more nice humans to question. Claire laughed. Sure, but a word of advice anyway, you'd be more believable if you wore boxers, you know? Priam looked down. He had removed his loincloth before diving into the water. He was now naked, and his loincloth was ruined. He began to blush. Give me 2 minutes to cover me with 2 or 3 leaves. Priam didn't want to be simply naked under his new cape. That would have given him an exhibitionist look. Priam turned sharply to hide his shame and everything else. Looking up at the trees, he let out an expletive as Claire threatened to fall to the ground laughing. The grove surrounding them was made of conifer. I wonder if my constitution will prevent me from pricking my buttocks with these needles. Lance 1. Everywhere on the surface of this new moon, domes had been created by the system. Like mushrooms, they had appeared the same morning. These walls sheltered a little less than 2/3 of humanity. Safe from the beasts, but not from the men. Outside these protective walls, the rest of the tutorial survivors had decided to fight. Their second test was underway, and too many of them couldn't seem to make the grade. To survive, the best solution seemed to be to band together. Lance 1. Several hours later, as the sun remained at its zenith on the moon, it was day for 14.75 days, then night for the same duration. Priam and Claire neared the end of their tour of the dome. They had decided that the easiest way to learn about the threat to be eliminated was to find something out of context. In those few hours, Priam had eliminated about 100 corrupted beasts and collected about 30 cores. He didn't know if any of the cores would be useful later, but he didn't want to risk leaving them behind. Perhaps they would open a passageway to the dome after eliminating the threat. Or maybe he could trade them for resources? After much hesitation, Priam had also decided to wear the clothes of a man whose corpse they had come across. The idea disgusted him, but he didn't want to stay almost naked until. He didn't even know where he could get real clothes. While running, Priam observed his progress. LVL up, Athletics, LVL 13. AGI +1. LVL up, Art of Movement, LVL 9. AGI +1. Perk +1. DXT +1. Running slowly so as not to lose Claire had been helpful. Learning to walk isn't just about running, and Priam took advantage of the slow pace to concentrate on his technique. Just as he was getting impatient with the lack of novelty, Priam heard a call. Too weak to understand the message. Stopping abruptly, thanks to his skill, he turned to Claire. "Did you hear?" Gasped Claire. Exhausted, she was unable to speak. Priam reached out and frowned as he concentrated. With his inhuman perception, he was able to feel the minute vibrations in the air and decode them even when a sound was made at a great distance. But the call he heard did not vibrate his eardrums. The sound seemed to come from ahead of them. Priam was intrigued. A clue? Magic? A skill? Let's find out. The closer he got to the call, the more distinctly he heard it. Finally, the sound became distinct. Gathering of fighters. Information on the threat. Gathering of fighters. The call went round and round. As Priam got closer, he realized the signal's range was significant. They had been running for several minutes when they spotted lights through the mist. In front of them was a makeshift camp. Hundreds of people were gathered around a promontory. Behind the base, the beginning of a white cottonwood forest could be seen. Mixed groups of 2 to 10 people surrounded fires and warmed themselves. Some were chatting, others were resting, and Priam even thought he saw a couple enjoying a passionate moment. As they reached the level of the crowd, a muscular woman in her 30s came up to their level and began to speak in English. "Hello. Can you understand me?" "Yes," said Priam. They had decided to let him speak. "Perfect. I'm Jessica, one of the Amazons, the group of female warriors and huntresses, not the company. If you heard a mental call, it was from one of us. The rest are fighters like you. You're late. It's impressive that you've managed to survive alone so far. Are you injured?" "Hello, Jessica. I'm Priam, and this is Claire. We are not injured but slightly tired and quite hungry." "Why do you say we're late? What are you doing here?" "Good for you. There's roast boar if you want to eat." "Why do I say that you are late?" "Let's just say, it's pretty easy to estimate how many fighters must have arrived near the dome. We sent a team with an Amazon tracker to approach the survivors, but you're coming in on the wrong side. The team will surely return soon with the last of the fighters. The corrupted beasts are too strong to fight without help, so we are gathering to share our information." Priam thought grouping was a good idea when you couldn't defend yourself alone. Most people here must not have had a talent as valuable as his. When one mistake means death, that's one mistake too many. "Okay. We had to kill a lot of animals. Mostly boars and a few dogs." "And you're not hurt?" "Impressive. Honestly, you were lucky. The worst part is the cats. They camouflage themselves and attack you by surprise when you least expect it. Fortunately, the boss is a dog. The information alerted Priam. The boss? As Jessica prepared to answer, another woman approached. Also in her 30s, with a pale complexion framed by blonde hair and a generous smile, she nodded to Jessica before answering. A boss, yes. We think the threat the system is talking about is a titanic dog a few miles from here. We sent teams to scout the area, and those who ventured in that direction never returned. Finally, an Amazon who specializes in stealth went to check it out. Apparently, the monster is sleeping at the entrance of a cave. A quest appears when you get close. Pretty suspicious, no? She held out her hand. My name is and, leader of the Amazons. Clenching her outstretched hand, Priam replied. Priam, nice to meet you. Yes, a dog on the moon is rather suspicious. What exactly are you planning to do? And began to laugh. Kill it, of course. There are almost 200 exceptional fighters here. With the last of them due to arrive shortly, we'll have plenty of capacity to trap this beast and safely kill it. One of my girls spotted a perfect place to ambush it in the middle of the white cottonwoods. A natural pit that we are trapping right now. Once we take down this threat, we can finally return to our families in the dome. And looked at Priam with a smile. You look strong enough. Are you in? Exceptional fighters? Priam couldn't help but be slightly contemptuous. Most of the men and women gathered were indeed talented. To choose to fight in the tutorial was to want to become strong. Some had been in combat sports, and others were former military. Most of the dreamers, ordinary people who imagined themselves to be gods, had unfortunately died in the tutorial. But not all of them. Not me. But to call them exceptional fighters was going a bit far. His perception told him that very few of them should have physical characteristics higher than 30. Their movements were too jerky, for one thing. They still looked like humans, whereas Priam was already moving like a predator. On the other hand, he had noticed some men shaking as they lifted a boar corpse to cook it. To struggle to lift 80 kilograms did not indicate great strength. Although I wonder how many hide their true power. We're not too bad, yes. Count us in. When do we leave? Said Priam with a smile. He didn't feel like smiling, but people always prefer to smile, whether before or after the tutorial, even a fake one. I love that spirit. We leave in an hour. Some of us are finalizing the ambush, and others are getting ready by mixing poisons. Feel free to look around the camp. You might find some interesting things. Like underwear, for example, Jessica laughed. Priam glanced in the direction of the laughing Amazon. She had seen through his clothes, and he wondered how her skill worked. Even if her ability was useful for checking for hidden weapons, he wasn't sure he liked that anyone could see him naked. Very well. Priam took his leave with Claire. A few minutes later, Claire spoke up as they wandered through the crowd looking for interesting conversations. Not too bad? Are you underestimating yourself, or do you not want her to notice you too much? The young woman whispered. Priam was looking at the floor display of a warrior who seemed to be selling venom to be applied. Useful for weakening or killing hard-to-hurt prey. I don't trust her. The 3 bandits we met earlier are here. Honestly, we were accepted too easily, without really being questioned. Besides, considering how difficult it is to kill these beasts, do you really think they'll defeat this boss without effort? No, I think it's going to be a bloodbath. And I think it's on purpose, replied Priam, his face dark. Done on purpose? To grab a bigger piece of the loot? Claire, we saw the reward for beating the giant boar. It was barely a mini-boss. From what I saw in the tutorial and after, the system rewards us for pushing our limits. If this boss is as deadly as I think it is, the reward will be commensurate with the sacrifice of these men and women. If and is not stupid, she is gathering these people as human shields. The problem is that those people are not thinking right. They refuse to see the reality. They want their families back and think there are enough people to protect them. People will die but not me. Foolish reasoning. If you want to come, stay in the back, okay? Claire nodded silently. Priam was a pessimist, but not having much hope kept him from losing it. How much for ASP venom? He asked the warrior. Coating his spear tip with venom could be the key to some fights. 5 cores, dude. The man smiled. Priam frowned. The merchant sensed that Priam was not experienced and intended to take advantage of this. If there was one thing he appreciated about the modern Western capitalist world, it was that you no longer haggled to buy tomatoes at the supermarket. The price was fixed. The waste of time and his lack of interest in this kind of discussion meant he was not patient. 3 cores, tried Priam. 5 cores. I risked my life to master the snake at the end of the tutorial, after all. Let me tell you, it is extremely lethal. I only offer quality, and it is the centerpiece of my humble stall. As if you were going to tell me that your venom was as useful as a non-alcoholic beer. Why do merchants advertise their products when everyone knows they are not objective? While Priam was already annoyed with the vendor, Claire stepped forward. Let me do it. In my family, we know how to do business. Priam smiled. Okay. You always need someone smaller than you. Claire gave him a suspicious look. Whenever he had a silly thought, women seemed to sense it. I'm pretty sure they can read my mind. Lance won. Not far away, a kitten was watching the bipeds. Larger than a tiger, the system had kept its kitten-like proportions. The result was as cute as it was deadly. The mist did not stop its gaze. It was at home here. When the dog was guarding the dome, the kitten went hunting. Attracted by the large number of humans, it blinked. Their familiar smell was delicious. But some didn't smell human. The cat stood up. It was just a kitten in an adult body and knew it still had much to learn. It would just have to open the strange humans to check. With a supple gait, Nemia the kitten moved away. Its instinct told it to wait. It would soon have a chance to play with the bipeds. Behind it, 8 human corpses lay half-bitten or clawed. None of them had time to draw a weapon. Status, average value for a Homo sapiens male before integration, PHY 10/men 10/meta 0. Physical. Strength 62. Constitution 78. Agility 94. Vitality 113. Perception 68. Mental. Vivacity 78. Dexterity 52. Memory 30. Willpower 48. Charisma 40. Meta. Meta affinity 8. Meta focus 20. Potential 73. Tier 0. Report extracted from the Memoir of Arnold, first of the Var Elegies. Date, 10th day of the new calendar. Location, satellite of the Reunion Island. Arnold watched the city burn beneath him. Millions of 5th-generation Var Elegies were fighting in the canals. There were now 2 sides. The empires, of which Arnold was the champion, and the rebel camp, made up of the dregs. The Var Elegies should not have been able to rebel. It was impossible. Their code had been secured by the last programmer centuries ago. The cryptographic key used quantum and ethereal technology. The Var Elegies were born and died loyal to the Empire. The concepts want to see blood. The system was not interested in civilization as formatted as theirs. If loyalty came from a common desire, shared ideas, pride, and heritage, then the concepts did not interfere. They respected each individual's freedom of belief. But the Var Elegies were not born with this freedom. So the concepts gave them the freedom to choose. Freedom of thought had created a bloodbath. Their new ideals drove their fellow men to kill each other in the hive's channels. Most of the weak no longer supported the Empire. They had no interest in doing so. Freedom of choice was the threat that the Empire now faced. Fortunately, his people had logical intelligence. Few non-combatants wanted to die needlessly fighting against the soldiers. Arnold had ordered that his fighters be paid a bounty of ether and given genetic enhancements based on their performance in controlling this rebellion. The soldiers now had the liberty to choose to oppress the people in exchange for a reward. The city would be pacified within hours. Unfortunately, all cities were affected by these ideals of personal freedom, and Arnold did not have enough rewards to buy all the soldiers. He was annoyed. 10 days earlier, he didn't know this emotion, but the concepts had given him this gift. The threat the system had spoken of affected all Var Elegies. Arnold had not been spared. Fortunately, he was the symbol of the Empire. As such, he was the first among equals and, therefore, the one in complete control of the Empire. Until that damned reunion. Fortunately for him, the threat had caused him little personal harm. Staying loyal to himself had not been a tough choice. The system liked to point out the weak points of each civilization with a threat. Each society faced a different scourge. But I wonder if the Empire is still useful to me. The champion's gaze turned to the horizon. Monstrous creatures waited out there. The system would reward him if he killed them. He had little to gain by coordinating the assault on a city and an intense desire to compete with the system's trials. Arnold calmed himself before asking the question that had saved him so many traps in the last few days. What would the First do? That was the real question. The First would not be drawn into unnecessary wars. The First always found a way to win. Suddenly Arnold laughed. If there were to be two empires, so be it. All he had to do was to be the head of both. He activated several communication channels. Connect me to all the rebels. All of them. If you want to fight the Empire, I will help you. But first, you will help me. Arnold began filming the city. The video feed connected him to billions of VAR Elegies. He raised his right arm, aiming at one of his generals fighting below. Long live the revolution. Weaponry, directed energy, gamma surge. The light made the clouds, the traitors, the allies, and part of the city disappear. LVL up, armament, directed energy, gamma surge, LVL 34. Meta, AFFI, +2. Meta, end, +3. Meta, focus, +4. The people must know who is the master. Lance 1. Priam smiled. Claire had negotiated the ASP Venom for 2 cores. This was a 60% reduction from the price the merchant had asked for a few moments before. It wasn't the price of the cores that bothered Priam, he had over 30 cores in his possession, it was the form. Even a millionaire wasn't happy about paying $50 for a Big Mac. Priam simply didn't want to get ripped off. There are no small savings. He had stored the Venom with its cores in a small purse which he had exchanged for another core. Since then, he kept it jealously against him while throwing murderous glances at those who looked at him too closely. If you keep looking at everyone like that, they're really going to steal from you, Claire said. Let them try. If Priam shared anything in common with the dragons of this world, it was his greed. Priam was very fond of loot and treasure. But above all, he refused to give even 1/100th of his fortune to a thief. Whoever wanted to steal his purse, he would steal their hand. Do you think there's a skill to creating a little space pocket where I can store all my stuff? Priam asked. If Logarithm could do it, why not him? Probably, Claire replied. Priam's smile froze as she continued. And I think there are skills to steal the contents of these space pockets. I hate this system, Priam muttered. Unless you're the one stealing from other people's pockets, Claire laughed. Priam's heart quickened. He did not say another word, but the sentence had not fallen on deaf ears. During their walk, the two youths talked with a few other warriors willing to barter. We'll be breaking camp soon. Do you have any other things to buy? Asked Claire. Underwear. I'm tired of everyone laughing at me. Finding a vendor selling clean underwear took them a few more minutes. Previously, Priam had almost killed a man who tried to sell him the boxers he was currently wearing. Claire had to hold him back. Priam entrusted her with part of his fortune and let her haggle. Priam looked at the salesman suspiciously for a few seconds before walking away. He had a few questions about the tutorial's difficulties, and Claire was doing better without him. Approaching a nearby campfire, he traded a core for a new portion of roasted boar and some beer. Man is still amazing. Finding toothpaste and toilet paper is impossible, but you can drink beer on the moon, he muttered. His neighbor laughed and emptied his mug before shouting. Long live humanity! Long live beer! Priam emptied his beer in one gulp before pouring himself another. His neighbor did the same before turning to the young man. So boy, you looking to get drunk right before the fight? Not really. My friend is making a deal while I'm trying to find answers to my questions. What questions? The drinker asked. His tone hadn't changed, but Priam felt him tense. I'm not here for you, boy, don't worry. Not questions that concern you. I just wanted to know how people did after the tutorial. Everyone has a different answer. The answer relaxed his neighbor, and he began to drink again. Honestly, there's not much to say. Some arrived in cities full of aliens, others in lost villages. Powerful factions briefly trained the lucky ones while the unfortunate ones like me struggled to find roots to eat. Priam nodded. The drunkard's speech sounded like all the others. Most of the men and women who had answered his questions were saying the same thing. Some had arrived in the middle of hostile terrain. Hostile for an average human but still pleasant compared to the hell that was Elysium. Suddenly, a thought struck him. In talking to people in the camp, he hadn't met anyone who had passed a difficult or easy tutorial. Everyone passed their tutorial on normal difficulty. At least, that's what they say. At the beginning of the tutorial, the difficulty could be chosen. Reducing the difficulty was possible, but increasing it was impossible. Most players decided on standard difficulty, either at the beginning or after a near-death experience. The tutorial advised against easy difficulty, but that was the only hint it gave. There were 3 difficulty levels between normal and impossible, hard, perilous, and nightmarish. Priam had experienced a somewhat unique tutorial due to his luck, but he was sure some humans had passed the hard difficulty. Where are they? Why do they hide? The perilous and nightmarish difficulties were terrifying. One mistake and you were dead before you had time to run away. An unarmed human was not fit to defeat 10 goblins. As for the impossible difficulty, it wasn't even naturally present on the list. Priam had asked the tutorial for the highest difficulty. He regretted that choice. Claire chose this moment to return, and Priam summarized their shopping. After an hour of talking and haggling, Priam obtained a vial of venom, some food, and underwear. He hurriedly put on his new boxer shorts out of sight. They were a beautiful sunny yellow, and Priam vowed to protect them. As he returned from behind a bush, he saw Claire waving to him. The last team had just arrived, and the order was given to break camp. With a piece of roasted boar in his mouth, Priam took up a position at the head of the column. 223 humans began their march toward the boss. The ever-present mist prevented the fighters from seeing each other, and the swirls of movement seemed to be nails sealing the fate of many men and women. The white cottonwood was absorbing an army. How many would come back? At the front left of the procession, Priam turned and looked around the assembly. It's going to be a massacre. Lance won. The column slowed down as the night never seemed to fall. Priam had been there for about 12 hours. He counted them carefully because he who eludes death, trait would reset in a few minutes. Smiling at his newfound immortality, he looked around at his neighbors. During the tutorial, some fighters had already specialized and had asked the lookouts, rangers, and ranged fighters to take up positions. A request that sounded like an order to Priam. Their mission was to watch the boss. Meanwhile, about 30 meters ahead of him, some fighters were finishing digging traps, trenches, and a pit in a natural basin. "Attention, comrades," shouted Anne as she climbed onto a mound made of dugout dirt. "The objective is to trap the boss in this hole and cover it with weighted nets. The spikes in the bottom will make it bleed and handicap its movements. Once trapped, the plan is to attack it from a distance. Those without a weapon or ranged skill will need to ensure the boss stays put. Use the trenches to get close to it and move on." Any questions? Priam had many questions. With this mist, how could they ensure that archers and other ranged fighters would not harm their comrades close to the boss? How will they divide the spoils afterward? Who will treat the wounded? But most importantly, once trapped in the pit, I'm willing to step forward to fight. But who's going to bring the dog back here? Corrupt dogs run faster than a galloping horse, and my little finger tells me their big brother must be even more terrifying. A man in his 40s had stepped forward. Around him, a group of about 10 men, who must have been his comrades, surrounded him. The perfect macho. He must not appreciate being commanded by Anne. Excellent question, Albin. Of course, I don't intend to give such an important and dangerous job to a team that could fail it. 5 of my brave Amazons have volunteered to carry out this task. They will bring the boss here without fail, and replied politely. This woman had a certain aura about her. No one here really knew what to do, but Anne gave the impression of having a goal, as well as a plan to achieve it. For those who had nothing, she was a beacon in the mist. You must have forgotten to mention the 5 other Amazons with them. Probably to secure the boss's cave after he left, right? A deaf person could have heard the sarcasm in Albin's voice. Indeed, some of my Amazons will also secure the entrance to the cave. To prevent theft and make sure everyone gets their share of the loot, if there is any. And the fewer survivors there are, the easier it will be to share the spoils, I suppose. Priam didn't hate Anne. Honestly, he was even glad that someone charismatic was taking the lead in helping and organizing the other fighters. He had no intention of doing it himself. He was interested in the boss and wanted to gauge its power. With so many people, he was pretty sure he could kill it. Albin. Albin seemed like a small-time drug dealer who wanted power. But this time, Priam knew that Albin was trapped. He couldn't not send some of his men to check that the Amazons wouldn't steal some loot. If he sent fewer men than the Amazons, there might be unfortunate accidents. Finally, he had to give the impression of being a charismatic and decisive leader if he wanted to be respected within this group of fighters. He had to prove himself. Albin consulted his comrades with his eyes before taking a step forward. 3 of my guys will also come secure the cave entrance. If you send 3 of yours as well, we will wait for the signal to attack. Deal? Priam sighed. It's funny, they're the ones making a deal, and the others will pay. And smiled. Deal, my dear Albin. And with these words, the operation was launched. Lance 1. About an hour later, the preparations were complete. The hole was about 8 meters deep, and flame-hardened wooden spikes were at the bottom. The boss could certainly jump higher than 8 meters, but they didn't have time to dig any deeper. The first 7 meters of soil was organic, typically found on Earth and plains. But from 7 meters down, it gave way to the ancient lunar soil of regolith dust, then iron, titanium, and other metals. Digging deeper without specialized tools, even with superhuman strength, was possible but time-consuming. Priam waited hidden behind a mound. 3 banks had been raised from the cleared earth, and the fighters were waiting behind them in an arc around the hole. 3 men controlling the direction of the wind or the scent stood in the center of the fighters to camouflage them. There was little wind on this new moon, but no one wanted to alert the boss before it fell into the trap. Priam had a bad feeling. The boss was supposed to arrive any minute now, but he could no longer convince himself that this was the cause of his discomfort. He had always had good instincts, which had saved him dozens of times during the tutorial, and he sensed something was wrong. Claire. The young woman waiting beside him turned around. Yes? I have a bad feeling about this. When the fight starts, stay here, wait a few minutes, and then flee toward the dome. I should be able to make it out alive, but I might be the only one. Claire first opened her mouth to protest. Then she stopped to think about Priam's words. She had seen him run at the speed of a galloping horse, throwing back boars weighing 100 kilograms with a single punch. If he thought he was in danger, then what could she do? The tutorial had dashed most fighters' desires for grandeur and heroic complexes. Claire knew she wasn't Wonder Woman. If she found herself facing the boss, she would either die or force Priam to put himself in harm's way to save her. And in this crazy new world, death might not even end suffering. There was always worse, and she knew it. Okay. Be careful, she breathed. Always, Priam smiled. No sooner had the word left his mouth than the system manifested itself. New quest, Predator, Baron. The Earth was conquered by man centuries ago. During all this time, humans were at the top of the food chain. Is this still the case? Prove your strength by hunting the Moon Lord. Reward, per Baron potential plus 20. Bonus depending on your participation. Difficulty, Silver. It's coming. All the warriors stood still. No one wanted to attract the boss's attention before it was trapped. After 5 seconds, Priam heard the first barks covered by the mist. 10 more seconds and his inhuman perception began to pick up on the tiny tremor in the ground caused by the animal's run. Hidden behind the mound, the fighters stood perfectly still. Priam could see some of them becoming agitated. Fear was creeping up on them. All had read the difficulty of the quest. No one wanted to die. Suddenly there was silence. As drops of sweat began to bead on some of the foreheads, a cry rang out. Archers. Fire at will. Status, average value for a Homo sapiens male before integration, PHY 10/men 10/meta 0. Physical. Strength 62. Constitution 78. Agility 94. Vitality 113. Perception 68. Mental. Vivacity 78. Dexterity 52. Memory 30. Willpower 48. Charisma 40. Meta. Meta affinity 8. Meta focus 20. Potential 73. Tier 0. And was standing on one of the dirt mounds. She had made sure to position herself as far away from the young man as possible. Priam. One of her Amazons was very sensitive to danger, and her senses had been screaming at her to stay away. According to her, he was at least on the level of a baron. At least he'll take care of the dog. Shaking her head, and refocused. Although Priam and his rapid progress were worrisome, she had bigger fish to fry or other dogs, in this case. Standing proudly in the direction of the Baron's cave, and appreciated the glint of respect that her position and her decisions brought to the eyes of the combatants. The boss is coming. Thanks to the ability of one of their own, the Amazons had a technique for communicating remotely. Certain events had brought these women, whom men now led, together, and their versatility was their strength. And if we lack raw power, that's why these other idiots are here. 10 seconds before contact. The barking of the beast was beginning to pierce the mist and agitate some of the fighters. They must not panic now. And turned to one of the men she had spotted. While most fighters would only be used as cannon fodder, some were useful. And smiled as she strategically tucked one of her blonde curls behind her ear. Paolo, is it the boss is coming? His barking will scare our comrades. If you could make him mute. Of course Paolo, happy to be of service despite his singular skill, concentrated and deployed his power. The barking stopped abruptly. Passing the tutorial on normal difficulty provided a random skill. Some were more useful than others. And had passed the tutorial on hard difficulty. Thus she had the right to choose her skill. And turned toward the boss. One of her Amazons was running, boosted by her skills. She was being followed by a real titan. It had been blinded by an artificial rage, a technique of one of Albin's men, and was chasing the young Amazon. When she reached the ditch, she continued her run on a wire, stretched across the hole. Like a tightrope walker, she risked crossing the hole very quickly. Having a giant dog that was going to tear you apart made you speed up. The Baron jumped into the trap without seeing it. The taut wire broke under its weight when the Amazon had barely crossed. And sighed with relief when she saw that the woman would make it. The boss dove for the spikes hidden by the mist. Most of them shattered under the force of the impact, but not without penetrating the dog's belly, severely injuring it. And would have liked to applaud the strategy. Unfortunately, it was her plan, and she had to be modest in her triumph. Now let's attack. Archers. Fire at will. Image Priam was the first one up. He winked encouragingly at Claire and then leaped to the top of the mound. The boss was trapped in the hole. Titanic, it must have been 4 meters tall. Identification. Lunar Lord Orthos, named after the mythological two-headed dog, father of the Sphinx and the Nemean lion. Orthos is a pale imitation of the legendary canine guardian. A young lunar baron, it gains strength over time. If you must defeat it, do it early. As a loyal dog, it only threatens those who wish to enter his cave. Orthos. It's not the threat. But it is connected to it. Its cave, maybe? Orthos barked, but Priam heard nothing. Someone had activated a skill to silence the beast. Arrows were already starting to rain down on the boss. Priam couldn't help but be amazed at how quickly the men were acclimating. 10 days ago, it would have been amazing to see 50 archers firing in concert. Today, most of these fighters were physically shaped like Olympic athletes. Some were even war machines, capable of accurately and continuously aiming at a moving target 10 centimeters in diameter at 50 meters. Their skills kept the archers at the top of their game. Only the boss was not a stationary shooting target. If the beast was easy to hit because of its size, its fur seemed to stop arrows easily. As Priam waited for the archers to run out of ammunition, he noticed that of the hundreds of arrows fired, only 2 had hit and injured the beast. Its left eye appeared to be punctured. The stakes had certainly wounded the dog when it fell into the hole, but Priam was still worried. He was sure he could hurt the boss, but who else could say the same? 20 seconds later, the rain of arrows stopped. The archers were exhausted from the few seconds of intense effort. As the last of them lowered their bows and looked at the fruits of their efforts, many began to despair. Orthos had lost its left eye, pierced by 2 arrows. Its muzzle was riddled too. Finally, its mouth was filled with broken arrows and blood. Despite its severe wounds, Orthos seemed enraged. The ground near the hole shook as it tried to pull itself out of the stakes. If it were to succeed, many lives would be lost today. Wire. And was standing on the mound to the right of Priam. The order was carried out by a group of Amazons, carrying a net between them. They ran towards the hole, before throwing the net at the monster. And sends her own Amazons. She doesn't want to leave anything to chance. Priam had to admit that the fight was going better than expected. As another group, men this time, approached to cast a second net on the beast, Priam took a few seconds to analyze the situation. Orthos was severely wounded by the stakes in its belly and the arrows in its snout. Blind in one eye, bleeding badly, poisoned, and immobilized, it would not survive more than 10 minutes. But the quest has a silver difficulty. It seems a lot for a big dog. I must be missing some information. Priam muttered. As a third net fell on the boss, and put the next phase of the plan into action. Bombs. This woman has powerful lungs. Priam had heard that pepper bombs would affect the boss' sense of smell and enrage it all the more. 5 men stepped forward, and in a sublime spinning motion, each threw some sort of bolus at Orthos' head. The throws, worthy of an Olympic gold medal, hit their target, and a cloud of pepper drowned the boss. Just as the fight seemed to be won, Priam's instinct screamed. He threw himself behind the mound and rolled into a ball. A thunderous bark rose, and the rest of the world fell silent. The sky broke in two, and for a brief moment, a fraction of the power of the eponymous beast manifested itself. Orthos, the legendary dog, expressed its wrath. The mist froze, and the men too. A second later, the mist began to swirl again. But most of the warriors were never to move again. The sound wave had stopped the hearts of many of the fighters. Priam sat up painfully. He quickly realized that he was deaf. He had a terrible headache and precarious balance, but he was alive. My inner ear has been hit. Around him, about 50 men and women were on the ground. Some were still alive and shaking. Before helping them, we have to finish the boss. No one is in any condition to defend themselves. Priam walked to the top of the hill. His gait grew more confident with each step as his vitality helped him recover from the shock. You have gained a new skill, balance. Balance, some tightrope walkers walk on a rope 500 m high. Others never find the courage to leave the earth and dust. Born dust, you will return to dust. So until then, walk with confidence. AGI +1. DEXT +2. The Baron had not moved. The cry seemed to have weakened it, and it was trembling, certainly the work of Pepper. As the only man standing, Priam took off. It's time to earn participation points. The monster was about 50 meters away. After his first 2 steps, he crashed miserably. Fortunately, the impact was minimal because he had thought to absorb the kinetic energy of his fall. Priam had lost his balance, and his spear slipped a few feet. He staggered to his feet. LVL up, balance, LVL 2. AGI +1. DEXT +2. His new skill taught him how to balance his body to stay upright. With enough improvement, Priam could one day do without inner ears. Focusing on his new skill and dexterity, he began to run again. He was still about 40 meters from the Baron. Priam covered that distance in less than 3 seconds. With a leap augmented by a kinetic charge, he jumped into the air just before falling into the hole. The young warrior cocked his fist and aimed at the beast's snout. He had prepared a kinetic charge by jumping from the top of a tall tree on the path and had kept it there. Priam combined all the energy he had in reserve into one mighty blow. He unloaded all that power, combined with the power of his punch, between the nose and eyes of the boss. Orthos' head barely moved. The Baron groaned, but there was no indication of a serious injury. Its skull is hard. The backlash from the attack threw Priam backward. He landed in a disastrous roll and felt a pang of pain in his shoulder. His balance skill didn't allow him to do that yet. As he raised his head, he met the gaze of the Moon Lord. Orthos' eyes were filled with rage as it watched the little man who had dared to strike it. Priam sat up quickly as the Baron leaned forward to bite him. Priam raised his arm and pushed the beast's snout away as he backed away quickly. Kinetic control instinctively slowed the Baron down. With the help of the nets thrown over the Baron, it was enough to save him from the bite. The Baron's fangs were about 30 centimeters long and would have easily torn a man's body apart. Breathless, Priam was thinking of a strategy to defeat the boss. I don't have enough power to beat it alone. I need to absorb its energy with my spear. I have to use its energy against it. Cautiously, Priam approached. He had to walk quickly because Orthos was moving around a lot, and Priam could see spikes breaking regularly. The boss would soon die from its wounds, but if it could get out of the trap before then, it would end its life with a rampage. Whenever Priam came within range, Orthos would try to paw or bite him. The rage increased its strength tenfold but also made it predictable. Priam kept his distance from the dog and made sure to extend his spear at the last moment to absorb its energy. Tier 2 of the Brainless Tree of Merit let him use his spear as an extension of his body to use his skill. To do this, he injected part of his spirit into his weapon. Fortunately for Priam, the nets made the fight easy by impeding Orthos' movements. 20 seconds later, thanks to the Baron, Priam had collected 4 significant kinetic charges. Only one more to go before the final blow. At that moment, Orthos opened its mouth to roar again. 50 meters away, Priam had nearly passed out. The wave loses power as the square of the distance. Shit. So close to the boss, Priam's body would explode from the sound wave. Priam rushed forward to stop the attack. He had no time to run away. The sound wave would be 10 times faster than him. Orthos moved a forepaw forward to crush the impudent human, and Priam activated a 5th small kinetic charge to speed up. He couldn't use it anyway. I have to absorb this attack. If it hits the ground, the shockwave will knock me off balance. The Baron did not have time to correct the trajectory of its attack as it slowly fell behind Priam. At the last moment, he used his spear to slow the attack. The Baron's attack was weakened and then avoided. He was now standing under the monster's enormous head. It opened its mouth, and between the sharp fangs, Priam saw a kind of gum bubble grow. The Baron was channeling its skill to maximize its power. Time seemed to stand still. His relationship with death told Priam that he was going to die. The bubble would grow for another second and then burst. With the shock, the young man's veins would burst, his bones would shatter, and the shards would pierce the rest of his flesh. He would die almost instantly. Then, his perk, he who eludes death, would resurrect him even stronger. No. If I die now, I will be vulnerable for a day. Impossible to flee or to defend himself. Instinctively Priam attacked. He thrust his spear into the Baron's mouth in a split second. The tip of the hoplite weapon made contact with the boss skill. The bubble was nearly indestructible, but Priam knew it would soon burst, releasing a lethal explosion. A primal part of his brain awakened, and the warrior let himself be guided. He went into a trance and accessed his potential. The bubble burst. A split second later, the shockwave began to expand. Simultaneously, Priam let his potential guide him. Kinetic control. His spirit, augmented by his potential, enveloped the sound sphere and grasped the air. The sound wave needed an environment to propagate. There was no sound in space for this reason. In the air, sound propagated at 340 meters per second. Priam's brain could never have tracked the skill as it exploded. But aided by the concepts through his potential, he understood his skill better than ever before. His self-imposed limitations seemed weak, and he brushed them aside with a wave of his hand. Why limit himself to 5 charges when a 6th and then a 7th slot could be created with just a slight modification of his skill? Why absorb energy suddenly when he could channel it slowly before absorbing it? Why only use his skill on large objects? The molecules in the air also had kinetic energy. The shockwave threatened to crush him in less than 0.03 of a second. But, like a killer wave, it needed to reach him for that. By tapping into his potential, Priam transcended his knowledge, understanding, and control of his skill. The air molecules within the skill sphere of action were under his control. He immobilized them by sheer force of will and skill. The system's notifications were piling up, but it didn't matter. Right now, Priam was touching the divine. Like a god, he had immobilized the air, and the wave could no longer propagate. Meanwhile, Orthos' skill was rapidly losing its power. The particles were finally losing their kinetic energy, absorbed by Priam. In the end, even Brownian motion and thermal agitation submitted to kinetic control. Orthos' skill finished losing all its energy before disappearing. At the bottom of the Baron's throat, the destructive sphere with a radius of 30 centimeters had vanished. The atoms and molecules making up the air were motionless. Without speed or agitation, the sphere's temperature was effectively 0 Kelvin. Colder than in outer space. The effects of time had stopped locally. LVL up, kinetic control, LVL 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Viva plus 10. DEXT plus 15. Meta, focus, plus 20. Meta, AF, plus 20. Congratulations, your spirit is beginning to emancipate itself from your body. You touch the borders of the domain. Congratulations, your skills management is getting more refined. You are touching the limits of the micro. Priam withdrew his spear and detached himself from his potential. He had to keep the rest of it, despite the incredible omniscient rush that occurred when he spent this resource. His mind told him that his divine state would last only as long as it took for his potential to reach zero. If it did, he would sacrifice his future for an immediate boost. It wasn't worth the trade. But it saved my life. Potential minus 57. Priam's eyes widened. 3 seconds of omniscience had cost him dearly. But he could never have mastered his spirit, body, and skill so quickly without spending that resource. The novice warrior was pulled out of his thoughts by Orthos, who was fidgeting. The Baron didn't seem to understand what had just happened. Its ultimate attack had had no effect, and the absolute cold caused by the kinetic absorption had numbed its throat and frozen its flesh. The fight is not over. Priam took advantage of the Baron's astonishment to jump into the air flying. He closed his fist before striking the most powerful blow of his existence on the boss's snout. LVL up, strike, LVL 8, 9. STR plus 2. The tremendous amount of kinetic energy he had accumulated was released at once. Orthos was violently thrown to the ground. A double noise was heard. The Baron's sinuses had exploded with a terrible crack. The second sound was the sound of the stakes breaking inside it. Priam flew backward from the backlash. He quickly absorbed his own energy to stop his momentum, then charged again toward the mound. The Baron was stunned but not dead. Despite his strength, Priam knew his regular blows would not be enough to kill the boss. The first blow had stunned the enemy and immobilized it. Now he could use his weapon without fear of missing his exact target. Priam switched hands and tightened his grip on his spear. As Orthos began to whimper, Priam cocked his skill, absorbing 5 blows thrown into the void. He ran toward the Baron. 3 steps. 2 steps. 1 step. Priam jumped over the boss as it opened its eye to the world one last time. Sorry. Orthos struggled to open its mouth, and Priam's instinct was that this last scream would have the qualities of its tenacity. Before the boss could launch a final attack, Priam's spear arm came down, propelled by all the energy at his disposal. The spear went through the monster's right eye. LVL up, strike, LVL 10. STR plus 1. Priam landed on Orthos' head. Completed quest, Predator, Baron. Reward, potential plus 20. Calculation of your participation. Important participation, skill gained. Moon mist. Bonus, your group is the first to kill a Baron. Potential plus 20. Moon mist, LVL up. Congratulations. Priam smiled. Everything had turned out all right after all. His instincts had been wrong. The system didn't stop there. New quest, Predator, Baron 2. The Barons prowl around the domes, and the more noble lords stand aside. You have defeated a Baron. Can you defeat a second one? Reward, per Baron potential plus 20. Bonus depending on your participation. Difficulty, Silver. Main quest, reunited soon? Update. The Guardian of the Dome has fallen. The thread can use the passage at the bottom of his den to reach the dome and its inhabitants. Investigate the threat. Protect the inhabitants of the dome. Reward, permission to enter the domes. Potential plus 10. Bonus according to your participation. Difficulty, variable. What? A second boss? Was Orthos guarding the dome? But then. Aha! Priam turned around. Shouts were coming up from the mound to his left. He had not paid attention to his surroundings during the fight he had just fought. Now that the fight was over, he noticed a problem. Men and women were fleeing in all directions. Many others were still lying on the ground, stunned or dead. A thought made its way into his brain, despite the moment's horror. I can see through the mist? The next moment, his new vision allowed him to witness a horrible scene. As a teenage girl sprinted down the hillside towards him, running as fast as her legs would carry her, a white shadow followed her. The shadow dissipated to reveal a tiger walking lazily. The frightened girl looked behind her to see if she was being chased. Her movement prevented her from putting her foot correctly on the ground. Her shoe hit a large rock, and she toppled forward. The new Baron stopped her fall with a swipe of his paw. Priam only had time to open his mouth as the stranger's body split in two. Priam saw the teenager's eyes widen. The tiger made sure its prey was dead by crushing her head. The unnamed girl would never be afraid again. The snow-white coat of the feline turned scarlet again. In his rage, Priam instinctively used kinetic control. The moon's mist began to swirl around him. Status: before, moon mist, average value for a Homo sapiens male before integration, PHY 10/men 10/meta 0. Physical: Strength 64. Constitution 78. Agility 96. Vitality 113. Perception 68. Mental: Vivacity 88. Dexterity 71. Memory 30. Willpower 48. Charisma 40. Meta Affinity 28. Metafocus 40. Potential 78. Tier 0. Ah! This time, the howl came from Priam's throat. Without thinking, he ripped his spear from Ortho's skull and grabbed it. Fatigue weighed on his shoulders, but he ignored it. The fight against Orthos had been quick but intense, and returning to the front without a moment's rest promised a tough fight. Yet it seemed he had no choice. Dashing toward the boss, he charged his kinetic skill and identified his enemy. He was angry but not blinded by rage. This new Baron was an opponent he had to face seriously. Identification: Lunar Lord Nemea, named after the legendary lion and son of Orthos. Nemea is only a pale imitation of the mythological beast and has no real kinship with the late Orthos. Nevertheless, they were friends, and it will pursue the murderer of its brother with its terrible vengeance. I hope your middle name is Heracles. LVL up, identification, LVL 3. MEM, +1. My name is Priam fucking Azura, and I'll crush this cat. Hey you, come here. I bet you're neutered. As Priam closed the distance between himself and Nemea, Nemea looked away. The Baron leaped towards another fighter and easily cut him to pieces. To the rest of the warriors, Nemea and its white coat was a ghost. To be close enough to notice it was to be too close to death. As Priam altered his course to intercept the feline, it retreated, leaped, dodged, feinted, and killed more humans. It was faster than Priam and had no intention of letting the rest of the fighters who had trapped Orthos escape. It seemed to have decided that the murderer of its friend would be the last to die. The warriors who had been knocked unconscious by the canine boss's scream were not spared, and Nemea seemed to enjoy stepping on them. As he tried to catch up with the Baron, Priam had to avoid stepping on human remains. Witnessing the massacre only strengthened his resolve: the cat had to die. In a matter of seconds, the boss wiped out any semblance of resistance. It seemed smart enough to recognize that allowing humans to organize could be dangerous. Playing with its food, yes. Losing to mice, no. Priam tried 10 times to attack the Baron and failed 10 times. He finally stopped when he realized he couldn't catch the second boss. This one was too fast. His emotions were boiling over, and his fury and helplessness threatened to overwhelm his reason. He concentrated for a second on Soul Mirror. In the pure water, he saw his face distorted by a fierce sneer, and the ugliness of his expression calmed him. He was a man and not a beast. That the animal could play with his emotions was already a defeat. Priam breathed for a second before thinking. Every moment that passed sounded the death knell of a man or a woman, and he knew he didn't have time to calm down completely. He would have to deal with his anger. He could accept it as long as it was in the service of his fight. By the time he thought about it, 7 other people were dead. I want to stop it from killing more, but it's always one step ahead of me. I move fast, but it's an exceptionally agile boss. I won't catch it alone. I need to contact and gather some semblance of resistance. With one last look at a man about to be gutted, Priam headed for Anne's last known location. He couldn't help the stranger, but he hoped to avenge him. When he reached the top of the mound that was supposed to house Anne, Priam's eyes widened. For a moment, surprise dominated all his other emotions. In front of him, about 20 corpses were strewn on the ground. About 20 archers were lined up. Behind them, fighters mingled with warriors in more utilitarian roles such as trackers, guides, messengers, strategists, and bards. All were dead. What happened? Priam became dizzy. He had to lean on his spear to keep from falling. He had known death, but seeing one massacre after another would have been unbearable for any human capable of empathy. The adrenaline of battle was slowly leaving him while his emotions were disturbed. He had defeated the first Baron, but almost everyone else was dead. Despite all his efforts, nothing was going right. Defeat was beginning to find cracks in his mental armor. No. I can and must act. People have died here, and it is not by crying over them that I will avenge them. Closing his eyes, Priam meditated for a few seconds to suppress the anger and sadness overtaking him. He repeated these words to himself several times to regain his confidence. He knew that scenes of massacre often broke soldiers, and he did not want to sacrifice his sanity today. I may be sad for these people, but I have to think about myself. And right now, I feel like someone is playing me for a fool. He was not stupid. With his strength and style, Nemea would have thrown those corpses everywhere. Many would have been mutilated and scattered. Priam moved closer and turned over the corpse of a middle-aged man. The rest of the scruffy sweater he must have been wearing at the day of the tutorial was stained with blood. Inspecting the clothing, Priam saw a clean cut through the heart. He was killed from behind. By a dagger or a knife. First, Orthos guarding the secret entrance to the dome, and now this? What are you looking for, Anne? Behind him, Nemea was finishing destroying the human resistance. Priam could do nothing more for them. To save a few people by staying by their side was to allow and to continue her machinations. Moreover, Priam was worried. The Amazons' plans did not look simple. Killing Orthos had opened a path to the dome. Priam's family was potentially in danger, which came before a few strangers' lives. Priam did not consider himself selfish, but his family would always come first. Without looking back, Priam began to run in the direction Orthos had come from. In doing so, he knew the rest of the humans were doomed. What matters is my family. I am not the protector of the innocent. Priam was running for his life. Well, for his first life. In the white cottonwood forest, he was looking for the cave of Orthos. He was faster than Anne and her Amazons and hoped to catch them. Priam didn't know what their plan was, but if they were capable of murdering a score of humans to avoid being followed, it didn't bode well. They clearly wanted to get into the dome, and his family might be there. He had to stop them at all costs. Papa, sis. His mother might have been there too, but he didn't want to think about her right now. He had another more pressing problem. For the past few minutes, he had noticed that he was being followed. Behind him, silent as the mist of which he was the master, Nemea moved smoothly. The Baron awaited a slip-up to pounce on Priam. The confrontation in the open would have been difficult enough for the young man, but in a wood full of blind spots, Priam didn't want to take the chance. His only advantage was that he could now see almost normally through the mist. Where before it was impenetrable, now there seemed to be only a slight veil over his eyes. The Baron must have had the same gift, but was used to humans not detecting it. Considering how difficult it was to defeat Orthos when weakened, Priam had no desire to attempt a fight without help. When Priam realized and had eliminated a third of the fighters, he knew it was over. Nemea had happily slaughtered the rest of the survivors before following him. Priam was annoyed that 100 fighters had failed to give him even 5 minutes of respite. He did not want to disrespect the memory of the dead, but they could have arranged a better resistance. Priam was the only one who could protect the dome and didn't have time to fight a second boss. The two enemies ran close together, towards the cave. Unfortunately, Priam could not accelerate to his maximum. Orthos had made a clear path through the woods, chasing the Amazon, but he still had to avoid uprooted stumps, fallen logs, and exposed brambles. LVL up, Art of Movement, LVL 10. AGI +1. Perk +1. DXT +1. Despite the pitfalls, the two hunters navigated quickly through the destroyed vegetation, and Orthos' territory appeared less than a minute later. A kilometer ahead of them, between the branches of the cotton trees, Priam saw a peak. A small, isolated mountain about 100 meters high seemed to have sprouted from the earth like a mushroom. As they got closer, Priam felt a strange sensation. It appeared clearly artificial, compared to the rest of the landscape. The system wants us to notice this place. Halfway up, a round, dark hole, 4 meters in diameter, had been drilled. As Priam watched the mount, his instincts screamed. He used kinetic control to throw himself to his right. A quarter of a second later, at his exact location, a paw clawed the air. The blow would have been fatal, and Priam did not doubt that Nemea would have finished the job quickly. He sat up quickly, surprised. His inner ear seemed almost healed, and his balance skill was working at full strength. Did my trance under potential allow my vitality to heal me faster? Dividing his attention in a fight was a bad idea, and Priam almost paid dearly for it. His instincts began to scream again. Without looking back, he ducked behind an old cottonwood tree. The system had undoubtedly decided to bring diversity to the lunar landscape, and the tree was massive. Its trunk easily stopped Nemea's attack. Priam moved back quickly to keep his opponent in his sights. His perception, vivacity, agility, and dexterity combined to give him sublime reaction speed. It was the minimum to survive against a baron who specialized in hunting. Tired of waiting for a mistake and being more comfortable in the forest, Nemea attacked. It did not want the young man to reach the mountain and lose its advantage. The baron had not forgotten that the frail human managed to kill Orthos. Annoyed, it continued to attack Priam. The difficulty of the fight was totally different from the previous one. Nemea was pristine white in the white mist among the flowering cottonwoods. Its camouflage was perfect. Even if Priam's eyes could now pierce the mist, whenever it passed behind a tree, he lost sight of Nemea. The giant cat often took advantage of this to get closer to Priam from a blind spot. This tactic, coupled with the hunter's speed and silence, forced Priam to defend himself at the last moment. A single error meant death. It was complicated for Priam to counterattack. He didn't have the range to do it without a weapon, and surrounded by trees, his spear was of little use. While dodging several attacks, Priam gradually got the hang of his new skill. He felt it was his ticket out of this situation. Moon Mist Rare, LVL1. By modifying the environment of the moon, the concepts have chosen to artificially increase the weight of the atmosphere. A semi-permanent haze has been placed on the surface of the satellite. Made of ether, oxygen, nitrogen, and tiny water droplets, it hinders the inhabitants' perception. You now control this mist and are almost immune to its effects. Be careful, if the mist is already manipulated, your total immunity turns into partial resistance. Perk +1. Meta, AFFI, +2. Bonus, Quest, LVL Up, Moon Mist, LVL 2, 3, 4, 5. Perk +4. Meta, AFFI, +8. His ability to manipulate the mist was still weak, but Priam could already sense it within a certain radius of him. By concentrating, he was able to feel where the fog was denser. More importantly, he could sense where the mist was not. In this environment, if there was no fog, there was something else. Trees marked Priam's skill because they replaced the mist. But when an absence of fog moved, it was not a tree. There it is. Priam dodged the attack by a hair's breadth. Turning around during his dodge, he managed to grab the baron's paw to steal its kinetic energy. Priam accelerated using the stolen power. Nemea was slowed down as Priam transferred the speed from one body to the other. He pulled Nemea to him. The surprised cat had no time to react before the human's fist slammed into it. "I'm not going to let go of you." Priam knew he probably wouldn't get another chance. He had dropped his spear to maintain his grip. In hand-to-hand combat, Nemea had the advantage of its sharp claws, but Priam could cushion the blows, speeding up his own body and decelerating his opponent's. Relying on his extra life to cover his back, Priam began to strike the animal on the snout. Nemea growled before attempting to slash Priam. Despite their speed difference, dodging claws in close combat was nearly impossible, and he was hit superficially in the left arm while blocking an attack. He absorbed as much of the feline's kinetic energy as possible, and the boss's attacks no longer had enough speed to be truly dangerous. Priam's exceptional constitution allowed him to ignore such assaults. His muscles were so dense that Nemea's claws couldn't cut through them. Priam struck the animal's snout several times with no visible effect. The snout is not his weak point. Its eyes then. Holding Nemea tightly, Priam continued to gather 7 hefty charges of kinetic energy as he absorbed the cat's power. In the previous fight, Priam had learned to save kinetic energy by stealing it for a few seconds, instead of just absorbing it instantly. He was getting better and better at using his skill, kinetic control. The charge could be filled for a longer time and also served to slow down the opponent while he gained more energy. There is nothing like a fight to the death to awaken one's abilities and push one's limits. LVL up, focus, LVL 8. Perk +1. Viva +1. DXT +1. LVL up, kinetic control, LVL 11. Viva +2. DEXT +3. Meta, focus, +4. Lance 1. Although the two enemies were fighting to the death, a spectator could have thought they were taking turns to strike. While Priam waited as long as possible to deliver a devastating blow, Nemea was a little lost. It had been born on Earth a few weeks earlier. Its foster family had been adorable at first. The kind servants were human, but Nemea was willing to forgive them if they continued to provide it with quality kibble until the end of time. Even the big dog Orthos, who was already occupying the house, wasn't all bad. Then, about 10 days before, everything had changed. The family was gone, the house was gone, and it had arrived suddenly on the moon. The big dog was still big, but the rest of the world had become smaller. While its canine brother guarded their new home and protected the dome where their servants were, Nemea had chosen to roam the area a bit. As a feline, its place was at the top of the world, and its arrival in this new world had not changed that fact. The entire food chain bowed to its supremacy, and the Baron, he should have been king, had never met resistance. Its ability to hunt was unmatched. But the frail human in front of it would not leave it alone. Nemea had no desire to continue to fight the little being head-on, but he held it firmly. Its powerful pawing did not seem to have the desired effect. The young kitten was annoyed with this human who dared to bother it. As if killing its dog and refusing to commit suicide wasn't enough. While Nemea was losing patience and was planning to use all means to annihilate the heretic who stood between him and the feline supremacy, it got a bad feeling. Lance 1. While the Baron was busy with useless thoughts, Priam thought he had gathered enough kinetic energy. He jumped and pirouetted over the big cat. With his free hand, he grabbed the fur on Nemea's head before releasing the animal's front paw. He had thought of using a super-powered blow to amputate the feline, but he was currently holding the Baron. Thus, the backlash from the attack was sure to amputate him as well. Any action caused a reaction. If I'm going to use all my strength, I might as well not hurt myself. I have to aim for the eyes. Perched on the head of the boss, who was growling in indignation, he cocked his blow by flattening his left hand. The eyes of the two antagonists met, and Priam struck. In the same movement, Nemea clawed. Nemea did not see Priam's hand before it entered its left eye socket. The arm disappeared into the Baron's skull as all of Priam's kinetic energy was discharged in the movement. Unlike the previous fight, Priam was using kinetic energy to accelerate his own body. He had better control of the attack, but he was putting his arm at risk. Hitting a tree slowly was benign, but when you hit a hard surface with all your might, it was not uncommon to break your hand. Priam's movement was almost perfect. His inhuman perception of his own body and his dexterity allowed him, even without training, to know instinctively how to move his muscles. No false moves, no self-inflicted wounds from a brutal and violent blow. But the kinetic energy of the acceleration caused the muscles in his arm to buckle. The Baron's eye was easily pierced, and the flattened hand continued on its way. Behind the eyeball, it met the bone separating the eye from the brain in a cat. In humans, the brain was directly behind the eye, but the skull of a cat protected it better. Priam didn't know this, and, carried away by his momentum, his hand came crashing against the bone. Both shattered, and Priam screamed as the bones in each of his fingers broke. LVL up, focus, LVL 9. Perk +1. Viva +1. DXT +1. LVL up, strike, LVL 11, 12, 13. STR +3. LVL up, blunt resistance, LVL 4, 5. Const +2. LVL up, cut resistance, LVL 4, 5. Const +2. As Priam landed on his feet a few feet away from the boss, he had let go of his grip because of the pain. He looked at the damage he had caused. As if in slow motion, Nemea's body collapsed and lay on the ground. Shards of his own bones had penetrated the boss's brain. It's dead. Seeing the Baron's immobility, Priam looked at his left hand. Bits of bone had pierced his flesh. His fingers looked like crushed sausages. The sight of his shredded hand made him dizzy. He wanted to vomit in horror and pass out at the same time. Can I heal from this? With my vitality over 100. Maybe? In the worst case, it will be cured in my next resurrection, right? There was a difference between knowing you would be perfectly healed and seeing your flesh mutilated. Priam had died many times before and was no stranger to pain. Yet he knew he was not yet ready to get used to seeing his body tortured. Moreover, Nemia's last attack had also hit him hard in the side. The animal's claws were sharp, and Priam couldn't absorb the blow because he was so busy attacking himself. Without his exceptional constitution, Priam's insides would have escaped by now. He gritted his teeth and tore off his shirt to make a makeshift bandage. His vitality was already healing him. He wouldn't die from this wound, but combined with his crushed hand, he was seriously disabled. Well, I hope the system doesn't know the adage, bad luck comes in threes. But if it does, am I going to fight a giant ferret? A colossal snake? A monstrous turtle? What else do people have as pets? The Baron's body jerked as Priam pondered how to treat his hand. Incredulous, Priam looked up, bits of bone were being pushed out of the boss's eye socket, and his wounds were closing rapidly. A boss cat. Don't tell me his skill is that he has 9 lives? Holy shit, that's totally cheating. Indifferent to the indignation of Priam, Nemia opened its eyes. Status, average value for a Homo sapiens male before integration, PHY 10/men 10/meta 0. Physical. Strength 67. Constitution 82. Agility 97. Vitality 113. Perception 76. Mental. Vivacity 92. Dexterity 77. Memory 31. Willpower 48. Charisma 40. Meta. Meta affinity 38. Metafocus 44. Potential, 105. Tier 0.